What about a budgie?
Budgies.
Budgie.
What about a budgie?
Budgie fest.
Many budgies.
Budgie. Budgies.
What about a budgie?
Budgies.
Budgie.
What about a budgie?
Budgie fest.
Many budgies.
Budgie. Budgies.
Welcome to the Australian National Budgerigar Council 48th Annual Championship Show, proudly hosted by the Budgerigar Council of Tasmania and supported by Golden Cob. In 1964, the idea of a state versus state competition was exhibition budgerigars. 11 years on, and Victoria, New South Wales and South Australia faced off for the first time. By 1983, all states were competing. The show brings together the most elite young budgerigars in Australia, the best of the best. These birds go through a rigorous selection process to make it this far. Many compete at their club level before earning the right to go up against all the other teams in their state where they need to finish top 3. They need to do that just to make it here. 147,480 club rings issued in 2023 filtered down to just 588 here this weekend, across 7 states and zones. In real terms, that is less than 4 budgerigars for every 1,000 club-run birds bred last year. These 84 birds from each team are entrusted to a group of carers who have a week to prepare them for the pinnacle event on the Australian Budgerigar calendar. Winners of these classes are immortalised with a logie, the ultimate prize for any given variety. 28 logies are on offer here this weekend. Wins at a national level from 1983 onwards are recognised towards the ultimate prize of a legend status in the ANBC Hall of Fame. As we turn our attention to Launceston for the 48th Annual ANBC National Titles, who will win this year? Will it be the powerhouse Victorian team led by Ray Slade, Greg Rowe, Malcolm Randall and Peter Fern? Can they make it 5 in a row? Or will Team New South Wales, led by James Matthews, Robert Peffer, Pam Hewitt and Trent Hill, upset their party? Will it be the boys from South Queensland, Neil Love, Gary Hibbert and Stan Ford? Could it be North and Central Queensland, led by Russell Ogden, Cheryl Ogden, Bruce Schuster and Peter Drew? Or Team WA, led by Norm Wheatley, Mick Gearing and Les Woodcock? Or the South Australian in Michael Smith, Doug Lang, Troy Holmes and George England? Or could it be the locals who are here to defend their island in Team Tasmania, led by Derek Poole, Dale Ward, Peter Cross and Peter Howard? We're about to find out as we open the 48th Annual ANBC National Titles, brought to you by Golden Cob, live from Launceston, Tasmania. Let the judging begin.
Thank you. Cheers. Oh, don't worry about that. Thank you. I'm not sure. I think, isn't he going to do the interview? Yeah. Yeah.
But on behalf of the Budgerigar Council of Tasmania, I'd like to welcome you to the 48th National ANBC Championship Show. Now I'd like to introduce the judges for the show. First one is Jim Fletcher from Tasmania. Next one is James Bader from Victoria. Nigel Tonkin from South Australia. And Rod Turnbull from Victoria. Okay, Nigel and James are judging the light greens. Do I get that right? No. And Jim and Rod will be doing the grey greens. They will. That's the way they will judge up until the morning session, and then there will be a changeover at lunchtime. Okay, we'll get underway.
Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 48th ANBC National Championships, which have been held down at the Country Club here in Launceston. We had the introduction of the judges, so we've got 4 esteemed judges today. We have Nigel Tonkin from South Australia, James Bader from Victoria, and we also have Jim Fletcher, who is a Tasmanian, and James Bader's partner, who is also a national judge, in Mr. Turnbull. At this stage, what's happening is that the judges are looking just very casually over all of the birds, trying to determine in their mind what they see as the better birds. They're looking to see if there are any birds who, for whatever reason, need to be disqualified. And I think what you're going to find in the very first class, the green one, there is an exceptional budgie there. But unfortunately, he's missing a tail. So you'll find he will be placed on the bottom row on the right-hand corner, unfortunately. If he had a tail, then I feel very certain in my mind when I saw them that it was the bird that was a standout in the class. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you all what state the birds in what cage are from. So, in the light greens, cage A is from Tasmania, cage B is from North and Central Queensland, cage C is from South Australia, cage D from New South Wales, E from Western Australia, F from South Queensland, G from Tasmania, H from South Australia, I from Victoria, J from North Central Queensland, K is from South Australia, L is from Victoria, M is from Western Australia, N is from North and Central Queensland, O from Tasmania, P from Victoria, Q from South Queensland, R from New South Wales, S from WA, T from New South Wales, and U from South Queensland. And if I do exactly the same thing with the grey greens, which are the class that on the right-hand side of our screen, it's a grey green class. Cage A is from Victoria, B is from South Australia, C is from Victoria, D from North and Central Queensland, E from New South Wales, L from South Queensland, F is from South Queensland, G is from New South Wales, H from North and Central Queensland, I from Western Australia, J from Tasmania, K from South Australia, L from North and Central Queensland, M from New South Wales, N from South Queensland, O from Tasmania, P from South Queensland, Q from Tasmania, R from Victoria, S from South Australia, T from WA, and U from WA. Now, at this point in time, I think the judges are starting to move some birds around, and what you'll generally find is that they'll try and place what they believe are the better birds just on the top row to begin with. And I don't know if you noticed, while I was reading out the cages relative to their zones, that in the green class, the bird from I was placed on the bottom row on the right-hand side. Now, I suspect that that bird is the one that I mentioned earlier on, is an outstanding budgerigar, but unfortunately doesn't have a tail. And of course, in the penalties and disqualifications, it is one of the faults that it gives automatic disqualification. Okay. Now, on the opposite sides with the grey-greens, once again, we're just looking to find the better birds and to place them in order. They haven't actually started moving the birds around yet, but I suspect that that's going to happen fairly quickly. Right. At this point in time, on the green class, the bird that they have on the top row on the left-hand side is the bird that... it's the bird from North and Central Queensland, and it certainly looks to be a strong budgie. I think uniquely at this level, what we see are the two judges conferring together. So there's a lot of communication, and it generally takes one or two classes for them to really work together and start to see and agree upon what they see in front of them. It's very easy to be used to judging on your own. This is about the only time that you will get the opportunity to judge with someone of equal standing in pairs. Now, okay. Jimmy Fletcher and Malcolm Turnbull, they haven't moved a lot of birds around yet. Whereas if we look at the other side, we have Nigel and James. They're very, very deliberately moving birds in order, in a rough order. Remember, at this point in time, nothing is permanent. What we're going to see as we move along is that they will place on the top row the birds that they believe in order, just roughly, without doing a final judging. And then they'll have the birds down the bottom, which are the ones lesser in quality compared to the ones on top. They will then judge the birds as they see fit, and then ultimately we'll see a rotation. So the birds at the bottom will move up to the top, and the top birds will move down to the bottom. And that is to make sure that everyone is given equal opportunity in front of the judge. Right, so when we look at the grey-greens, currently we have the bird from South Australia on the top. Next to it is the bird from Victoria. Okay, and of course, those positions can change. There's no doubt the bird in first place in the grey-green class B, it's just currently on the floor, and I think I've only seen it on the perch once, but obviously on the floor, it's a very strong budgerigar. Now, looking as we can see up closely to the greens, we've got U and D. So once again, they look to be sitting on the top row at this point in time. Okay. Moving along, we come further up, we've got H. H is the bird from South Australia. It looks to be a very strong hen. She certainly has a lovely face, right? And you can see some of that directional feather, which is the feature that everyone's looking for at this point in time in our budgerigars. We're looking to see that feather, rather than coming straight out from the sear and going horizontally or vertically upwards, we're looking to see it moving towards the ground. Okay. C, it'd be nice if he turned around so we could look at him. Now C is the bird from, another bird from South Australia, right? And it looks to be a very strong bird. And if we could possibly get if the bird B got on the perch, we could make the comparison. I'm looking at, having seen B in the light greens on the perch, the biggest difference between B and C, right, in a judge's eye is the length of body. And I think what you're going to find is B's are much longer and consequently a stronger budgerigar compared to C. Okay, so going over to the grey-greens, you can't really see much activity happening there. So obviously they're comfortable in their initial placing of the cages. Right. Okay. In and F. I thought there was a couple of really strong birds there. Once again, B, just like B in the green class, B in the grey-green class is not helping us at all by not getting up on the perch. So, okay, now we're seeing them moving some birds around. So what do we got? N. Okay. Interestingly, I had the opportunity of looking at the class, some of the classes before judging started, just so that I could have some information for the commentary. And the bird they've just moved up to 4th position, N, I thought was a very strong bird. Okay. And here we go. See, N's making the move again. And don't be surprised if it continues up the line, because it really is a strong bird. Love the look at the bird in 2nd place. Here's N. Okay. Interesting. There we go. And I suspect he may even move another spot. He's a complete package. You can't find a fault on this bird, and it's in beautiful condition. See, very strong hen. You can see lovely strength off the perch. Good depth of mask. Once again, in wonderful condition. The only thing some people might question is the few little markings in her cap. Well, that's a little bit of ticking, and ticking is certainly allowed. Okay, where the controversy comes in is if the birds have the full circle in their cap, which is what we call flecking, and that creates a lot of controversy at this point in time. Do we need to see birds with lots of flecking on the bench? No, we don't. That's obvious. But do we need to have them in our stud? They're a very essential component in order to improve markings, to increase spot size. Very vital. Wasn't that long ago in England, when England had a complete ban on fleck birds, we saw the quality of the birds and their length of mask and their spot size diminish rapidly. Over the last 18 months, we've been watching that some of the photographs of aviaries coming out of the UK, we're seeing fleck birds flying in their aviary, and consequently we've seen the quality of the birds once again improve, the length of feather, the depth of mask and the spot size. And I'm sure that's attributed to the acceptance of having fleck birds and using them in your breeding program. I'm not saying you show them, but you certainly put them in your breeding program. Okay. Now, this is where it becomes hard when you have birds, like we can see in the grey-green class, that don't sit on the perch. Right, they cause all sorts of problems. Remember, this is an exhibition budgerigar, so the bird must have to be able to sit on the perch, show off what it looks like so that you can see the conformation, you can see all the attributes that make him or her a good exhibition budgerigar. Okay, now you can see in the light greens, you've got the judges looking at the birds closely now. Okay, they're doing little things like making sure that they have the correct number of flights in the wing. And what I mean by there, if a bird is missing one flight, it doesn't seem to be a problem. But if it's missing two or more, then it falls under the category of being disqualified for not being a complete budgerigar. Okay, so they're having a close look. You can see they're trying to get birds that... Oh, nice picture of their back. Okay. All right. So we've seen a move there. We've seen C move up to 1st place, and the bird that was in 1st place dropped down. Now, I can only imagine that the bird in B isn't totally complete. But you can see all those birds in first, second and third in the light greens are outstanding exhibition budgerigars. C has a slightly longer mask and bigger spots than H. And here we go, we're seeing that bird moving down further. So obviously there's an issue. To go from first place down to fourth, there's something not quite right. We can't see because we're not close enough, but I expect it might be that he's perhaps missing a flight on the outside wing. Okay. But you can see there's quality all through, where if you look at the grey-greens, we're looking at Q and P, which are on the bottom row, and they are quality budgerigars in their own right. And that's what happens. This is the ultimate in our hobby. This is what everyone aims for. You come along and you present the best budgerigars from your state competing against everybody else. Okay. Right, so at this point in time, in the greens, we have the bird from South Australia. We have two birds from South Australia actually in first and second place. Then we have a bird from South Queensland in third. Oh, they're moving too fast, but they're coming for me to keep up. Okay. Do you notice that as the pairs work, one person tends to work the birds while the other one stands back and watches? But what you'll find is that they're communicating together the whole time. It is not just one person's opinion out there. Likewise, you don't need both people in there with their stick looking, and I suspect what they're looking at the moment is just making sure that all the birds have the appropriate rings, no extra rings. Okay, at this level there should only be one ring on the bird's foot. At some state levels you can have two being the closed ANBC ring plus a ring for special identification. Right. Okay, let's look at the grey-greens, and now we haven't been watching them unfortunately, but I suspect what they've been doing is going through, right, and sorting out the top row. Okay, the top row is the initial better birds, and they're looking to see what order they should be placed in. Okay, it's interesting. I've got a note in front of me here that I thought the strongest budgery in that class, in the grey-green class, was N. And guess what? That was the bird that they brought up from the bottom row. They put it into fourth, and it is just slowly worked its way to the front. So we have N in the first position at this point in time. While we go back the light greens, we've got C, H, and U. Okay. Now that bird that was initially running first has been moved further down, so that must be a bit of disappointment for the owner of B. But as I said, I suspect that bird probably has a feather missing, a flight feather missing. It was the only thing that I could visibly see. Okay. Okay. Right. Now you can see as the judges have moved away, we've got F, G, and remember F is from South Queensland. Moving along, D, once again running up and down the cage, really not helping anyone at this point in time. B, now you've got E, the bird in E. Have a look at him. You see how he's flapping his wings and he's compressed his feathers? You find he's just stressing out just a little bit. But good judges will still see that he is a good budgie. N. Have a look at N. He's a standout bird, isn't he? Right. What he is a bird that is very square from the shoulders right through to the top. You'll notice that his cap feather goes way past the back of the eye, right, and his mask. There is a correlation between mask length and cap feather. If you study closely, what you'll find is that the length of mask from the sear to the bottom of the spots should ultimately relate to the same length of mask from the sear to the back of the cap. Okay, the longer the length of mask, the longer the cap feather. Okay. N's another strong bird. Okay, we've got C. C is the hen, so we've got two cocks in front of... so we've got the cock first, we've got the hen running second. How you'd like to pair those two together, wouldn't that make a wonderful pair? And once again, that bird in E that's a little bit under duress, you can see by the way he's flapping his wings and pulling his body in, but you can also see that he's an extremely good budgerigar, just not coping with the pressure at this point in time. But you also notice that the judge aren't stirring him up, they're just allowing him to just relax. Right, in the light greens, they're moving down. So obviously they've got their first few that they believe are the strongest birds in the class. And they're working their way along. It'd be lovely if we could have those judges mic'd up, but then sometimes you don't want to hear the words they're saying. Okay, so we've had a move here. We've had a bird come out of 5th spot, 6th spot, and it's moved up to about 3rd, I think, 3rd or 4th. Oh, it's gone into 2nd. Okay, now what's happening? Alright, so currently at this place we have a bird from South Australia in 1st. We have a bird from South Australia in 2nd, so it's 1-2 for South Australia at this point in time. And you can see once again, like the grey-green, that light green is very strong and solid right through from the shoulders, right through the top, very square. We don't have that keyhole effect where from the shoulders to the sear, there's a diagonal coming inwards. We call that a keyhole effect, particularly when it flares out of the top. If you have a look at F, F's another bird of a similar shape. So you can see some continuity in the judging already. And I think that's the most important thing. As a judge, you want to see that they're looking for a similar type budgerigar. And obviously, what we all need to do is to reflect on what the standard looks for. And although we're looking for a standard of perfection, and it's very hard to breed perfection, all of these birds are closer to that standard than, birds with other shapes. Birds that are thin, don't have the shoulder, don't have that keyhole effect from the head upwards. Okay. There's only one problem with these birds. I don't own them. And I'm sure we would all like to have that quality of budgerigar in our stud. And that's what we all aim for. Remember, on this day, today, in Australia, these are the best birds in that variety. Right. Moving along, we've got F. F is another bird from South Queensland, so that's in 3rd place. And as I said, it's very similar in shape and visuality to the ones in front of him. Perhaps the big difference I see is that his wings don't sit down on the body compared to the other two as much. So the wings tend to just be a little bit raised. Remember, you can't get everything perfect. We're trying to, but of course, if you compare F and C, you can see the wings in C sit closer to the what we call the tail butt, as opposed to the birds in F, and even H for that matter. Okay. I'm not sure what the judges are doing at this stage because neither pairs are in our screen. But we've just been very fortunate to get close-up view of some excellent birds. I don't know about you, but for me, the light green is my favourite variety. You can have a look at N and A. Even N and A are strong budgerigars. P once again, very strong. The difference between P and C is the position that it sits on the perch. You notice it sort of tends to lay over a little bit. And that'll be one of the reasons why it's on the bottom row and not on the top. So here we have some movement again. So we're starting, and that was the bird, remember, initially, I'm sure. Is that B? No? What one's that? That's D. D was way further up. Okay. All right, hello. Now, here's something. What we've got here is we have all four judges going to one side, so they've actually gone over to the grey-greens. And what's happened there, I suspect, is that the judges of the grey-green class, which is Jimmy Fletcher and Malcolm Turnbull, I think what they've done is they found a problem. Now, at this level, right, if the problem warrants the bird to be unavailable for scoring points, so disqualified or extremely penalised, it takes everyone to agree on whether that happens or not. So you can't just throw a bird out unless it's blatant. Like, for instance, the light green that I saw didn't have a tail. So here it could be there's a slight issue with maybe, I don't really know, but maybe it could be a toenail, part of a toenail could be missing. Right. I know I saw the hands going around, something to do with the top. So I don't really know. But the protocol for judging nationals is that if there is an issue, then all four judges need to be conferred with. And I think that's wonderful, so that there certainly can be no bias that one group of judges just penalise everything regardless. So you can see Nigel's having quite a bit to say. And we've got Jimmy Fletcher in there who's conferring with everyone, so they're all working towards them. Now you've got Malcolm in there trying to get the bird on the perch, so it's probably not playing the game now. So it doesn't allow them to see what the issue is as clearly as they could before. Okay. You think it'd be easy, don't you? You just get up there and go, oh yeah, that's the best one. But of course, it has to fit into the standard, and the standard of perfection is very detailed. We're looking for the right shape. We're looking for the wings to sit in the right position. We're looking for the tail to come out, the angle of the bird. There should be a gentle slope from the top of the head through to the tail. You don't want to see straight angles. You certainly don't want to see humps in the outline. So whatever the issue is there, and we won't find out until later on, but that bird in B has gone from first to third. So whatever the issue is, the judges have deemed that it's enough to penalise the bird. Okay, so that changes things a little bit. So we now have the bird in N in first place, We've got C is the Victorian bird still. Okay, and then B, which was the bird that was running first, is now in third place. So we will be very interested to hear what the judges have to say when it comes to the comments at the end, because they will talk about that. Because B certainly looks to be a very strong budgie. Okay. Now they're comparing the first and second at this point in time. Right, so just go. I can't lip read, unfortunately, but just looking at their hand action, I think they're talking about the mask. And it's just the little things that make the difference between winning and losing. Okay. Wouldn't you like him to just sit on the perch and just sit there? There is a breeder in Victoria that I guarantee you every budgie he ever exhibits sits on the perch. And that's Ian Hunter. He does an immense amount of training with the birds. And it shows because the birds certainly do respond. Okay, now what we're going to see shortly, I would think, and given that they've been working, 25 minutes, they've got to take the boxes from the bottom and put them at the top, and then they just go through and make sure that they haven't missed anything, that there's not a problem. Okay. So at this point in time, since I've been talking for the last 25 minutes, I'm going to hand over to one of my colleagues here, and that's Troy Holmes. Good morning, Troy. Yeah, so far so good. Interesting watching. The first class is always the hardest because you've got two judges who have never judged together before, and it takes a little while to just sort it out. And we had a bee in the greywing class that we see on the screen on the right-hand side now. That bird was in first right from the word go, and that was the bird that the other judges came over and spoke about and discussed, and it's found itself moving down the line. So there must be an issue, and from where I'm sitting, I can just suspect that it's missing an outside flight on both sides. The wings just look to be a little bit short. Now you can see on the light greens, they're topping and tailing, so they're taking the bottom birds, putting them up to top and the top birds down. And they just do that to make sure that they can clearly see everything and everything gets a fair go. Are you talking about your birds? Of course you are. Well, I haven't told anyone whose birds they are. I've told them what state they're from. But can I? Okay, right, okay. Well, I haven't mentioned anything, but you can certainly see the birds that have had training and the birds that haven't. And I would say your birds, Troy, sit on the perch the best I've ever seen them. Have a look. You're currently sitting in second place, so H is in the light greens, is the Holmes family. And it's a light green hen, and she hasn't moved. That's okay. Yeah. But you can see the depth of quality. Have a look at the bird in N. So it's probably about, I would say, 9th or 10th. And it's a strong budgie. The one in P is once again a really good strong budgie. A little bit old school, and can you see on the left-hand side that wing's just sitting elevated in the air, and that's what detracts from the quality of the bird. But very strong body, strong in the shoulders. Remember I spoke about earlier on that it's important now that we're looking for the directional feather, where the feather comes out from the sear and doesn't go straight out horizontally or vertically upwards, but rather starts to travel downwards on the face. And that'll be the difference between those that are going to win or in the top places and those that are further down the track. You know,
Now, a bit of movement there. R's been moved up. Is it what's going to push that budgie up over A?
okay. Well, it's a bit hard to see without R being on the perch. But if I look at A has an instant fault that a lot of judges won't like. And you see how its wings cross at the back?
Yep.
Now, that bird's relaxed and calm, and that's how it looks. Okay, so that is considered to be a fault in an exhibition budgerigar. But if you compare him to the next bird, he's so powerful. He's big and strong, so that's why he's probably in front of Jay.
Now, Steve, have we topped and tailed the light greens?
They're just doing it now. Yeah, this is it. This is the bottom row that have been moved to the top. So these birds aren't in contention for winning, but it still matters in the points. So even a bird that finishes in the bottom row will score points for their state, and that's very important at the end result. It could be the difference between winning and losing.
Now, can I just talk as a media guy? The production quality of this broadcast is absolutely outstanding. I mean, the commentary, without doubt, is one of the best I've ever heard.
At least 50% of it from Steve.
But the production quality. So if you're listening or you're viewing on this on a live stream, this is world-class quality.
Oh well, we're Australians. We expect that at the minimum.
It's a beautiful.
And also,
feat.
this is the third time that we've done it. This live stream's becoming a cornerstone of the Australian Championships, and for all those people that can't get here for whatever reason, and we have some really big names in our hobby missing today that normally would be here. I haven't seen Henry George, I haven't seen Gary Gazzard, I haven't seen Bruce Shepherd or Cole Flanagan from the Shepherd and Flanagan partnership, and we all know that unfortunately Bruce is going through a pretty rough time with cancer at the moment. So this opportunity to be able to look at the birds and to hear people talking about them is just amazing. It just shows what technology has done for everybody, not just budgerigars, but for everyone. Technology is here forever. Okay. Oh yeah. That's K on the top row in the grey greens now. That's unfortunately the bottom row up to the top.
So K is Ken and Janet Harris from South Australia.
Yeah.
L we're looking at is Ian Schneider. M we are Anthony Starcevic from New South Wales.
He couldn't be too happy with him sitting on the bottom of the cage there, could he?
Oh well.
Is that misbehaving or is it?
Well, it's not misbehaving, but it's certainly not performing.
Yep.
Cage J we're looking at is Peter Cross from Tasmania.
Okay. And
Okay, we're going to duck back to the light greens now just to have a look at them. So we're looking at cage C here, which is the bird sitting
from South Australia.
in South Australia. It is Dennis Lomond.
Jeepers.
It's the leading.
You'd love him, that, Troy.
Dennis Lomond, well done. Cage H is the Holmes family, sitting in second
that's
place.
pretty good. So, can you believe South Australia?
Cage F is Mitchell Bowl, so the Bowl family from Queensland. Cage M is Les Trumper from WA.
Is there a Victorian or New South Wales person?
Oh, I don't think there is at this point in time.
Jeepers. This could be
Is this controversial?
No. I think actually what you will find, and I'm sure the judge will talk about it, the most outstanding budgerigar in their class was a light green for Victoria, but unfortunately, between the selection last weekend and today, it's lost its tail.
Oh, no.
So, but that's the luck of the draw. I mean, the skill in this is getting the birds to be looking their absolute best on this day.
Correct.
And it takes a lot of work, and sometimes it just doesn't happen.
Timing and luck as well.
Yeah, that's right.
Cage B that they're looking at here is by R&M Vidler from North and Central Queensland. Cage D is Bud Cape from New South Wales. Cage U is Brett and Danny Card from South Queensland. Cage T is Alan and Chris Drew from New South Wales. And Cage K, rounding out the top 10, is from the Holmes family in South Australia.
God, they got half the team, haven't they?
Two up on the top row, Troy.
3 South Australian birds on the top row is a
row.
great outcome for SA.
Yeah.
Well, it is.
Not trying to be biased.
But, no,
that
but I
is
mean,
great.
without being biased, but that's 1 and 2, isn't it? So being this is the first of the 28 that's going to be showed here today, that's good points, solids for a South
That's
Australian.
as good
win.
as you could start,
So-
as you could wish for.
We know that we don't have sports bet or anything like that on budgerigars, but I tell you what, if you were a betting person, you might be looking at South Australia and looking at the odds.
I'll still take Victoria.
Well, that's why I don't have any money. You've got it all.
I know what's still to come. I know what's still to come. Interesting. I tell you, just looking at those names that you mentioned, there's some names there that I haven't heard before. So it's good to see that there are lots of different people getting birds into the national team and bringing them along to the Australian Championships here in Launceston this year.
Now, you two gentlemen know this better than me. Is this a longer one, the first showing?
Yeah, it's always.
It's always the longest?
Yeah, it's always the hardest. You've got 2 judges who have never judged together
Yep.
before, and they're just working out what they're looking for, what they like, what they dislike, and you have to find a meet in the middle, right? Often you'll find one person is very dominant,
Yep.
right? When I look at the pairs, I can see this pair's judging the green. We have 2 very strong judges, both with very definite ideas. So they are going to take a little while to adjust and sort themselves out. Now, interesting, Hughes moved up a bit further. That was one of the birds I thought was a very strong budgerigar.
You is from Brett and Danny Card in South Queensland.
Yeah.
What are the chances moving up further? Is that what the judges are looking at right now?
Well, I think so. I think they're just going through. I suspect that it's probably not going to go much further because the birds in front of it are really strong.
Yep.
Right. I don't know if you can see. If you look at the outline, have a look at from the top of the head going down towards the tail. We see we get about halfway along, and you can see a little ridge.
Yep.
So that tells me that his secondary flights are just not sitting flat to the body, and that will probably prevent him from going further up. Okay, and that is considered a fault. It's only a minor fault, but at this point in time, it's one that will make the difference when you've got the top quality birds in front of them. Okay, when we're looking on the birds on in the grey-green class, the judges are at L and M. Have a look at L. L is a feather-perfect budgie.
Yep.
He has one fault.
What's the fault?
His length of feather. It's what you would consider a fine feathered bird as opposed to a medium feather or a buff feathered bird. So if his feathers were 1/2 centimetre longer all over, he's a super, super duper budgie.
Wow.
But that's the difference, right? Is that bird a valuable bird to have in your stud? Most definitely. If you've got these really big, rough, coarse feathered birds, it's an ideal mate. So we need to have in our stud, we need to have a cross-section of birds. They can't all be the same. If they're all, say, big and buff and long-feathered, then you would start to produce a stud of birds that has faults because everything keeps intensifying. So in a good stud, you'll have the big, buffy, coarse-feathered birds. You'll have the fine ones like that, and they will be very important to secure the stud has an evenness about it. Okay. Now, okay, there's still moving birds around, which is unusual at this point in time. You would have thought that they'd be getting close to being settled.
We're close to an hour in, aren't we? So
well, yeah, we're 40 minutes in.
Yeah.
But this is always going to be the longest class,
longest one.
the first one.
Yeah. Now, we've just come from a live broadcast with Weekend Sunrise.
Yeah, how'd
so
that go?
It went beautifully. So, you know, budgies are on the national agenda. They
Do you
really
know?
are.
Do you know? We were talking last night. You know, one of the great things, and I was talking to a neurosurgeon last night. Right, he breeds budgerigars, and he was saying for him, what they represent, right, is a stress release.
Yes.
He goes, my mental health changes the moment I walk into the bird room, and I'm responsible for this little life, and I'm responsible for how ultimately it looks at the end. And I think that's what the appeal of budgerigars is becoming more and more focused upon, is the stress release that owning an animal and being totally responsible for its outcome.
I hope the neurosurgeon is also responsible for the one that's laying on his bed in front of him when he's operating. But
I'm sure.
I get what it is, because it's a highly stressful job, and it's amazing too meeting the people down here in Lonnie last night on the perch. Was the breadth and difference in the kind of breeders and the kind of people that are involved in budgerigars. You mentioned neurosurgeon. You know, there's mechanics. There's
hairdressers.
Business executives. There's hairdressers.
Yeah,
there's media people. There's it's amazing who's involved, and I get the appeal.
Yeah.
I think that the stress release, and particularly in a world where mental health is such an issue. Any kind of release, any kind of way of dealing with that, it's such a beautiful thing. And oh boy, I think there'd be a few nervous people today.
Oh well, I think it's just congratulations to the people who get birds to the national.
Correct.
It is so hard to do, and then to have a bird like C sitting in first place, and it's been there for most of the day. It hasn't moved much. These judges in the light green class. They've been fairly consistent in their ideals of what they're looking for.
So that C, is that Jay Leong?
No. C is Dennis Lohman from South Australia.
So Dennis Lohman, he'll be sitting here watching. Is he in the room today?
Oh, look, I don't know. I haven't seen him, but I'm sure he'll be around somewhere.
But is it this point that Dennis is even getting a bit nervous? It's taking this long to get there? Or is it...
If I was Dennis, I wouldn't be worried at all, because they've had that bird sitting in first for a long time and they're not looking to change it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good work, Dennis.
Here we go. And have a look at this bird in M. Now, M has one little problem. See the size of its spots?
Yep.
They're tiny, aren't they? So it's not balanced. They need to be around about 1/2 centimetre in circumference. Or diameter, rather.
So when are you taking up your judge's role? Are you judging at all?
Oh, no, I'm not judging here today.
No?
No. My next appointment is a show in South Australia.
Right.
And then I'm heading over to Austria to judge at the World Budgerigar Championships.
Oh, look at that. Gee, I tell you what, and you think budgies can't take you anywhere.
Yep.
Budgies can take you everywhere.
I know. I mean, to represent Australia. Who would have thought?
But that kind of attention to detail, obviously for any judge, and you're doing it off a screen. They're doing it right in front of the bird itself. But I think the quality of this broadcast is just you can see all the slight imperfections.
Oh well, that's what you're meant to do as a judge. You're meant to be able to look at those things and say, this is the issue. This is what's good about the bird. I always look at what's good, not what's bad. And that's a key.
It's a good way to look at life.
Yeah, that's right. That's with anything. What's good about it, not what's bad about it. Okay. Now, have a look at the bird in B. Oh, unfortunately, James's head is in the way at the moment.
Here we go.
He's a really strong budgie. Now, why is he there? And I can tell you why. Have a look at the silhouette shape. Go from the top of the head, work towards the tail, and when you get to where the wing and tail join, what's the problem? We see that the wings aren't sitting flat.
Ah.
Right, and that'll be the sole reason why he's in that position and not further up. And I suspect that was the bird that was in first place at one stage and all four judges were conferring about. Now we're back to the grey-greens. And here we still have, once again, the judges are doing a great job because they've got the birds in first and second and third. They've basically been there for the whole class. So that gives you a lot of confidence in the judges. They see what they like and the bird conforms to what they're looking for, and that's where they've placed it. Okay. Unfortunately, he's still not relaxed on the perch compared to the others, but the judges have still recognised he's a top quality bird by having him in fourth position. Would he have gone further up had he been relaxed and calm? Probably, but unfortunately today he's just not doing it. And that could be because he's travelled from, where is he from? He's come from South Australia. So it could be that he's not eating properly, he's been put in cages with other birds that he doesn't know. They tell me that there was a bird in the Victorian team that was going around belting the hell out of everything. You know, that sort of... No, well, it's a female. It was a female budgie. And those sorts of things, they're the things that you have to contend with.
I will say, I was watching the birds as they were lining up, coming out first thing this morning. Very, very calm, very quiet. The carers obviously know to keep it down. And then once one sort of started off, the whole lot went. And it was like everyone got a little bit edgy.
Right.
They knew what, do they actually know what's going on here? Because, I mean, obviously you can only show them once, but do they know how serious this is?
I don't think they would know.
No?
No. We know, but I don't think they do. It's interesting, if you go back through the history of the normal light greens in the last few years, back in 2019, the winner was Jeffrey Leong. 2022, so there was a gap there because of COVID, where we didn't hold nationals. We had Ray Slade, and last year in Ballarat we had Ian Hunter. And I mentioned earlier on that there is an outstanding budgerigar that's unfortunately been disqualified. It was put down right from the word go, and you'll find that bird that actually belonged to Ian Hunter. So he's very consistent in the quality of what he breeds. But here we go. It looks like they're going to mark cages. So we have final decisions. So congratulations to South Australia, I believe. If the camera could come back further, we could see the winning bird. Right, C is the Victorian bird. C belongs to Jeffrey Leong. In third place was Ken and Janet Harris. Is it N? Who's the first place winner?
KGN is from Alan Kent in
Alan
South
Kent,
Queensland.
right. Well, Alan consistently breeds a top quality budgie, and he's a great bird, that one. He's very thick and solid, and he was up in first place for all day.
So the KGN is first, which is, as we said, Alan Kent.
Yep.
Jeffrey Leong running second. Cage H. Is that Cage H or Cage B is the third? I believe it's B. We'll just see if we can zoom in a little bit on.
I think it's B, to be honest.
It's Cage B. It will definitely be Ken and Janet Harris.
Where are we going?
Sounds to me like they're nearly ready to have the announcement, the official announcement.
There we go, the light greens.
So the light greens have been finalised now.
Congratulations.
So once again, South Australia
Dennis
first,
Lomond.
right, and South Australia second. That's the Holmes family.
Well done, Troy.
Yeah. No one ever
Kelly.
remembers a bridesmaid, though. Don't worry.
So what could you have done better, Troy? What did you need to do?
Look, to be very honest, South Australia is trying to finish with 2 birds on the top bench, so in the top 10 birds in each class. And for me, that is an absolute win. So I am absolutely wrapped for Dennis Lomond that he's won that for South Australia.
Yeah, it's a fantastic result. And
It
he's
is.
a strong budgerigar. And he was in first place right from the word go.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have to compliment both sets of judges at this point in time, because they've been very positive in their thinking in terms of what is the best and what is not the best. They haven't moved the birds around too much. And of course it's subjective opinion whether they got it right or not. But as someone looking on, I think they've done a great job so far. The only comment I'll make is it took a bloody long time.
Well, it is amazing, because I did hear, that probably on the average each class, is it 20, 25 minutes?
Yeah, 20, 25 minutes. You'll find that they'll get quicker,
Yeah.
I'm sure.
But it's the first of the day.
That's right. And I'm sure someone will have a little whisper in their ear and say, hey, listen, come on, we're going to be here at 6 o'clock tonight if we don't hurry up.
What do you mean 6 o'clock tonight? Well, we're heading. We're going to be here till Tuesday.
Yeah, probably.
I think there's a very smart way that they'll prompt the judges to be slightly quicker, and that'll be, you guys are going to miss lunch.
Yeah. Or there's a bowl of red in it for you if you start moving it along a little quicker.
I think we all consumed a bit of that last night.
Oh,
Some beautiful wine there.
that Hentley wine, Troy. That Hentley wine, and I know they're big supporters of budgerigars. Their beast is an absolute beast, I must say.
It is very popular. I think there was a lot of people last night who were very taken back by just how good it was. Very good red out of the Barossa Valley. Very bold red.
Big supporters of the budgerigar. Now, this, we're going to hear an official announcement from
That
the
comes
judges.
through very shortly.
Yep.
No, the show manager will call out the cages and their placings, and then we'll actually get a commentary from
The results of the
judges.
light green normal class, or I should say normal green class. Cage C is first. Cage H is second. Cage F is third. Cage K is fourth. Cage M is fifth. Cage U is sixth. Cage T is seventh. Cage B is eighth. Cage D, ninth. Cage N, 10th. Cage Q, 11th. Cage P is 12th. Cage R is 13th. Cage E is 14th. Cage A is 15th. Cage J is 16th. Cage L is 17th. Cage G is 18th. Cage S is 19th. Cage I is 20th. Okay. Cage I is DQ'd. And so is Cage S. I'll have to adjust that. I'll pass. Who's doing the first? Jim? Jim, you can take talk on the green. Okay.
Jimmy, you sure you don't want to do this first? You finished before we did. First of all, welcome all. Really great day to be here. So Nigel and I judge the greens. First bird, big, strong budgie, lovely top end, beautiful width of cap, depth of mask spots, showed well the whole day. Didn't do a thing wrong, just really nice, strong budgie. Second bird was a hen, thumping bird, solid, good with the shoulder, again feather texture, lovely cap, plenty of back skull, just a really nice solid hen, didn't do anything wrong. Third bird, really nice, in great condition, light green cockbird, again really good depth of mask, lovely shoulder, feather texture, powerful bird. Cage K, dark green hen, really good solid hen, worked its way up from the bottom row to the end of the top row and then continued to work its way up. Just got better as the day went on, didn't it, Nigel? Really nice bird. Cage M had its moments, could look really good at times, a bit hot and cold, but a really strong bird all the same. Quite a nice class, really strong class of greens. Few feathers missing, like a few flights missing here and there. Little bit of, the birds had obviously been prepared really well, but you could tell some of them still had some gaps in the cap and things like that, but a really good class of greens. Unfortunately, we had to DQ a really strong light green cockbird that would have been in that top 3 or 4 birds. No tail. Really unfortunate as a judge when you come across something like that, but there's absolutely nothing we can do. But we can acknowledge that it's an extremely good bird. So thank you all very much. I'll pass over to Jim.
The results of the normal grey-green. Cage N is first. Cage C is second. Cage B is third. Cage E is fourth. Cage G is fifth. Cage F is sixth. Cage A is seventh. Cage U is 8th, Cage D is 9th, Cage S is 10th, Cage K is 11th, Cage H is 12th. Cage L is 13th. Cage M is 14th. Cage J is 15th. Cage P is 16th. Cage O is 17th. Cage Q is 18th. Cage R is 19th. Cage I is 20th. And cage T is 21st. I'll pass you on to Jim.
Thanks very much, guys. Look, when I first walked up the stage, I walked past the grey greens, I thought, oh, we've got a nice class of birds here. And there are some really nice birds here, but there are a lot of problems as well. People have got lots of one tail, very short of that, and there are also, we notice overall, there's a lot of what we call transitional birds. So they're transitioning from the old style bird to the new style bird. So they're sort of halfway. And so we've tried to give them a bit of a lift along the line. We did have, you would have noticed when we were judging, we did have problems with a bird, one bird showing, and we'll talk about him when we get down to the third place. But the first bird was a very stylish grey-green cockbird, good style, lovely top end with good feather direction, really nice. He was stronger through the shoulders as well when he gets up and shows. Yeah. There's a lot of nice birds in this class that have got a nice spots and mask, but it's not wide enough because there's no shoulder on the bird. You've got to have shoulder on your bird to spread that mask out. So just bear in mind when you're breeding, you do have to have a shoulder on. And he had a cleaner cap than the second place bird. The second place is a lovely hen, really nice. And she's a sort of a hen with all the modern features that I think is going to breed really well because I'd call her a breeding hen, but she's very nice. We get down to the third place bird, big grey-green cock. He was going to be the winner as soon as we walked up his wall. Cage B for bastard, I said, but anyway. He had all the right attributes. You could see him on the floor. But could we get him up on the perch? And you would have noticed when we were trying to get him up, so we couldn't judge his deportment or any of that sort of stuff. His wing carriage. There's a few birds here also with wing carriage problems. But it was a bit unlucky, that big light green. And the other problem we had, couldn't see his right eye for a start. You put the stake in and put the judge stick up against his head and move it up and down. It doesn't flinch. To the left eye, he flinches. So he's either got a feather problem with the eye, or he's got that much feather, it's covering the eye. So you need you got to be able to see the eyes of the bird, but he's got a little bit too much. But he's a ripper bird, and he'd be the one I'd be taking home. But we got down to fourth and fifth. A lot of these birds are now, we're talking about transitional birds, where they're transitioning from the old style to the new ones, from the fifth place down to about 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th. Yeah, and fifth one had a tail problem, so that's why he was. Yeah, he could have finished high, yeah, for sure. So, good. Congratulations to those people who got birds on the perch, but it was a bit of a challenge in there. We found a lot of little issues that sort of maybe the birds could have finished a bit higher only half a day. So, congratulations to those who got birds in the top 4 or 5. They're really nice.
Ho, 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 ho. Amazing. It was that commentary on the grey greens. A little harsh.
Oh well, that's what. Ian L. Miller from South Queensland. L is the Holmes family from South Australia. M, Adrian Corner from New South Wales. N is Malcolm Loveridge from South Australia. O is A. Jenke from Western Australia. P is D. Poole from Tasmania. Q is the Holmes family from South Australia. R is Gregorio from New South Wales. S is Mick Gearing from Western Australia. T is Jeffrey Leong from Victoria. And U is Mike Gerber from South Queensland. And we can't really talk about the violets at this stage because the stewards are still placing them on the bench. But just looking, seems to be a bit of a slow process. You can't hurry. You don't want to upset the birds by rushing up there. And we have had in the past where a cage has hit the floor, so we don't want to see that happen again. And unfortunately, that was a judge who did that.
Naughty judges.
Oh, well, he'll never forget it, and no one will ever
still
let
judging?
him forget.
Is
He's still judging,
Oh,
yeah.
geez.
Neil Love's quite a good judge. He's a national judge.
Oh, now you've named him.
Yeah. Right.
So in the Blues, I think probably, and as the novice, and I apologise to all the listeners and viewers today, I've actually been brought in as not a budgerigar expert at all. I'm just naturally curious. But the blue is the one I probably recognise from the family pet, the one that they seem to be more prolific. Is that right, or is it the greens?
Look, I think from the pet point of view, blue is the colour that stands out to people's eyes. Okay, it's uniquely something that you see in parrots, small parrots. Green is what we consider the wild budgie colour.
Right.
So, and blue is certainly something that stands out. And then you have
1, 2, 3. The next class to be judged by James and Nigel is the normal blue class, and the class by Jim and Rod is the normal violet class.
Just before we go any further, Troy, do you want to read out the violets, the cage number, and who the exhibit and what zone they're from?
Absolutely. So in cage A, we have Alan Jeske from WA. Cage B, in the violets, is the Shaw family from South Queensland. In cage C, we have Lynn and Errol Miller from South Queensland. John Hewitt from New South Wales in cage D. We have B&L Crosby from South Queensland in cage E. We have Gary Gleedhill in cage F from North and Central Queensland. We have Alan Jeske in cage G from Western Australia. We have the Holmes family in cage H from South Australia. In cage I, we have Jeffrey Leong from Victoria. In cage J, we have Whitney and Harris from New South Wales. And in cage K, also Whitney and Harris from New South Wales. In cage L, Alan Jeske from WA. Alan has all three sky blues or normal blues in here.
No, violets, I think.
Sorry, violets.
Yep.
Cage M, we have Jeffrey Leong from Victoria. Cage N, we have John Ennis from Victoria. Cage O, we have Gary Gleedhill from North and Central Queensland. Cage P, Peter Cross from Tasmania. Cage Q, we have Gary Gleedhill from North and Central Queensland.
So he's got 2 in.
He does.
Oh, no, he's actually got 3.
3. Ian Murfitt in Cage R from Tasmania. John Mully from South Australia in Cage S. In Cage T, we have the Holmes family from South Australia. And in Cage U, we have Ross Crack from Tasmania.
I'll tell you what's interesting, when you see the repeat names, so it's obviously those breeders are concentrating on this variety and they're doing the job well because they're getting multiple birds representing their state. So that's an achievement in itself.
Now, is that something common for breeders, that they do concentrate on one particular class?
Oh, well, I think that's what you need to do. You can't just have little bits and pieces. If you want to be successful, you need to have a number of birds from that class or that variety in order to produce what you require to continue on and improve. Okay, so now we've seen... Now, you notice the first pair judging the Sky Blues. That's James and Nigel. They're actually about 2 or 3 metres back from the birds, just looking, although they're talking to the show manager at this stage, they're just looking making sure ultimately they can see the silhouette, the outline of the bird, as opposed to being on top of them, poking sticks. And once again, now you can see the other judges, they're just moving back slightly, just looking. And when you look at K, you can see the silhouette shape, you can see the bird. Look at A, what do you see there? That's just a magnificent budgie. I can see it's got an issue already from here, but I don't know that it'll be enough to fault him. That's a super bird.
Interestingly, Steve, New South Wales have won this class 4 out of the last 6 times. So it'll be very interesting to see how they go this year. Last year's winner was David Dunn out of New South Wales. So be interesting to see how cages, what do we have for the Blues? It is Adrian Corner from New South Wales in Cage M, the Gregorios in Cage R, and the Hewitts in Cage E. So it'll be interesting to see how New South Wales fares this year.
Oh, well, they'll be trying, I'm sure. It's interesting. I can't remember a year when South Australia have jumped out of the blocks this fast. So it shows the strength of budgie breeding in South Australia. It's improving year by year. Right. So once again, here's CH running up and down the floor. That you don't want. Now, interesting, looking at the bird in H, I can tell that has a slight variation in colour. So that might be something the judges will look later on.
That blue and eye, that's gorgeous.
Yeah, well, that's the true violet colour. The one that we mentioned earlier on, it's a different shade of colour. And I'm sure the judges will look at that. Okay. See him running down the floor? He's a very different colour, isn't he? Right. So there's some strength there. It wasn't that long ago when you didn't see quality in
So while the judges are looking from afar and they're sort of summing up, are they thinking about where are the top 3 or 4 birds, or are they sort of getting a general feel right across the whole class here?
I think they're looking at everything, giving everything a chance. They're hoping that they sit on the perch.
Are they going to be standouts? Obviously.
Oh, well, there is, and I think we've already seen one.
Yeah.
Now, whether the little issues that I saw there are going to cause him major grief, I don't know. It depends upon the quality of everything else. Okay. Can you see in the sky blue class this is class 3, see the variations in colour?
Oh.
Significantly different. You go from sky blue to cobalt. You've got, I'm sure I saw a mauve there, which you don't normally see at this level. Now you can see. I earlier on had a quick look at these class of birds before the judging, and I chose 3 birds as standouts. My 3 choices were A, M, and T.
So A, Peter Thurns, Adrian Corners from New South Wales
is M,
and T, J. Leong, Victoria.
So we'll just wait and see. At this stage, A and M have placed first and second.
3 very strong contenders, breeders there.
That's right. There's a big, strong bird in C in the sky blues.
Ian Hunter
from Victoria. That's a big budgie. I think what you'll find with him by comparison to those in front, he's probably just a slightly older style of budgerigar.
Now, the cameraman at Weekend Sunrise, who was covering the national titles, he said that he grew up with budgerigars.
Right.
But he was looking at the cages, he was looking at the birds, he goes, oh my God, how much bigger have budgerigars got?
Oh, that's right. Look, the birds have changed, and it's like all species of animals that are controlled bred. They change, evolution, need evolves, and you end up with what we've got today. Okay? If that wasn't to happen, then we'd be still looking at the little tiny
little bush budgies.
Yeah, it's the same with cattle. You know, if evolution didn't happen, that we wouldn't have the cows producing the quality milk and the quantity of milk. We wouldn't have the beef breeds that provide the good quality steak that we eat. Everything evolves. Racehorses.
Absolutely.
The speed of racehorses today compared to what they were, 30, 40 years ago, and it's through genetic control that we get to that point.
I think also too, we've also got to remind ourselves too that there's all different versions. So these are the top 500 birds sitting here today.
That's right.
Right around the country.
Okay, now we can see here we've got judges conferring, and I'm not sure I can work out what they're talking about at this point in time. I suspect, is what I mentioned earlier on, there's a bird there that's quite a different colour, and it's whether it conforms to the standard. Oh, yeah. Okay. We'll have a look at the sky blues. Oh, no, they're coming back. Have a look at that. That is the most ideal modern face you can get in Australia at the moment. It is an outstanding bird.
That is Peter Thurn's bird.
Is it?
Yeah,
Okay.
he'll be very excited. He'll be tuned in.
Oh, well. I actually had the fortune of being able to judge that class last weekend at our state selection, and he was a standout winner, even with his couple of little issues. You can only penalise a bird for so much.
Is that Peter's issues or the bird's issues?
Oh, well, I think they both have issues.
You
There's no doubt about that. Okay, C, as I said, that's that Ian Hunter bird. It's a really strong budgie. Okay. You mentioned, the judges mentioned in the grey-green class, tail issues. We can see O has a tail issue. Okay. F, once again, short tail. So, and it's been a really difficult year this year to get the birds in perfect feather condition. And it's because it's been such a different season. We haven't had the rain during the autumn that we would normally get. And the rain certainly determines and helps in feather condition. We can simulate rain by spraying the birds, but the actual weather conditions determine what happens. Oh, look at this. Okay. Oh, well, but what's on 44? Yeah. No. Well, you can't because South Queensland are 1 point ahead of you.
Yeah. Look at South Queensland.
And little old Victoria, they're running in about 4th. Okay? Who knows? Okay. Early days yet. First two classes. Now we're into the the third and fourth class.
So it'll be interesting this year. Alan Kent, I believe, is selling out a budgerigar, so the grey-green national winner will likely be in an auction somewhere this year.
Oh, wow. Okay, someone's in for a treat because he's a super bird.
Mm.
What's that likely to go for?
Who knows? I'm not sure we need to talk about prices of budgies.
No, it's a contentious issue, isn't
well, it's worth as much as someone's prepared to pay, isn't it?
Well, that's with everything, though, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. You know, you can buy birds at $50. You can buy birds at $500. Whatever you're prepared to pay, you can find a budgie that's worth that much. Right. It's interesting. They've got that bird on the sky blues. They've got him sitting up there. And I know they're closely looking at wings, but I think he's so strong, he'll stay there. I won't be at all surprised if they ask the other judges their opinions. Right. And what the issue is, his flights on one wing are a bit short.
But they're present.
But they're there, and the rules state the flights have to be visible. They don't say they have to touch the tail butt. They just have to be visible. Here we go. Now, James has gone over to the other two. They're going to come over, and they're just conferring to make sure that they are making the right decision and that it fits into the standard. And he does have a second problem. Right. Okay, and there we've got the judge, all four judges. Okay, in the violets, when I had a look earlier on, there was a couple of outstanding birds. I thought F&B, M and L. I was a really good budgie, but it had what appeared to be a slight wing issue. But as I mentioned to Nick earlier on, when I looked at the sky blues, I saw 3 birds that really stood out, and that was A, M and T, and then there was a 4th bird I thought was a good budgie, but he was a bit of an older style of bird with a couple of issues, and that was the big one in C.
Look at that, A, M and C up on the top.
Well, there we go. Still, they've got to find T yet, but you can see I don't think they'll have a problem with, even with these 2 little issues, I don't think they'll have a problem with the winning bird or A. And here we are back at the violets.
So if we want to walk through the violets here, in cage A, we have the bird from Alan Jeske. In cage G, we have the bird from Alan Jeske. So Alan's sitting 1-2 at the moment.
Okay.
Go Ellen.
That's pretty amazing.
WA, here we go. Cage L is Alan Jeske, 1, 2, 3.
Cheapers. Gold, bronze and silver. Bring it home, Ellen. Very early still.
In cage, in 4th place at the moment, we have the Shaw family from South Queensland. In 5th place, we have cage D, which is John Hewitt from New South Wales. In 6th place, we have cage E from B&L Crosby in South Queensland.
Okay, you can see he has a silhouette problem. He's got a bit what we call a hinge tail. That's where the tail doesn't follow all the way through but drops off to a different angle. And that'll be the reason why he's placed further down the track rather than higher. So you can see they're still working their way through. Both teams are just starting to sort through the birds. They've roughly placed them in the order that they like the look of. So they'll have a top 8 or 9 or 10 on the top, and then they'll have the others at the bottom. All right. Okay. Here we go. Now we've got interesting. Ooh. And what bird was that one?
G is the bird from Jeske.
Right. Yep. That's a good budgie, isn't it?
It's a beautiful colour.
Yeah. And it looks like he's in a superb
1, 2,
condition.
3. Yep.
Al's got great colour too.
B is the Shaw family.
Yeah. Okay. Al has that finer feather we spoke about earlier on. You know, if it was half a centimetre longer, then he'd probably walk in and win the class completely. But it's just that finer feather. But once again, a very important bird to have in your stud. That bird is used to correct feather problems. So birds with extremely long feather, that suddenly the bird looks a bit too rough and isn't of exhibition quality. That's the bird that tightens it up and brings it back to exhibition quality.
The guy in KG is obviously getting his 10 seconds of fame there on the water.
Yeah.
Little X-rated vision.
It's interesting, Nick. You probably noticed that there are different styles of birds, aren't there? Oh. They don't look identical.
Yes.
Yeah, they are, aren't they? It's amazing, and just the way that and what the judges must be looking for,
yeah,
and what you define as an exhibition bird. is there any chance that, you know, a kid can just sort of just fall upon a quality exhibition bird? Because, I mean, you know, it's like winning the lottery, if you like, is it?
Look, it does happen. It does happen that someone comes along and they get a bird from one person's place and they get a bird from another person's place and they put them together and out comes this outstanding nest of birds. But that's a rarity rather than the norm.
Yeah.
The norm is years and years of patience, slowly building bricks, like building a house, putting them together, and you end up with a quality stud of birds. So you've got A-U-M, C-O-E and S. Okay. So they're still sorting out. Okay.
Bit of movement.
Well, it's a lot of movement. It's looking to me like it's going to jump 5 or 6 places.
Wow.
Now, sometimes that happens, right? You're judging a class of birds and you've sorted out your top row. You come to the bottom and all of a sudden you've got this bird that was perhaps running around at the bottom of the cage, running up and down. He's jumped about 9 places so far, 10. And I suspect this might be T. T was one of the birds I said. It has all the modern features of today. The only thing I could find was he was just a bit smaller. And I suspect he will probably end up higher.
Yeah, they do like him.
Well, it's... We'll just see what happens. Here we go, and you've got the violet. Look at that bird burrowing in the corner. Not doing itself any favours, not doing the owner any favours. The owner spent the last 365 days getting that budgie there at the show.
Is that Whitney and Harris from New South Wales and the Violets?
Yeah, I think so.
Gee.
He won't be happy, but anyway, you just put it down to that's what happens. M has a slight wing issue. Its wings on one side crossover.
Right.
CC, I mentioned earlier on when you weren't here that Ian Hunter is the master of preparing a bird for the exhibition. Those birds never leave the perch, and that's a great asset to have. Moving along. Yep, that's it. You run up and down the front of the cage. You're doing a great job for your owner, whoever G is. G in the Violets.
G in the Violets.
Alan Jensky.
Alan Jensky. Well, he's got a few in there, so...
From Western Australia.
Yeah. And this could be a big movement for Western Australia in the Violets.
Oh, I think so. They're pretty strong.
Yep. Now, Western Australia as a budgie club, as a group.
Okay. Yeah.
How are they going?
Well, they're a very small state in terms of numbers of people who breed in exhibition budgerigars. But they're so enthusiastic. They do everything right. They become involved. They're doing a great job. But certainly not the volume of breeders that we have in, say, Victoria and New South Wales.
And you would think that the climate would be perfect for it.
Yeah, I reckon it might get too hot.
Too hot.
Yeah. For these types of budgerigars, if you're breeding the little ones, perhaps not a problem. Okay. Now we're looking at the violets. Have a look at this leading couple of violets. They're outstanding budgerigars. And what beautiful colour. And I think that's the attraction of the violets, is the intensity of colour. Okay. And believe it or not, that's caused by the light reflection off the bird or off the feather.
So those top 3 birds in the Violets, Western Australia.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's amazing, isn't
it?
I don't know that I've ever come across that before.
It's incredible. Look, I should lay my cards down straight. I've only just come from Western Australia, 20 years living there.
Right.
Now live in South Australia, but This is something. If West Australians are listening and watching the stream here today, go down and find your local budgie club. Get involved. It's there's 3 violets here that could at the moment take out gold, silver, and bronze.
Yeah, as I said, I don't know that I can remember that ever happening before. Certainly, I know lots of people that have got 1, 2, or 1 and 3, or 2 and 3, but never 1, 2, 3. But as long as I've been exhibiting and judging, so that's a great achievement. I suspect we're probably at the stage where they're just about to top and tail the birds, and that means you're going to take the bottom row and place it up to the top and the top to the bottom so that they can have a closer look at the birds at eye level. And that's the issue. Right, so they're looking at birds at the moment that are down, and they've got to bend down to look, so you can't see the whole overall picture well enough. Okay, see the bird in eye?
Yep.
How its feathers stick up rather than sit flat? That'll be the reason why he's placed in that position. Now, I'm led to believe, we can't see it yet, that all 4 judges are conferring now, and I suspect it may very well be that bird that I spoke about earlier on, without seeing, that it might be because of the colour.
Right, in the violets?
Yeah, you have to be a violet, and there's a big difference between a true violet and, say, a violet sky blue or a sky blue violet.
But how do they get this far if it's...
Oh, well, that's
I mean, just to get to this point.
Yeah, that's right. How does that happen? Because it is a fine line between what one person sees and what another person sees, it is easy to make slight errors. But
bit like those AFL umpires when they're
yeah, is that around the neck
giving
or
around free kicks in front of
or
goal?
did the player deliberately drop his head?
But it is in the interpretation of the judge on
That's
the day.
right. It's subjective opinion, and we all have to respect the judge's opinion.
And we're
No
supposed
two
to,
are the same.
We're supposed to respect the AFL umpires
Oh,
as well.
yeah,
and
well, we never do that.
But no,
okay.
we do in front of the children.
Yeah. If you're on the losing team, you never respect them.
Well, as a North Melbourne supporter, I'm constantly on the losing team. So
I'm a Carlton supporter, so we've had years of wilderness.
I did enjoy the 99 grand final.
Oh, yeah, me too. Anyway. So I don't know. They're looking at the winning or the bird that's in first place at the moment. And yes, I know what they're talking about. What you're going to find, right, this bird has a slight problem sitting on the perch. And I think what you'll find is one leg or one foot is sitting wider than the shoulders.
Oh, my.
Okay, so it's a simple little thing. Or it could be that his claws don't grip the perch correctly all the time.
As minor as that?
Yeah, it can be. So it could be deemed a temporary problem, or it can be, if it's a permanent problem, then it causes lots of problems. If it's a temporary one, you allow it to go through. But yeah, I actually can see that it's this right-hand side leg by the way the bird is sitting on the perch. After a while, you get to learn certain faults cause the bird to sit a different way, or it kicks its wing up. Often a bird that has a leg problem, if the right-hand side is the leg with the problem, the left-hand wing sits a bit raised.
Now, in the case of that, and watching that, would the owner know that that is what they're actually looking at?
Oh, well,
conscious of
I
it?
suspect most people know.
Yeah.
Yeah, rock height, dude, you know I don't smile.
So we're back with the Sky Blues, and the bird from South Australia has moved up into second place, and that is the Troy Holmes family, or the Holmes family.
There you go, Troy back in the
bridesmaid.
bridesmaid position again. He's not actually here in the commentary box here at the moment because the Examiner, Tasmania Examiner newspaper's come down to,
All right, he's
to do a little
interviewing.
piece.
Troy is one of the shakers and makers of our hobby at the moment. He's, oh no, it's you that's moved up further. Sorry, so it's not Troy's.
That's Mick Grebber from South Queensland.
Right, okay. Well, it's a strong bird, isn't it? You can see. Have a look at him. Yeah, he's a beast of an animal. The one thing that's letting him down, remember I spoke earlier on? Spot size.
Yep.
Or the lack of spots, actually. It's only a temporary fault, but it's certainly one that will make a difference in the end.
Adrian Corner's sitting in third from New South Wales.
Right. And then you've got that Ian Hunter's bird there. As I said, he hasn't moved off he hasn't moved. He's been on that perch the whole time. By comparison to, you know, O and E.
Alan Jersky's sitting at O.
Yeah, it's the way it's struggling. See how he's flapping his wings, he's stressed. He's just running up and down the floor.
Come on, John Hewitts. Come on.
Yeah.
Mick Earing coming in at S. From WA.
Okay. Now that bird that was first in the violets is now worked its way down. So in the violets we've got L. L is still Alan Jensky from Western Australia, but his bird that was in first place is now down to third. So I suspect that that fault that all four judges are looking for has placed a fairly heavy penalty on him. And they'll talk about it later on, so we'll get to hear what the reason was for that change or that transition. Okay. Moving along, you can see they're having a close look at another bird there. What are they looking for? Oh, okay, so we're looking, have we got enough flights maybe? See, it looks, he's got an outside flight, but I don't think he's got any in between. Okay, the ideal on a exhibition budgerigar is that they have 7 flights, but the rule states they must have at least one of the 2 outside flights. If they're both missing, then the bird is automatically disqualified. Okay. You can see lots and lots of improvement in this variety over the last few years, or since its inception actually. Every year they get stronger and better. Okay.
So the West Australians still holding tight for the violets?
Oh, they are, but just the order. So they're still doing 1, 2, 3.
Yep.
But the bird that has been running first the whole time is now into third place. When I look at him, I'd say he's the outstanding bird, but all 4 judges were looking at him earlier on, and I suspect he has a slight foot issue.
Oh.
Okay. Penalised heavily, obviously, going from first to third.
But Troy, we've got a first, second, and third from Western Australia in the violets.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Now, as a breeder, when they top and tail the birds like you're seeing here, there's a little bit of reassurance. So they've worked out what the top row looks like.
Yep.
And they bring up the bottom row so that the bottom row gets the same opportunity in the same light to be at that same eye level for the judges.
And traditionally, do you see a lot of movement from here?
Normally no, but I can go back to one year I was judging in Cairns, and there was a bird on the bottom row. It was the second last bird, and we could all see that it was a great budgie, but it was running up and down the cage, up and down the cage. And the other judge who was judging with me went over to try and put it on the perch, and I said, no, just leave it alone. I said, if we stick it, we're going to make it even more agitated. Just leave it, and later on, if it settles down, then we can move it. Well, we'd gone through, right, we'd even top and tailed, and it was still running around. So we went up, and we were just about to place them in order, and all of a sudden, this bloody thing jumped up on the perch. So it went from about 18th position to first, and we'd actually left a spot there. We knew how good it was, but
just
we
wasn't
just
behaving.
no. And I just knew it's that sort of bird that if you start sticking it, it'd go ballistic. So we left it. He jumped up on the perch and he sat there. He never moved. So I reckon he wore himself out. He'd run his marathon.
Stephen Bradbury.
Yeah.
Just come straight through.
That's right. And that was the comment we had to explain. And because we deliberately left a spot for it, I said, that'll be the bird. If it gets on the perch, we'll win. And sure enough, he did. And I actually think, from recollection, that it was actually a bird owned by Lee Downing.
There you go.
I mean, it might have very well have been his first national win.
Well, this is to my point. I think they actually understand what's going on. I've got a funny feeling they know there's something
The
special
birds?
happening. Yeah, I think
Nah,
they...
hang on.
No, they've got a big
The
crowd.
brain is proportional to the size of the head.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of... You say that a lot about human beings. A lot of human beings running around.
Yeah. The trouble is human beings don't know how to use all their brains. It has to be educated.
Certainly a bit of discussion going on here with the violets.
Yeah, there are. And look, there's always going to be. The interesting thing about the violets is there's so many different shades, aren't there? Why is that? I mean, violet. But there can be 3 levels of violets. There can be the normal, the light, the dark, and then the double dark. Right. Okay, so they're still conferring. They're still taking their time. They're not hurrying, are they?
Stephen Moe would be at lunch by now. The breakfast bar would still be open.
I don't know why everyone thinks that I'm a speed demon, but in all reality is you know what you like, you know what fits to the standard, and you judge to it. The hardest part of judging any class of birds is the middle. Right? You've got your first 3, 4 or 5 birds that are stand out, and then placing the others in the correct position. And the correct position at this level really matters in terms of you score points for your state or your zone.
Look at that. South Queensland leading at 45. South Australia 44. New South Wales 37. So it's... one might say the minnows, if you like, are up front.
They are.
Oh well, maybe they're not so small.
This could be the championships that turns it around.
Maybe they're becoming, instead of minnows, they're becoming tuners.
Having a look up here as well, our event sponsors are listed there. Platinum sponsors, Media Stable.
Yeah.
What is it that you guys actually do?
Oh, Troy, that was well segued. We actually, funny enough, as media conduits to both experts and commentators and businesses and brands, but our goal is to have strong relationships with the media, and it's our absolute joy and honour to actually be involved with the budgerigar. And I think, we had the event last night where we did focus on the fact that there is a lot of genuine interest in where budgerigars are. So, it's great to be involved.
Looks like we've come back to have a look now. I guess a large overview of the sky blue and the violet class. There's definitely some movement going on.
Yeah. I suspect, we're still at a situation where we've got the birds from the bottom row have been placed to the top. So the movement is getting those last few. And as I mentioned just before, as a judge, they're the hardest ones to deal with, right? Placing them so that your team is getting the maximum amount of value of points.
Now, I can see in the shot that the carers from Western Australia, they would be, they know who their birds are, don't they?
They do. They're issued a sheet that will say, for instance, gauge A, F, and M. It's that sheet over there.
Yep.
And they'll know which ones are which, but obviously they don't have the names of the owners of the birds sitting there, so they just know where their team's placing.
So you can see in the feed, in just the very central part there, the 2 carers from Western Australia, they could go past and get passed away as security at a local establishment.
So what are you saying? They're big boys?
They are big boys, and they're you know what? This is the beauty of it. This is the beauty of this hobby and the fact that it can be anyone. It can be the neurosurgeon that we were talking about. It could be the local guitarist. It could be anyone. It's amazing. But those boys must be seeing and going, we're feeling very confident right now that Western Australia could take out gold, silver and bronze.
Oh, I think it's almost a late embers there that's going to happen. It would take something extraordinary for it to change. Okay. Now, what are they looking for? I'm sure they're counting number of flights, making sure. That's the judges on the right in the live feed, the violet class. Once again, see how they come to stand back once again, just to get an overall look to make sure that they're seeing the right silhouette hour shape that you need. You know, yeah. And you can see now we're focusing on the violets, and we still have Western Australia doing the most amazing thing here. We have 1, 2 and 3 all from Western Australia.
So where's this going to put them on? Where's that going to put them on the scale?
Oh, look, I'm not sure. Right, this is the top. This is the bottom row at the top at the moment. And likewise, if you go back to and look at the sky blue, the bird that is placed first and second, they haven't moved. No. So you can be pretty confident that those place getters will remain in that position.
Yeah, if we can move the stream over to camera 3.
Would be wonderful, as I said, to have a microphone and hear what the judges are saying, although maybe that might cause some controversy. But if they knew, and they, it's hard to try and anticipate what they're saying.
They've got stump mic in cricket, haven't they?
Yeah, they do.
They mic up the AFL.
Oh, well, I think eventually it'll get to that point where, some judges will have the confidence to be able to wear a microphone when they're judging.
Some judges don't even like to sing happy birthday. That was...
Well, Stephen will definitely have to be the ANBC's first mic up judge. You'll hear him walk onto the stage and say, "There's the winner."
Yeah. Straight to first place,
yep,
and he hasn't moved. And here on my preview, there he is.
So what's Sportsbet putting him down as?
You can't get money on him.
You can't put money on this.
No, you lose money to bet on him.
And by the way, there is no official book on budgerigars by any chance, is there?
I'm not sure, but those blokes down the front from WA may have a small off-market book running.
Oh.
They'd be pretty confident too.
I think it's a done deal, isn't it?
Looks
the
like
judges have marked the cages. So we got L,
which is the bird from Ellen Jeske.
Right on, Ellen.
Right. In next, I can't see. Is it
Cage G?
G,
which is Ellen Jeske.
Yep. And is it E or L?
I believe it'll be L, which will be Ellen Jeske.
Ellen Jeske, 1, 2, 3. And I'll be really interested to hear what the judges say about that cage L.
Do we know if Ellen's here on site or is he...
Oh, look, I don't know, to be honest.
We've just had a message come through from Rob Zlier over in WA. He said a big shout out to all of the carers and the unsung heroes working behind the scenes, particularly from last weekend, getting the WA birds there, supporting all of the clubs across the country. So thanks for that, Rob.
Well done, Rob. And there's your boys inside. Which are we? Oh no, we're not on that screen. Okay. Your carers are right in front, and I think they're going to be. They know now.
Of course they know.
Jeepers.
I honestly don't know if that's ever happened before. That we've got 1, 2, 3 from the same breeder.
Did Jeffrey Leong do it?
With the Latinos? Yeah, I'm not sure. But obviously, if that's the case, there's only been 1 or 2 who have done it in the past.
Very few, yeah.
Yeah, it's a wonderful achievement. Okay, it'll be, as I said, it'll be very interested to hear the comments from the judges. Well, I suspect Al that was in front for most of the day until all 4 judges conferred. has a slight leg problem, and that he may not be gripping the perch correctly all the time.
Do we have a text number for people that are viewing the feed to send in a little love and notes?
Absolutely. If people want to go ahead and message the ANBC, they can do so through Facebook. So the ANBC group where things are listed there, you're able to send a message directly. Or, of course, you can message myself or Stephen, or jump on our Facebook and make sure your message gets through. We've had Tony Vandenbrink from South Australia send through a lovely shot of himself in his lounge room watching the TV. Apparently it is noon somewhere.
Okay, well, we must be getting close with the Sky Blues now. We certainly have finished the violets and the cages have been marked. So I think we're going to hear from our show manager as he reads out the placings.
Results of Class 4, normal violet. Cage L is first. Cage G is second. Cage E is third. Cage J is fourth. Cage A is fifth. Cage D is sixth. Cage I is seventh. Cage B is eighth. Cage K is ninth. Cage M is 10th. Cage O is 11th. Cage F is 12th. Cage C is 13th. Cage N is 14th. Cage Q is 15th. Cage S is 16th. Cage T is 17th. Cage H is 18th. Cage P is 19th. Cage U is 20th. I'll pass you over. Rod will talk on the violet class.
Okay, they seem to be taking their time. I hear Rod Turnbull's ready now to comment.
Thanks, Dave. Thanks for the invite. It's an honour and privilege to be able to judge these birds this weekend. Violet class, we had some lovely birds, particularly in colour in a lot of them. Certainly the top end, some really outstanding colour across the birds. Before I go too deeply into it, the eye bird is not 100% happy in the cage. He probably could have finished a bit higher if he was a little bit happier. So the team carers of that one, just keep an eye on him because he's not overly happy in the show cage today. But first bird, lovely example of a variety. Beautiful colour, really, really good length. Shows well, could release a bit more often, but lovely bird, good spots, good mask, and showed quite well in the end, and a little bit longer compared to the second bird. The second bird at times can look a bit shorter, but he's got a lovely front end. And that's in the end what cost the second bird. When he shows, he releases, stands off the perch, looks really good, but then he'll sit back and look a lot shorter in the cage. So we took quite a bit of time standing back watching them. The first bird's just a bigger, stronger, longer bird and stands off the perch. Really lovely bird. Third bird again, super colour. Lovely set of spots and mask. Good bit of width in face. And he's just not quite as strong in length of mask and some of the facial features around with feathering compared to the first two birds. But the first three birds, really, really good. as far as variety. So we love the variety. The fourth one, lovely bird again, plenty of width, but his colour lets him down. So we've penalised him in the sense that he's not a really strong violet compared to the first three birds, and that's probably cost him a couple of places, because if he was really strong colour, he may have finished further up in comparison. The fifth one was our problem bird, and probably could have won the class, but one little problem. Probably 98% of the time he has three toes forward. We saw enough occasionally where he didn't do that, but his natural position is having the three toes forward. So it probably cost him 2 or 3 positions in the end, because he was right up the front at one stage, and then we tried to see that he didn't have the three toes forward, and then we spotted it occasionally, like I said. So, probably a bit unlucky on the day. If he had had the three toes forward, again, could have finished much higher in the positions. But yeah, congratulations to the winning birds and all the exhibitors that got the birds in the class. Strong class of violets, particularly the top end, so well done.
So it was the stance of the bird that let
Obviously
down.
It wasn't grabbing the perch.
A 1, 2, 3.
We
for
did get
WA.
it wrong. We thought we actually had Western Australia 1, 2, 3. I didn't realise that the one we were just talking about. I think it was
A dropped
went
from first to fifth.
Yeah, I thought it was in third.
There you go. So the first and second, it's not
Western
too bad.
No.
He
Gold and silver.
Didn't quite get the bronze, but
Yeah. And,
Great performance,
And
though.
they penalised the bird for not being able to grip the perch consistently all the time.
yeah.
So little things matter at this level.
Oh.
Yeah.
Just looking at the scores here. So first place we have Alan Jeske, second Alan Jeske, third is B&L Crosby, fourth is Whitney and Harris, fifth is Alan Jeske, sixth is John Hewitt, seventh Jeffrey Leong, eighth is the Shaw family, ninth is Whitney and Harris, 10th is Jeffrey Leong, 11th is Gary Gleedhill, 12th is Gary Gleedhill, 13th is Errol and Lynn Miller, 14th is Johnny Ennis, 15th is Gary Gleedhill, 16th is John Mully, 17th and 18th is the Holmes family, 19th is Peter Cross, and 20th is Ross Crack.
17th and 18th, Troy.
So my violets may have come from a pair of crests, which are very difficult to breed, and they're both crest bred. So the fact that they made it here was a miracle in itself. Thank you to our rosette sponsor in Tammy Edwards for the violets, and obviously the class sponsor being Trill.
Okay. I think we must be just about. Oh, they're marking that. They're dragging their feet. These two on the left, aren't they?
Cheap is there.
It's a birthday hangover.
Well, it's either that or they're just old and slow. I'm not sure which. Right, so they're marking the cages now, so it won't be very long. And Dave Ganser, who is the show manager, will announce the place getters.
So it appears KJ is the winner.
Oh, well, I
Which is
think
Peter Fern.
that was a prediction right from the word go. And I'm sure they'll talk about the issues that bird has, the minor issues that he has. Right. Now they're bringing in the next class out, which I think is the greys. This is once again another premier class. Always strong birds, always. You never see a class of weak greys. There's always some outstanding birds there. And I've identified RPM. So we'll see
RPM.
Reps per minute.
That's right. So it'll be interesting to see. So R is Holmes family.
Ooh.
P, Whitney and Harris from New South Wales.
The Budgie Whisperer is called
And
you.
the M. Nutley family from North and Central Queensland. They were the ones when I had a quick look that really caught my eye.
So it'll be interesting. Bird R is the bird that got into a pretty serious fracas on the way here. So he spent the entire weekend being bathed, dried, bathed and dried.
Yeah.
All right, so these... just while the classes have... Obviously, we've gone with the violets have gone through quickly. Blues taking their time. The next one's being set up. We've still got to obviously wait till the blues are locked away and announced before the next one goes.
That's right.
Yeah.
Be interesting though, so you would expect that to be the normal yellow face on the right hand side of the screen, but they may have loaded up the greys.
I think they've loaded up. No. The greys come.
The grey, so that is
Yeah, they just follow in the matrix order.
yeah, so sky blue, violet, grey.
Oh,
The
yeah.
results of the
I know.
normal blue class. KJ is first. Cage M is second. Cage U is third. Cage C is fourth. Cage O is fifth. Cage S is sixth. Cage R is seventh. Cage E is eighth. Cage I is ninth. Cage T is 10th. Cage F is 11th. Cage L is 12th. Cage N is 13th. Cage G is 14th. Cage K is 15th. Cage Q is 16th. Cage J is 17th. Cage H is 18th. Cage P is 19th. Cage B is 20th. And Cage D is 21st. I'll pass you on to James for a comment.
How privileged are you? 2 classes in a row. I'm going to do a rundown. Nigel's just not probably got to it at the minute, only because he's a bit thirsty, so he's nominated me to continue on. So condition did play its part with the blues, but in saying that, really good class of blues, but condition did play its part from the start, from the first bird all the way through. So we were able to factor that in constantly, but still, obviously, we needed to come to a conclusion and work our way through the class. But the top row, there are some really good birds all the way through the top row, but even when you get down to the bottom row, there's still a couple of really nice birds with some really good features, but again, condition played its part today. First bird, really strong bird, lovely depth of mast, nice clean cap, width of cap, good shoulder, good feather texture, showed really well the whole time. So congratulations to the owner of that bird, really nice strong bird. Second bird, Sky Cockbird again, a little bit tick, but excellent depth of mast, good shoulder, feather texture, got better as the day went on. So it started at third, looked like it was going to stay there, but it started to really turn it on, get comfortable, show a bit more, and when it was able to progress. Third bird, again, condition hit it. It was missing probably too many spots or didn't have the right spots, which eventually did hurt it from second to third. But in saying that, really strong bird, good with the shoulder, powerful budgie, good body length, filled the cage, really strong bird. So if you got that, probably a little bit disappointed, but I'd be stoked. It finished third at the National. It's a really strong budgie. Condition did hurt it, but still good enough to finish third. Fourth bird, lovely depth of mast, good spots, height above the eye, showed well most of the time. Fourth bird, the Cobalt, we didn't want to muck around for too much. We got it to show when we needed to. It's only got one tail. It looked like it might go or we might end up losing it. We didn't want to do that to the owner and we certainly didn't want to do that to ourselves. But in saying that, worthy bird of being where it is. So, but again, if you look at the top row, some really nice birds. Even probably just missing too many flights. I wanted to say missing too many flights to penalise it, but not disqualify it. But not in good enough condition to progress. But it's got that nice round face, directional feather, depth of mask. Probably just not old enough yet. So it's still a really good bird. So thanks a lot.
Flipping to the scores on the blues there, you can see Peter Thurn is the winner. Congratulations, Peter. Adrian Corner from New South Wales came in second. Mick Grieber from South Queensland in third. Ian Hunter from Victoria in fourth. Alan Jeske from WA in fifth. Sixth is Mick Gearing from WA. Greg Gregorio from New South Wales in seventh. John Hewitt from New South Wales in eighth. R. Garner from WA in ninth. 10th, Jeffrey Leong from Victoria. 11th is the Charlesworth family from Tasmania. 12th is the Holmes family from SA. 13th is Malcolm Loveridge from SA. 14th, M&S Evans from North and Central Queensland. In 15th place, you've got Errol and Lynn Miller from South Queensland. 16th, the Holmes family from SA. 17th is the O'Callaghan family from North and Central Queensland. 18th is Gary Gleedhill from North and Central Queensland. 19th is Derek Poole from Tasmania. 20th is Derek Poole from Tasmania. And in 21st, we have Joe Pantel from South Queensland.
Okay, you can see how from one class to the next, everything can turn around. Okay. Oh, this will be interesting to see what's happened with the total scores.
Here we go.
Right. Well, we've got South Queensland on 80. We've got New South Wales on 79. All right. Next up, we have Victoria and Western Australia on the same, 69. South Australia on 62. And then there's a bit of a gap between North and Central Queensland and Tasmania.
It's been run from second to fifth.
Yeah.
Here we go. Look at that.
It happens quickly, doesn't it?
It does.
It only takes one or two classes to not be strong at, and then all of a sudden the scores change dramatically.
Well, WA's flown up the table.
Yeah. They're doing a great job so far. It's early days yet. Remember, that's only the fourth class of the day.
So South Queensland, I haven't seen obvious, but they're obviously in depth. They're picking up the points.
Alan Kent from South Queensland won the Grey Greens.
Right.
Yeah.
So they did get one.
Okay, so they're bringing out, and I think on the left-hand side will be the
So I think
yellow
we're
faces.
still looking at the stream of...
Yeah. Okay, so that's the next class that Nigel and James Bader will be judging. And you can see they're a little bit behind time-wise compared to the other two. So we've got Rod Turnbull and Jimmy Fletcher. They're already starting to work on placing the greys in order.
So it's the greys.
They're the yellow faces
They're the yellow faces at the
that
moment.
we're looking through. The greys are still coming out, I believe. on this
Gotcha.
Cam one.
All right.
So tell me about a yellow face. Obviously, they've got a yellow face.
Yep, they have.
There are two different kinds, though.
That's right, there are. There's the, and you're going to see later on, there's the what we call the English yellow face, and then there's the golden face. So the depth of colour is dramatically different between the two.
Right.
Okay. The skill of having the yellow face is not to have the yellow colour bleed right through the body. Okay.
So would it be fair to say that you, even just visually, the birds themselves are going to come from all different types of colours? It's
Certainly.
body-wise,
Well, you can see there'll be sky blues.
Yeah.
There'll be cobalts. There'll be greys. Right. There'll be anything on that blue or grey or white background with the yellow face.
So it'll be interesting to see in this class. So the Bowl family from South Queensland has won the normal yellow face class for the last 2 years, and the Bowl family has Cage O in the yellow faces.
Okay.
So they'll be looking for the three-peat here.
Okay, not sure that's going to happen.
What is Stephen's crystal ball telling us?
Well, I think I did have a very quick look. I walked past, and the bird that I really liked was the one that's sitting in first place, P. He's a very strong budgie.
P is G&P Dixon from Victoria.
Yeah, he's a strong bird. But we'll just wait and see.
KJ, that's currently sitting in second place, is Maddie Hollyoak from New South Wales. And Cage H in third is Wayne Steffen.
Okay. Well, the Bowl family don't even have a... Oh, they have one O, isn't it?
Cage O,
Where's he at the moment? I can't see where that's positioned at this point in time. But what a feat that would be. Okay. Well, you can see the guys doing the normal greys. They're not mucking around. They're moving cages already.
So GMP Dixon, we're looking at Matty Hollyoak in second, and then in cage H, Wayne Steffen.
Yeah.
Now, just watching. No, it's Yellowface. We're not on the stream there, but Kate. Oh, here we are. So
Yeah.
S from Tasmania. That's P Cross. That bird's. He's having a ball in there. He's having a dance. He's having a play. But that's not considered good, is it?
No, not really. You want him to sit on the perch, like the bird in B. Oh, no, he's just moved. But he's just happy to sit there. You just happy to sit there. Get your hand out the way, Jim. It's interesting. Okay, what can I tell you about the bird that's currently in first place in the Yellowface Grey is the Victorian bird from GMP Dixon. What I can tell you is that he actually finished second in our selection last weekend. The bird that beat him was a really good budgie, but he decided his tail to fall out after judging was over.
Was that
before
Heath
the
Chase
selection.
Moore?
Yeah.
I did see that post on Facebook.
Yeah, that was very sad.
Very excited to
win a class.
Devastated.
And then very sad to have it literally just fell apart after the initial judging before the selection of the state team.
It probably wouldn't be as hard to swallow knowing that the bird that ran second a year is now winning the national titles a week later.
Right. Oh, no, I think that might make it even worse. Okay, and you see Nigel and James, how they're standing back looking. And that's a really important part of judging at this level. Allowing the birds to just relax, not be stirred up by your presence, and seeing if we can get them to sit nice and comfortably on the perch. We haven't been able to get in close enough to see what cages and letters are being placed in what order at this stage. Okay, so they're still sorting them out. So we've got a bird that's on the top row going down to the bottom row now, and
Wow.
one coming up. Oh, don't be surprised.
Yeah, it's just amazing. That's quite a drop.
Yeah, oh well.
That's a drop and a half.
They're just sorting out, they're just trying to work out the birds in the top order.
The normal greys last year, the winner was Eric Whitten from New South Wales. It's been a real mixed bag, I think, before that. We had Ray Slade from Victoria, Henry George from South Queensland. We went to New South Wales back in 2018 when we were in Penrith, North and Central Queensland the year before, so the greys can certainly go any way.
It's interesting that every year the strength of classes changes. You know, one year you'll have the greys as being probably the most dominant class, right, in terms of the depth and quality, and then the following year it might be the Spangles. It just, ebbs and flows. There's no real reason to understand why, but it seems to always happen across the country. Each zone will present a team of really strong greys this year. Last year it was really strong Spangles. Not much activity, not a lot of birds being moved around.
You mentioned the temperature of Western Australia might not be conducive to good breeding. But South Queensland quite warm, humid. They're doing so well already at the beginning.
Yeah.
Is it? What is the perfect situation? What is the perfect?
I don't know that there is a perfect situation. I think ultimately what happens is whatever part of the country you live in, there is an optimum time to be breeding and there's a time when you're not to breed. I think more importantly, it's the quality of birds that you're working with. You know, Western Australia unfortunately is that far away. It probably doesn't have the access to the different genetics that are on, say, the southern or eastern seaboard. Right. The only way that can happen is if they purchase birds via knowing somebody or through the auction system. So they have a slight disadvantage in some respects. Tasmania can be very much the same. Okay, you see on the end the birds playing up, so they just try and get it on the perch. Okay, I still haven't spotted the bird that I was impressed with at this stage. We'll wait and see.
Now I can see, is that N in the greys leading?
No, I don't think.
Or is that a V?
It might even be an S, I think. I know
on your new glasses.
The light's not really good at this point in time.
I can see B and M second, but there's a bit of movement here.
Oh,
Here we
huge
go.
movement.
Here we
So
go.
H.
Oh, that's quite a drop there.
Yeah. It's early stages yet. H and L.
H and L.
Yeah.
So H, J Ennis from Victoria,
Yeah.
and Ian Hunter from Victoria. So the two Victorians up there.
No, both good budgies.
It's like a game of Tetris, isn't it?
Pretty
Hey,
much.
It's like
yeah.
Tetris. Get it fun.
So you can see the strength of those birds, can't you? Okay. They are powerful budgies. Both of them. One has a bit more directional feather than the other.
Now
H decides to play up. One looks to have a little bit more feathers, wing feathers sitting up, not sitting flat to the body.
M is the Nutley family from
Yeah.
North and Central Queensland.
He looks like a very clean budgerigar.
A is Aaron Forbes from South
Yeah.
Queensland.
You see where A looks a little bit different. His length of cap is shorter, and so it looks to be as though the feathers are just pushing forward rather than flowing all the way through to the back of the skull.
The O is Ken and Janet Harris from South Australia.
Yeah.
L, Ian Hunter from
Right.
Victoria.
That's the second Ian Hunter bird. So he's running 1 and 6 or 1 and 5, or 2 and 5 at this stage, or 6.
P is Whitney and Harris from New South Wales.
Yeah, I'm not sure that bird will stay there. I think it might move.
G is C and E Rogers.
Yeah. Okay. And once again, just looking straight there, you can see the tail is not following the line or an angle all the way through, and that'll be his biggest fault. Okay.
The K, L Trumper from Western Australia.
Right. He's not helping us. He's just running up and down. You can see the difference. You can stop and look at B because he's sitting on the perch.
Yeah.
K, you go, okay, well, he looks okay, but we can't really see because he's running up and down. All right. Once again, now you're looking, the judges on the left, they're standing back looking, discussing what they see. And there's a lot of that goes on. I can see the difference between the first and second bird are the flights and secondaries. But a powerful budgie. M has a little bit more of the modern directional feather that we require. A is a really strong bird when he sits on the perch.
Just getting him to sit on the perches.
You just want a little bit of super glue there, or a bit of blue tack. See, have a look at L. L is just doing everything. Who owns L in the
L.
greys?
That is Ian Hunter from Victoria.
Yeah, okay. Well, I've told you before.
He's
No one prepares a bird for exhibition better in terms of its ability to sit on the perch. They just do not move.
What do you do, Ian?
Oh,
What does Ian do?
Ian spends a lot of time teaching him to sit on the perch.
Yep.
he'll put the bird in the cage. He used to have a stubby in one hand, and he would just run his hands along the cage, up and down, making all the noise, having all sorts of disruption until the bird got on the perch and said, oh, that's what I do, I just sit on the perch. And the moment they sit on the perch, right, he stops.
Because you look at the screen,
Yeah.
there's movement everywhere.
Yeah, except his.
Except cage L.
Yeah, and don't be surprised if it moves further up, because it is a true exhibition budgerigar.
Oh,
There you go.
as we speak.
What did I say?
As we speak.
Because you look at it, it's commanding you to look, and look, it's moving 2 or 3 places. It's commanding you to say, look at me. Okay.
How far has he got up? How far has he got up?
So he jumped 3 spots, I think.
I think he's going
he's
again.
come back one.
Oh, going back one.
He doesn't have the body strength of the others.
Right.
And you see, by comparison, he's just a little bit shorter, but he gives it everything. He stands right off the perch.
Well, it's the 1%ers in the end, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's the
that's
little
right.
things that are going to get them over.
Yeah. By comparison to the one before him, right, he doesn't have the strength coming from the sear.
Gotcha.
I'm not quite sure where they are with the yellow faces, but it's certainly a beautiful looking budgie Q. Yeah, with the Q.
J Major from North and Central Queensland.
Yeah. Well, if he's in first place, he's doing all the right things too. Just sitting on the perch nicely, looking, saying, look at me.
There you go, a bit more movement.
Yeah. Right, okay. Yeah. So Q is the first bird on the second row now. So the judges are looking at the birds from the bottom row. They've moved them up so that they're at eye level, just to make sure that they haven't missed anything, that everyone is given a fair opportunity to be looked at the same level.
There's still a bit of movement on the greys. The homes moving up the ladder.
Once again, see all the birds sitting on the floor? That's not where they need to be. So there is a lesson for people that out there that are showing at this level. Spend time with your birds. Don't just put them in the cage and go away. Stand there, create some noise, create some disturbance, get them to sit on the perch. Because it'll pay off in the end, particularly when you get to this level. Okay. I suspect that it won't be too long before they top and tail. But once again, see, Al hasn't moved. And I'm sure you'll find his other bird that's sitting in second place hasn't moved. So we can all learn from that. Okay, now you've got 4 judges confirming. What are we confirming about now? I don't know what they haven't focused on any one particular bird at this point in time.
They're not far from putting numbers down, are they?
Well, I think they still need to top and tail, don't they? So they need to bring the bottom row up to the top.
Okay.
No, I think Peter had said they have top
have
and
they?
tailed already, so
Right.
they've obviously got the bottom row up there now.
Oh, that's in the yellow face, not in
Correct.
the greys. So I don't know what the issue was. So it looks like it's a bird in the middle on the bottom row that was causing some consternation.
Just received a text. Sunrise has just gone to air in Western Australia. Text from Western Australia. Sunrise the budgie, mate. We named the budgie Sunrise on TV. So they're watching it over in Western Australia right now.
Oh, how good's that? And that's modern media for you, isn't it? It can go anywhere. And I'm sure this live stream is going overseas. I have no doubts there'll be people in other countries listening in. And we have a very unique system here. Our system of presenting our national championships is quite different to any show that is overseas. Here, in order to get to the Australian Championships, you have to actually win your own zone in order to qualify, whereas in most shows around the world, anyone can show any number of birds, and then from that they try and decide on the best bird.
So we're just looking at the yellow faces here. We've got the cages that have been topped and tailed. So this is the bottom row. They're just taking a quick look at them.
Okay, and there'll be reasons why these birds aren't placed in the top 10. And it can be just simple things like just the size of them. It can be the fact that they're missing too many feathers, like I can see K looks like it's missing a couple of flights. Okay, now this is the greys. These are the greys going from the bottom to the top.
So normal yellow face. In first place we have G&P Dixon from Victoria. Second place, Maddie Hollyoak from New South Wales.
And look, there's a common theme if you look at the birds with the judges. You see the strength of the bird from the shoulders to the top. The shape is trying to be as square as we can possibly get it, which conforms with our standard. We don't see the bird angling from the shoulders to the top of the head, so we don't see a triangular shape. So the judges are very consistent, which is what you want. You don't want them to go from one style of budgerigar to another. You need them to be consistent. And as I mentioned earlier on, it can be, with the yellow face, it can be any variant of a white ground bird or blue ground bird. So we've got grey, sky blues, cobalts. We can even have violets.
So as we move along here, we can see, as I said, G&P Dixon in first place in cage P. We've got cage A, Maddie Hollyoak.
Okay. We've got the judges all four conferring again.
Cage H is Wayne Stephan from South Queensland. Cage U is Shane Sullivan from New South Wales. Cage O is the Bowl family from South Queensland. And the cage that they're looking at,
I think it's O. Oh no, it's not. It's the one next to it. And I can tell you that problem.
What is it?
Its leg sits outside the line. When the bird's facing the left, it's that left hand.
Cage M that we're looking at there is a bird from Peter Thurn in Victoria. Cage G is from the Holmes family in South Australia. Cage D is Jason and Wayne Wiedenhofer from South Australia.
Well, someone missed out on training G.
Oh, it had to come up, didn't it?
Yeah.
There it is.
Look, it's running.
So, Troy, I think you need a little bit of help from Ian Stevens in Victoria.
Ian Hunter.
Ian Hunter, I should say.
Yeah.
I did ask Ian at one point what he does to train his birds, and he said he buys a case of beer and he sits down in front of them and he runs his hand along the front of the cage.
We got that.
And he keeps drinking it. He just.
But you know what? That just makes me want to get into budgerigars. That's my idea of training.
It's like you had me at beer.
You had me at beer.
So I'm just reading the signs that the judges are talking about, and the bird that they're looking at, because of its leg issue, you'll find that it actually lays over the perch. It doesn't sit up off the perch. And don't be surprised if they penalise it for that problem. So it might end up further down the line. Okay. They're sure taking their time, though.
Yeah. Has anyone told the judges what time lunch is?
Tomorrow.
Well, they've got another 2 classes to judge after this, so they've got one more each.
Yeah, that's okay. And then we have a lunch break, and then we come back.
The difficulty is obviously for the carers. So the carers have a very short window of time to get the birds out of these cages, get the cages cleaned back up, and put the next set of birds into them, whilst also preparing the next set of birds.
It is a job. It's a job that not just carries a lot of responsibility, but it's a pressure job.
It absolutely is, particularly this break between the morning and noon classes on a Saturday. It's a very short turnaround. In budgie terms, it's akin to Wall Street.
Now, one of your carers from South Australia, the Budgery Council of South Australia, made a life member.
Last night, Doug Lang, yes, correct. So after 22 years as a bird carer, and he did a lot of work for us as a show manager over there at the Logan Shield, and obviously also being the national show manager when SA hosted the event. Dougie and his wife Ruth were both inducted as life members to the Budgerigar Council of South Australia last night, which was fantastic. Very emotional for Doug.
There was a tear in Peter Thurn's eyes. He'll say it was sweat, but it was qualified tears.
Dougie is a much-loved character in the Budgerigar community.
It was beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Great show last night on the perch, and well put together.
I think what's important is that there are such good stories about lots of people in our hobby. People who have been involved for a long time. They do a lot of work and hardly ever get recognition. So to have someone like Doug come forward and for us to hear all the things that he's done for the last nearly 30 years, it's just nice to say thank you.
I tell you what, the moment when he did, and I think he sort of kind of realised he was up for a reason, but wasn't quite sure what it was. That was emotional.
Yeah. It was. So KJO that we're looking there is the Bowl family bird. KG is the bird from John Ennis from Victoria.
Yep.
As we go back along, Cage F is from James Matthews in New South Wales.
Okay, it's trying to run the Olympic marathon, isn't it?
Cage M is the bird from Peter Thurn in Victoria.
Yep. Same problem.
Cage G is the Holmes family in South Australia.
Well, at least it's not running up and down, but it's not sitting where it should.
Cage D is Jason and Wayne Wiedenhofer from South Australia.
That's a well-behaved bird.
It's well-behaved, yes. Anyway, going back to what are they doing with the greys? Okay, they're still sorting out the bottom row at this stage. Not close enough that we can see what birds are doing what. What I do know is we must be getting close on the yellow faces, and certainly the first 2-3 birds haven't moved since the beginning. Once again, you have a look at that bird in 5th place. There you go. Look, why is it moving forward? A, the quality, but B, it's actually sitting there. So in the yellow face, O. The Bowl family. Yeah.
That's the 3-peat.
Okay. Well,
it could be a late runner to get up the list.
Well, I think it probably will move again. Don't upset it. And that's the problem, you see. You can overwork the bird with your stick and your hands, and all of a sudden you've got a bird who was steady suddenly becomes slightly erratic.
And just for the lay people out there like myself, the purpose of using the stick by the judges, is it to get them into position?
Yeah, it's to be able to lift it, say, from the floor up onto the perch, or move it from one perch to the other, or even sometimes as the bird flies, when it settles, the wings are in disarray, so to just smooth the wing down. But the bird has to be used to the stick so that if you put it in there, it doesn't go crazy. Once again, that gets down to the training. So they're just moving along now, just making sure, right, that the birds, and we're talking about the yellow faces here, making sure that they've made the right decision in terms of the order that they're in. There's not something that they've missed. You know, whereas we're still on the greys. The greys, I don't think they've done, they're just sorting out the bottom row. I don't think they've top and tailed yet.
Sincerely, the Ann Hunter bird in L has not, I don't think, stepped away at all.
No.
Can someone get a quick check to make sure it's still alive?
Oh, well,
no,
it's
I'm
definitely
joking. It's
alive.
moving, but it's just he's got to be the budgie whisperer, Ian Hunter.
Oh, pretty much. I think he's known for the fact that his birds will sit on a perch. All of them. I've never seen one not sit on a perch. Okay. Interesting to see when you lift birds up, you have a look at Eye. Eye's an impressive looking bird. Doesn't have the feather length at the top and the depth, but that's related to the depth of mass. See how where his spots sit in relationship on its body, it's closer to the beak than on some of the other birds, and consequently the cap length, so from the sear backwards, the feather length is not as long, and that's why he's placed in that position.
Do you think there's any movement there still?
Marginal. I can't see that they'll make any dramatic changes. Okay, and that's something that most exhibitors may not be aware. They've gone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then they start on the bottom row. They'll always take the 11th bird, put it up against the bird, the last bird on the top row, and just compare to make sure that there's not a reason, to change it around.
So that's getting a few texts in from Western Australia.
Yellow face. So they're now looking at the 9th bird. And there's Eye. So I don't know what they're doing when they pull the cage off the stand looking at. But I think they're pretty close.
Now, there's two things going on in Tasmania. Well, there's three things going on. The RSPCA's Million Paws for Walk for Paws. North Melbourne is playing Port Adelaide in Hobart.
Yep.
And obviously the National 2024 ANBC Championship Show. I just got a text in from Western Australia saying he knows that I'm a North Melbourne supporter. He said he's glad to hear that I'm at the Budgerigar Championship Show as opposed to watching
football.
North Melbourne. It's a better viewing, better show. So that was the text that just came in.
Well, they're marking the yellow faces now, and you know the judges have done such a great job because the birds that they've had basically in 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th haven't moved. So they got it right from the word go, and that's what you want to see at this level. You don't want to see them moving birds from one inning to the other, up and down, back and forth. So at this stage, the winner is G&P Dixon from Victoria, P. Second is A, Matt Hollyoak from New South Wales. And H we have third, that's Wayne Stefan from South Queensland. Right, I can't. So if we, I don't know if you get to see, but the greys, they've top and tailed, and they're now taking the first bird on the bottom row and comparing it to the last bird on the top row.
Something's funny going with the stream.
Oh well, that happens.
Bit of a dancing budgie on, eh?
Yeah, he's a rap dancer, that one.
Tick, tick, tick.
Okay, here we go. We just changed the feed. Interesting now, the bird that was first on the bottom row has moved up one place, so it got compared to the last bird on the top row, and they've swapped spots, and it's having the same problem now. The video feed's not quite moving, it's just stuck, so we might see a change. There we go. So there's the birds that, so P came up from the bottom row and is now moved up one spot.
The results of Class 6, the yellow-face class. Cage P is first. Cage A is second. Cage H is third. Cage O is fourth. Cage U is fifth. Cage E is sixth. Cage F is seventh. Cage M is eighth. Cage G is ninth. Cage Q is 10th. Cage D is 11th. Cage T is 12th. Cage S is 13th. Cage R is 14th. Cage K is 15th. Cage B is 16th. Cage I is 17th. Cage L is 18th. Cage N is 19th. Cage C is 20th. I'll hand you over to Jim. Rod's going to do it.
Done a pretty good job at the right time, hasn't he?
Okay, the two judges of the yellow faces are just conferring to make sure they can get their comments right as they go in to talk to you and let us know why the decisions were made. And they've just had to alter the scoring a little bit. I think one bird may have actually been disqualified.
Cage N and C, they were disqualified. They didn't get a placing. Jim will explain.
Righto. Quite a nice class of yellow faces, but a few issues along the road as we'll discuss. The bird finished first, the big grey bloke, stood up right from the very start. Really nice showbiz, really good exhibit. We'll talk about the third bird in a minute. Second place bird is a blue, a bit lazy at times, but he does have a nice face and deportment when he wants to carry it. There's a lovely hen in cage 3. Whoever owns that, my commiserations. She's beautiful, but she's in PQ condition, right? Piss poor. But she's a lovely hen. She would have finished well up. Very nice. Yeah, we can see where the carers have been working on it, and she's come up pretty good, but she's got lots of holes in the head and pin feathers coming through, but lovely bird, really lovely. The bird in cage 4, he's a lazy bugger. He's got a nice face, really nice face. I said to Robert, he reminded me of a blob. He's just sort of sitting there, he's blobbed in. He's squatting down on the perch. One in cage 5 was a very stylish hen, real showy, really nice. The bird had finished, we got placed in 6th place. How many people here breed whitecaps?
No, he's not. No, I agree.
Many? Not many. We suspect it may be a white-capped golden face, but we can't prove it. So have a look at it later and see what you think. But it's definitely got the colour is different. And if you breed double factor white caps, you'll notice they haven't got a white head, they've got a cream head, right? We think that's where that come down the line there. But there's some really nice birds here right along. Unfortunately, we did find 2 golden faces in there. I forgot to mark them, which is a shame. We don't want to disqualify any bird, but they're definitely white golden faces. So thanks very much. We enjoyed it.
Okay, so you can see they're still judging the greys, and we're about, here we go, we've got the yellow face scores come up on the screen. And once again, do you want to...
Sure. So GMP Dixon from Victoria in first place. Matty Hollyoak from New South Wales in second. Third is Wayne Stephan from South Queensland. Fourth is the Bowl family from South Queensland. Fifth, Shane Sullivan from New South Wales. In sixth, we have John Ennis from Victoria. In seventh, James Matthews from New South Wales. In eighth, Peter Fern from Victoria. In ninth, the Holmes family from South Australia. In 10th, Jay Major from North and Central Queensland. In 11th, Jason and Wayne Wiedenhofer from South Australia. In 12th, B. Sutcliffe from North and Central Queensland. 13th and 14th, Peter Cross, the local boy from Tasmania. 15th, Brett Dean from Tasmania. 16th, John Mully from South Australia. 17th, we have Scotty Erickson from North and Central Queensland. And in 18th place, C. Thompson from WA. So the 2 birds from Armin were both disqualified.
Now, it was disqualified because it was a golden face.
Yeah,
right.
It was. It should be in a different class altogether. So obviously they've not picked up that the depth of colour was far too rich. Okay, so that's a yellow face class done, and we're still judging at this stage the greys, and they must be getting close to finishing.
There's a potential Hall of Famer in the next.
Oh, I know.
Next lot is a potential Hall of Famer. Yep. There's our platinum sponsors here for the 2024 ANBC Championship Show. Media Stable, outstanding company, got to say. Kind of have to, I own it. Golden Cob. Is that the preferred seed?
Oh, it's certainly a great seed.
Yeah.
And Golden Cob have been an amazing sponsor for a number of years.
Fantastic. And Events Tasmania, for sure. And where we're on location at the Country Club. I tell you what a beautiful location here in Lonnie. You've got to say Lonnie, Stephen. You've got to say Lonnie. Yeah.
You don't say okay.
Because if you say Launceston, you sound like you're an outsider.
Oh, well, I am an outsider. There's no doubt about that.
Oh. We're here in beautiful Lonnie, and thank you to all the sponsors, because without them, we don't get to put on an event like this.
All right. Okay, and I'd like to introduce another commentator to our commentary panel, and this is a person from Victoria who hopefully this weekend ends up in the Hall of Fame, and that is Ray Slade. How are you, Ray?
Yeah, good, Stephen.
How are you feeling?
Very nervous.
Are you? Well, you've got a pretty good bird in this next class.
In the greys, yes.
Yeah.
It was sitting second, but Last
It's moved.
time I saw it, they've moved it up to number 1.
Right.
This could be
okay. So this could very well be.
So your wife right now is thinking, this is the last one. This is the last one for you.
That's you, isn't it?
Yeah, KGU is mine. It looks like it's still in first
1, 2,
spot.
3. The class that Jim and Rod are judging is the black-eyed self class, class 8.
Right. Well, here we are at this stage.
The
Things
big
are
one.
looking pretty good.
Looks like they
I
bring
think,
out the texter.
well, there comes the texter. And I need to be the first one to congratulate Ray Slade on not only winning the grey class, but also being an inductee into the Hall of Fame for 7 wins
7 wins, yeah.
at the highest level. And that's a very hard thing to achieve. Nigel, get away.
Nigel, could this be a change?
He's
No,
already put number 1 on it. So
Has he?
Yeah, that's right. Okay, they've certainly taken a long time to make a decision.
So everyone watching right now, we have Mr. Slade in the commentary box here. He's watching this live. He's seeing this.
the second bird is a Victorian bird as well. It's Johnny Enos's.
I love the fact that you're still thinking Victoria,
Yeah,
but this is for your title.
Yeah. Is this the first time you've won in Tasmania?
No,
Ray?
I won my first year in Tasmania in
Did you?
2016 with the Black Eyes.
Well, 2016, it's 2024, so what we have to say is you're very consistent in turning out top quality budgies, so congratulations on that.
Thank you.
What are they doing?
What are they doing?
I don't know. I mean, there's the problem, you see. You've got a bird, a top quality budgie, who won't sit on the perch, and that makes it so difficult for the judges. Remember, this is exhibition budgerigars, so they have to be able to exhibit.
This can only be good for our Slade.
Oh, well, I think so. I think, plus also they need to, you'll find that
They're done.
the
They're
guy
done.
on the
There you go.
left,
Well done.
congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, mate.
I'm not sure. I honestly believe that they were talking about the difference between the two, so that when they do their commentary, they know exactly what they're going to say.
Now, we had a chance to talk last night about the potential chance of entering into the Hall of Fame.
Yep.
How do you feel?
Oh, stoked. Absolutely stoked. It's when I got back into budgies in 2006. It's not something that I thought would happen. But yeah, pretty stoked about it.
Yeah. So last night on the perch, we did have a chat, and it was a suggestion there that, you know, if you do get it, is it the end, or do we just keep on going?
Oh, I think I'll keep going.
I actually think Ray's got a good chance for another class later on.
Well, you're in the next run.
Yeah, I'm in the next one, but it's not a chance. But tomorrow,
Yeah, there's a pretty smart bird in one of the classes.
Yep.
So could be a really good weekend for the Slade family.
I've had some. My first one in Hobart in 16 was really special. Then to win 4 in 2022 was just something.
It's a major
extraordinary.
achievement that hasn't happened very often.
And then to win this 7th one here is
Now, I've got to get to the real serious questions. What's going to be the drink of choice this afternoon or into this evening?
It'll probably
Used to be a
Canadian.
Crown Lager once.
It'll probably be a Canadian, I reckon.
All right.
Ooh.
Okay.
No, it'll be a Canadian, I reckon.
Right. Here we go with
The results of the
announcements.
grade class, class 5. U is first. H is second. M is third. A is fourth. G is fifth. L is sixth. O is seventh. K is eighth. P is ninth. N is 10th. S is 11th. B is 12th. Q is 13th. R is 14th. C is 15th. D is 16th. J is 17th. F is 18th. I is 19th. T is 20th. And E is 21st. I'll pass it on to James to speak on the birds.
Thanks, Dave. And yes, it is confirmed I've given Nigel a headache, so you've got me again. Greys, what a really strong class of birds. If you finished in the top row, you've actually got a really good grey budgerigar. So that much I will say. Some really nice strong birds through there. So first bird, as the day went on, it got better and better. It was really settled, especially when we got to the final call. It just really settled at the right time. Lovely depth of mask with the shoulder, shows really well. Height above the eye, directional feather, nice soft feather around the cere. Just did everything right at the right time, and a really good budgie to go with it, so congratulations to the owner. H, the second bird, really nice budgie, good depth of mask with the shoulder, feather texture, lovely cap, directional feather, width of cap. Probably just got a little bit at the end. We tried, just could not get it to settle. It was well and truly the second bird. Little bit unfortunate, but a cracking budgie. Just could not get it to show right at the end. Would have it made the difference? Not 100% sure, but we just could not get it to settle. But a really good bird. So if you own that, congratulations. Third bird, little bit of disturbance around the feathers around the eye, but in saying that, really good budgie with the face, with the cap, directional feather, depth of mask, shoulder strength, really good budgie, showed quite well. Fourth bird, again, very similar, probably just not quite the directional feather, but a really strong, powerful bird. Plenty of body strength, shoulder, feather texture, it showed quite well. Fourth bird was a hen, we really did love the hen. The hen just worked its way up. A little bit short in the tail, but a really strong hen. Lovely type, showed well, good depth of mask spots. I'll be really happy to own that bird. The bird down in S, we really did love the face. We saw it show once or twice early, but we just couldn't get anything out of it as the day went on. So it probably got pinged a bit before because of it. But a really nice, lovely face. Obviously really young, but yeah, really nice bird. But again, if you've got a bird on that top row, you've got a damn good grey budgerigar. So thank you.
Okay, well, what can we say? Victoria, first and second.
The next class to be benched here is the Australian Golden Face, Class 7. And Nigel and James will all be judging that.
And that means that we have on the other side, Class 8, the Black Eye. Or so we'll see both yellow birds and white birds, won't we? Okay, so I don't know if we can see. They're well and truly underway in the Black Eye class, which is Class 8. They've started moving some birds around. And I did hear a whisper that there's a couple of really strong budgies in this class. Traditionally, in the past, Black Eyes have been one of the classes that has been very hard to improve the quality of the budgerigar. But there's been a very concerted effort over the last few years, and we're now seeing birds of really good quality that would be competitive in other classes.
Yeah, interestingly, with the Black Eye here, I don't know that it's ever happened before, particularly in South Australia, but the state show was won by the Black Eye being represented here.
Right.
So, arguably, South Australia's strongest bird coming out.
Really? Okay, I've not heard of that ever before. So, I don't. What number would that be?
Cage P.
P. Well, we should go through, and I'll start. So, Cage A is John Mully from South Australia. B, we have Warwick Alexander from New South Wales. C, we have RNS Ogden from North and Central Queensland. D, we have G. Russell from South Queensland. Okay. Okay. E is G. Cuttrell, is it? From Catrali from Western Australia. F is R and S Ogden from North and Central Queensland. G is G. Russell from South Queensland. H is Jupp and Shearer from New South Wales. I is Vic Murray from Victoria. J is G. Russell from South Queensland. K and L are both from Derek Poole from Tasmania. Oh, sorry. KLM, so 3 in a row from Derek Poole.
KLM's going to rock you.
Well, that's right.
Yeah.
For those who don't know, they're a radio station. KLM. N is N Wheatley, Norm Wheatley from Western Australia. O is J. Ganane from North and Central Queensland. P is Andrew Swift from South Australia. Q is R. Slade from Victoria. R is Jupp and Shearer from New South Wales. S is Michael Smith from South Australia. T is N. Wheatley from Western Australia. And U, Vic Murray from Victoria. And if we have a look, we can see the point scores for the normal grey. So Victoria got the maximum points possible, which is 27. Then we go down to North and South Queensland with 12. And it'll be interesting now to see when the scores come up for the total overall. I think we'll see some movement in a couple of the zones.
Got a special shout out there to Chris and Ellie Rogers, who finished 5th in the grey class with the top bird from New South Wales. That bird's a split recessive pied. So for a normal grey to be split recessive pied and finish that high, that's a very good effort.
Just explain that for me, Troy. What does that mean?
So one of the parents was a recessive pied, which is a recessive gene.
Right.
So to be able to breed a recessive pied, you need the recessive gene on both sides of the parents. So the father may have been a normal and the mother a recessive pied.
Interesting.
Genetics, an amazing thing.
Well, that's just what the kids are going to get themselves into. Because it's more than just, it's a little bit of science, it's a little bit of nature, it's a little bit of everything, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's animal husbandry, as you say, it's genetics, it's the responsibility, it's commitment. There's so much.
And we're just having a look at the leaderboard here.
Oh, I see how it's
Victoria
changed.
and New South Wales equal on 119.
Yeah.
South Queensland on 115. South Australia on 90. WA on 83. North and Central Queensland on 71. And Tasmania on 32.
You'd have to say that the big improvers this year are South Australia and Western Australia at this point in time. Okay, so we've got the two judges on the right-hand side, so that's Jimmy Fletcher and Rod Turnbull. They've already started. They're standing there looking, and don't be surprised if they start moving the birds around shortly. Now, these are the last two classes before we have a lunch break.
Correct.
And then when we come back, how many classes are we judging this
Another
afternoon?
8, I believe.
Another 8, so we're in for another session this
Actually,
afternoon.
I think we've got another 10.
Oh, cheapers. So can South Queensland keep it up? I mean, 115 off 119.
4 points. That's 4 places in the next class.
It's
neck and neck. It's
that is.
absolutely neck and neck.
And is that typical for South Queensland?
South Queensland have generally finished 3rd, but in Victor Harbour they actually snuck into 2nd.
Ooh.
So South Queensland have actually won it once before.
Yep.
South Australia 3 times. New South Wales 9 times, and I think Victoria an astounding 32 times.
All right. What are we looking at right now, boys?
Okay, well, I've moved some birds around. So currently we have the bird from North and Central Queensland in first. We have the bird from North and Central Queensland in second as well. So you can see there are some actually good budgies there. And also some very good variety. and that's one of the features of this bird, this variety. It's the self colour without markings present.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking about that. Yeah.
Stephen, how taxing is it for a judge? Like, literally, this is now into their third.
I think by now they should pretty well know what each other's strengths and weaknesses are, and I would expect from now on that they'll be moving through a little bit quicker. You can see, I mean, just even a layperson can see that the bird in J, have a look at the tail colour. You see, it's very evident there. When you compare it with the others, nowhere near as much. That bird that they've got there at the moment, right, which way they're going to move it? I suspect they will probably move it forward, yeah. Okay. Because of clarity of body colour, it doesn't have that dark tail. Okay, it's pretty strong. I don't even know what number that is.
I believe it was P.
P. Right,
No.
so
Can't have been P as a white.
Yes.
no,
it's
S.
Yep.
Okay,
S
it's a
is
South
Michael Smith from South
Australian bird.
And A is a South Australian bird from John Rowley.
Right. It's a really good variety. I'm not sure it's as good a budgie, but and interesting that in between A and I is a white one. So in this variety, you can have black-eyed whites or black-eyed yellow. But the same thing applies. You shouldn't be able to see any colour through its tail.
So the white doesn't seem to be as popular. Is it as prolific? Or they all seem to be quite golden up there.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I've never bred this variety, so I'm not really sure. But interesting, from looking back here, you can see the bird in C. The colour intensity is like twice as intense as anything else there. That's an outstanding black eye.
Russell and Cheryl Ogden.
All right. Well, all I can say is congratulations, because wasn't that long ago that all these birds almost look like a wild budgie. So they've come a long way in a very short period of time.
So cage C, Russell and Cheryl Ogden. Cage O, being that of G. Giovanni out of North and Central Queensland. Cage D, G. Russell from South Queensland. Cage F is Russell and Cheryl Ogden again from North and Central Queensland. We've got cage O, is that an O or a Q?
No, it's a Q.
Q? Q would be Ray Slade from Victoria. A is John Mully. We've got the judges over conferring on this bird, which is the...
I can tell you why, because and this has been a problem with this variety. Someone a long time ago slipped some dilutes into this class, right? And so what that did, it created a bird that started to show dilute characteristics. So I know you can't see it at the moment, but I suspect that that bird probably has a blue sheen over it, right, and probably a greyish looking tail. So the dilutes are in effect a greywing, but with muted or diluted, as the word describes, body colour and feather colour. And so I suspect that to me, it looks like it might actually be a dilute. It's showing too many characteristics of a dilute. And one of the telltale signs is if you have a look at the colour of its feet, there'll be a definite grey colour.
That's why he's running along the
He
base
doesn't
of
want
the
to
thing.
see.
He doesn't want to see the feet.
But I didn't pre-see these ones, but just watching it running up and down, I suspect that may be the case.
So
Right,
interestingly,
now-
a lot of national level judges have looked at this particular bird. So it was judged in South Australia at one of the Shields at by Gary Gazzard
Yeah.
as the champion in that particular group in the novices. Wayne Wiedenhofer judged it as the grand champion at the Northeast show. And then Peter Glastonbury and John Mulley both judged it as a black-eyed self as grand champion, the best bird in South Australia at our state selections last week.
Yeah.
So that's the difference. That at a state level, it can pass all of that, and potentially that
No, these
might
are
be what they're
these are
questioning.
all national level judges.
National
so
level judges.
John,
Okay.
John Mulley, Peter Glastonbury,
Yep.
and Gary Gazzard are all definitely very highly
Well-regarded.
recognised national judges. So there would be some conjecture about it. When I've looked at the bird, it does have a white tail on top and a grey tail.
Yeah, it's got the
underneath.
grey one underneath.
Now, when you look at it, the white tail would suggest that it's a black-eyed self. The grey tail would indicate that it's a dilute. Now, can you disqualify it from either class? As far as I interpret the standard and I saw of that bird, I believe that it can't be disqualified from either, but we certainly have some of the best people on the task when they're looking at this at the moment. So it'll be interesting to see where the judges sit with it. Either way, it would be penalised for the degree of suffusion in the body.
Sure.
Correct, Stephen?
And that's exactly right. And it's placed where it probably should be. Doesn't matter that it may be a superior budgerigar. Because it doesn't conform to the standard, it has to be penalised.
So within the black-eyed self, you're looking at 60 points for type and various things, but then obviously 40 points goes towards the variety, correct?
That's right. And you would have to penalise it very heavily for having the suffusion, as they would a yellow bird that's showing lots of suffusion. Right. And I'm sure they'll talk about that bird when they do their summary at the end. Okay.
Well, if it was a horse race, you'd back it because it was so different to everyone else. Just in the
right,
colour
okay.
code. So let's.
Right, well, for someone who doesn't know budgies, you've hit the nail right on the head. It looked quite different to everything else there.
It does.
And as Troy pointed out, one of the telltale signs of that variety is the colour of the tail. One tail colour conforms to the standard and one doesn't. So it's a very hard. It's almost like, there are some varieties that are not meant to have cinnamon in it, but you can clearly see brown feathers in the bird. Albinos are a classic example. They're meant to be an all-white bird, but often you see the brown markings which almost make it look like a lacewing. Anyway, so here in the golden face, they're starting to move the birds around. And I don't know if you can remember back to when we were judging the yellow face. See how the yellow on these is more pronounced?
Yes.
And that's the difference. So the golden face is traditionally an Australian bred yellow face. And not wanting to lose the intensity of yellow, they created a separate class for these as opposed to the paler English yellow face, which was starting to take over.
Now, those two birds that were disqualified back then for the yellow face, the normal yellow face, could they have competed here?
Well, they should have.
Is this the class they should have been in?
That's right. They should have been in this class if they were up to the standard or quality, I mean.
They're gorgeous birds, aren't they?
Oh, they're pretty to look at. That vivid yellow. It really is uniquely to Australia. I mean, when you're all said and done, budgerigars are uniquely an Australian bird. But what happened was these birds were taken overseas. And how did they get to be better than us? Quite simply, they had a world war. And during the world war, right, so many people couldn't afford to feed the budgies. So what happened was the lesser quality birds disappeared very quickly, and people only kept alive the superior super birds. And it's from them that the gene pool grew, whereas in Australia, we still had plenty of seed available, and so we had lots of variants from top to bottom, and consequently we haven't been able to keep pace with the rest of the world until we were allowed to import.
So the bloodlines were reduced to just the absolute
cream.
Yeah. It's amazing that, isn't it?
Oh, genetics plays a huge part. Okay, that's an impressive looking bird in eye, in the golden face. It's a dark factor bird.
It's from Victoria. It's J and J Mastwick.
Yep. Can it beat the bird in front of it? Maybe. We just need to get the bird in front on the perch.
That's Anthony Starcevich's from New South Wales.
It's a strong bird.
Needs to get up on the perch though, buddy.
Oh, well, there's no rush. The judges aren't looking at it at the moment.
To say, to my point. They know what's going on here.
Yeah, okay. All right. I don't know why they're looking at every cage at the moment. Maybe just to make sure they've got rings on, and that's important. So every now and again, one will slip through that hasn't got the right coloured ring on it.
But how does that happen?
Oh,
How does it happen at this level?
Because some people don't look. It's simple. We're all human. Humans are allowed to make errors, aren't they? It's part of our DNA.
It's, I as a novice to all of this, the professionalism and the security, the organisation, I don't think I've seen anything like it. I sort of liken it to, if anything, the Brownlow medal, the security, the sort of the protection of all the votes and the way that it operates. It's very impressive.
Yeah. Well, I think the organisation owes it to the exhibitors that we do approach it in a very professional manner. We've got a vet available should a bird not be well. You know, lots of years of work have gone into getting birds to here today. Okay, I can't see. So on the golden face at this stage, the owner is Anthony Starcevich from New South Wales. We have I in second place.
J&J
Maswick from Victoria. Okay, so Victoria and New South Wales still polling very well. Scoring very well, I should say.
And we expect that for the rest.
Well, I think so. I think what you'll find is the major states tend to be consistently strong throughout. In order to win the Shield, you have to be placed, have at least your two birds placed in the top 10 in every class.
Yep.
You can't afford to have a class where you're when you're down on the bottom row, which is what happened in the light greens for Victoria, I think.
Yep.
And that's why they were so far back. So they've made up a lot of space in a short period of time. Okay, so there's still moving birds around. So we're going on the golden face. We're going a bird from the top going down to the bottom. So they're still sorting through. All right. Okay, the black eyes. They still haven't moved that bird that they're questioned about any further, one way or the other. So I think they've.
You think it's passed?
I think they've allowed it because it does qualify for the variety, but they've penalised it very heavily for sure.
So, Stephen, that then sort of brings into the judges that have brought it or rated it up till now, because judges obviously have different versions and different ways they look at it, but it's those judges that Troy mentioned that have got the bird to this point, they're all highly reputable.
Sure, national judges. And look, does the bird conform to the standard? Yes, it does, but it has one or two features it doesn't.
Yeah.
So do you disqualify it? No. What you do is you penalise it heavily, which is what they did. And that's the right thing to do.
There's the golden faces.
You know, it always comes down to this. If you have to ask the question, then it probably is.
Yeah.
Okay? So is that bird a black eye? If you ask the question, it probably is a black eye.
But it is the doubt, isn't it?
It's
it just throws that little minor hurdle.
Yeah. You know, you look at H. H certainly, you know, once again. Is it or isn't it? There are some quality birds there, there's no doubt about that. Still moving birds around, so that bird's had a 4-place jump.
Stephen, what's the class that any judge wants to judge? Is there a particular standout that they want to be a part of, or?
At this level, I don't think so. I think it's just a matter of recognising that these are the best birds on the day in the country. And you applaud people. You applaud people for getting them here. There's just so much involved. It's a whole year's work. Like I say, we have a uniquely different system here in Australia where you have to qualify to get here, whereas in other countries, anyone can show. It doesn't matter. Yeah. Right. So they're just a little bit behind those judging the golden face in terms of time, and they're still moving birds around, so you can see, sorting out the bottom row. So far, C's been in first place and hasn't moved from when they first moved the birds.
So Anthony Starcevich sitting pretty from New South Wales.
I think you should feel fairly comfortable at this stage.
He would like him up on the perch though, right
now.
now.
Oh well, I think you only have to get it up, for a short period of time. I'm talking about we only have to get the budgie on the perch for a short period of time. You don't need to go to...
No, we don't need to go to that level, Steve.
The bird in second, it hasn't moved. It looks great.
Oh, that's going to go down in
the
cutaways.
Forever, that's right. Okay, what are they doing now?
The A from Golden Face. That's Graham Elton from South Australia.
Yep.
Looking at that at the moment.
Okay. So you can see the variations of colours, certainly, can't you? From the double factor blues to the single factor.
So Stephen, again, as the novice here on the commentary panel, if you're sort of in that top 5, top 10, where do the birds go from here? Where do they...
Okay.
Back to the breeders, back into...
Yeah, they go back to the breeders, and the breeders take that genetic pool and they try and improve it. The problem with these varieties is that you've got to have the good self varieties to make them improve. So you've got your golden face, so you've got to have your good sky blues and your cobalts in order to improve them. Because invariably, they are a stronger variety of bird. Not always, but you do need them. Okay. They actually, this time round, they're moving through much quicker. The time frame is a lot shorter to judge the class.
They can smell lunch, I can assure you.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay. I just think they're starting to work better together.
Yeah.
Now they're trying to get that winning bird on the perch. And when you put it up there, look, it's a strong budgie.
Yeah.
I don't think that'll get beaten. Right. It's doing everything right when it gets on the perch. It's just bigger and stronger.
Yeah, he knows it's
It wins.
Yeah.
Well, I think it wins.
Yeah, that was one of your choices in the lineup.
Well, when I first watched, I thought, oh, that's a bird that'll do really well.
Yeah.
But I did see eye down the bottom. I mean, it's come forward.
Just want eye to settle a little there.
Doesn't matter. They have recognised it. They saw it before. They know.
Yeah.
And when we look at the others, they're still going through. Okay, there's a little bit of movement on the top bench there. For the black eyes. That's Jumping Shooter from New South Wales. They've moved up another place. it's really hard from us sitting back here to see, but the light is playing a little bit of variation. So it's gone, ours moved up further. So M, the bird from Derek Poole from Tasmania. K, there's another Derek Poole from Tasmania.
Here comes Tassie.
Yeah, I think they've top and tail. I think that's actually the
Yeah, I
bottom
think,
row.
I think you're right.
Yeah. Right, so moving along in the golden faces, so they're just about ready to put them back again. So
Put 'em back.
at this point in time, the leading bird in the black eyes is the bird D, which is
G.
Russell from South Queensland, and I don't think that bird's not been in first place since the beginning. O is second.
Jaguan.
From North and Central
Guinean, I should
Guinean, I
say.
think it is.
Yep.
From North and Central Queensland. Once again, another bird that hasn't moved. And interesting, the bird that they were questioning, it's further down the track than it was.
Let's move down, you're right.
A fair way down. Okay. That's the one from Jupp and Shearer. Okay, back at the golden faces, there's still a lot of conversation around the placing of the birds at this stage, which the reason why it gets hard is you see the birds just all racing up and down, they're not sitting on the perch, and it just makes it very difficult. So that's a big move.
That's Daniel Child from New South Wales. Big move.
Yeah. And interestingly enough, some of these birds, after a few hours in the box, they get sick of it and they really do play up. And you have to remember, some of these birds have been in that box since, 6:30, 7 o'clock this morning.
And it's a really great point because, what is their aviaries or their homes like traditionally? They've got more room. What's the...
Yeah, well, that's right. Most birds live in an aviary or long flight cages. They're with other birds that they know and they chum up and mate with.
Yep.
And then you bring them to this environment and you expect them to sit there on the perch and not move. But as we saw in previous classes, that can happen.
Yep.
It's all relative to the amount of time and effort you put into them. You have a look at the golden face C, the bird that I'm sure is going to win. It's not moving, is it?
Yep. It's Anthony Starcevich. I think that one is...
Right. It's certainly doing all the right things. It hasn't moved. So now they're doing the top and tail.
Top and tail now. So
well, that's always a good sign for the person in first place.
Yeah.
It's not often that they change those at the end unless there's something they've noticed all the way along and they're just waiting for the bird to maybe settle or whatever. But I think it's a really strong bird in first place.
Black eyes,
Black eyes are done. Wow, that's what we...
Here we go.
Okay, so the winning bird is D. G. Russell from South Queensland. O is second. That's J. Ganane from North and Central Queensland. F is third. RNS Ogden from North and Central Queensland. Q.
R. Slade from Q.
Yeah, okay.
Our new legend, Hall of Famer.
Q. C is RNS Ogden, so they've had...
two strong ones.
Yeah, I. Vic Murray from Victoria. A is John Mully from South Australia. John's a very recognised black-eyed breeder. S is Michael Smith from South Australia. That's not a name I'm familiar with, so it's good to see he's got a bird represented here.
Well done, Michael.
B is Warwick Alexander from New South Wales. And that's a big, strong bird. It looks like it's a hen, so that's handy to have one of those. M is Derek Poole from Tasmania. Well, it's about time Tasmanians got up on the top row.
On the top of the top row.
Yeah, we can't see the other ones at this stage, but I'm sure we're going to hear. So congratulations to the winning bird there. It was an easy winner. It went to the front right at the beginning and never moved.
Never did it?
And of course, it'll be interesting to hear the comments of the judges when they talk about that bird from South Australia. And I've been told that it's been a grand champion at a number of shows.
Incredible, isn't it?
Yeah. So I'm not sure who's going to do the comments there, but it won't be very long and they'll announce the places, and then we'll listen to the comments with great anticipation. But I'm sure you're going to find that it'll be because the bird, doesn't quite conform to the standard. There's still, now, by the way, this happens to be the last class we're going to have judged before we have our lunch break.
Ooh.
And I think someone will be able to tell us what time the live feed will come back on air.
The results of the dark-eyed self class, class 8. Black-eye. Black-eyed self class, class 8. D, first. O, second. F is third. Q is fourth. C is fifth. I is sixth. A is seventh. S is eighth. B is ninth. M is 10th. J, 11th. R is 12th. K is 13th. N is 14th. T is 15th. U is 16th. H, 17th. E, 18th. L, 19th. And G and P are DQ'd.
Okay, so they're still judging the golden face class at this stage, and the other judges are just firming up their comments, and we'll listen with bated breath as to what happened to the bird from South Australia that they disqualified. And I think you're going to find it's a bird that has won a number of major shows in the past, and unfortunately it's got here to nationals, and the 4 judges here have deemed it to be the wrong variety. But anyway, so it'll be really interesting to hear what they have to say. Okay, I'm not sure. I think Rod's going to talk when the time comes. And there's still Nigel and James are still judging the golden face. Okay. So after this is over, we're going to have a lunch break. And then while we do that, you guys can all go and have a cup of tea or a glass of wine or a beer, or do a quick flick to the football and see what's going on.
Actually,
and then we will come back and come back and resume our second half of the day, where we'll do another 8 classes.
I mean, as a novice to the sport, I'm fascinated by what the judge is about to say.
Yeah, me too. I'm a national judge, and
Well, Stephen, without prefacing what the judges are going to say, what are your thoughts?
I think they're going to say that it doesn't conform to the variety standard.
Yep. Here we go.
Okay, black-eyed self, really challenging class. We can certainly see, it is a challenging variety for people to breed, and we certainly appreciate those people who are attempting to breed this really challenging variety. We can see where you're trying to make improvements, trying to mix that variety with the style and type that you need for the better exhibition budgie. So certainly congratulations to the exhibitors that are breeding and improving this variety. The first bird, big style of hen, big strong shouldered hen, stood pretty well most of the day, and in the end this bird got the first place because it was a better colour and variety bird to the rest. What we struggled to find across the board through the whole variety was a lot of really true buttercup yellow birds that we're trying to find. So it was that colour that often moved birds in places, and you'll see in a couple of other steps next there's some birds that would have finished higher if they were better coloured and variety. So second bird, again, lovely top end, good colour, but not as strong in the body. So the hen was a little bit stronger in shoulder, through the body, a lot more body strength than the second place bird, but lovely top end. Another young hen in the third place, not quite the top end, and wing carriage let her down a little bit. So from time to time she got a bit lazy in the wing carriage and dropped them a bit, but when we perked her up, she would sit nicely on the perch and be in really good show shape, but not all the time. So it certainly let her down a bit. The fourth one's probably the best variety bird we have in the class, but is a long way behind in facial features, type, body strength compared to the ones in front. So we really certainly like the fourth one. The fifth one, lovely top end and would have finished a lot higher. This is the classic one. If we had better body colour, it would have finished much higher in the process. So body colour let him down. Certainly style, the features we're looking for in the exhibition budgerigar, but in this case the colour let him down in the black-eyed self class. We had a couple of birds DQ'd. So the second last one, G, was DQ'd. There's definitely more than 3 missing flights on one side in that one, but quite a solid black eye all the same. So flights in there, certainly wouldn't have finished on the bottom bench, that's for sure, if we had that bird. And the final one, the 4 judges, we looked at this, and as a judge, you tend to walk up to the birds, what do you see first? And Jimmy and I walked up, and when we walked up first, we said, we see a dilute. Nigel and James came across both similar comments. When we first walk up and look at that bird in the cage, we're judging the black-eyed south class, what do we see? We saw a dilute. Too much body colour, too much markings, spots, tail, but a lovely bird, like super bird, really nice. So yeah, persevere, but maybe not as the black-eyed. But congratulations, winning exhibitor, and anyone who's breeding this variety, it's certainly a challenge, so well done.
Okay, there you go. Well, that just confirms it, doesn't it? It's what you see when you first look at them that determines your opinion. And the mere fact that you have to ask yourself, is that a dilute or is that a black eye yellow? The fact that you've asked that question generally tells you. But I applaud all the judges because they've actually not just gone on and said, well, this is what I think. They've actually involved everyone in making the decision so that the right consensus is formulated. So, yeah, interesting class, and that's always going to be the problem. And that was a fault that occurred a while back when we allowed grey into the black eye class. Now we've mandated that that's to be removed, so that sort of issues should change in years to come.
Well done to G. Russell, South Queensland. You picked up the 14 points. Jay Gwinnane from North and Central Queensland, well done. Second. R&S Ogden, third. R. Slade, the new legend, new Hall of Famer, fourth. He doesn't really care anymore, does he?
No, probably not. Oh, I think he does care. This is the bird that won our class in Victoria, and it's got a really modern face to it.
Looking over at the golden face class now, in first place we have Anthony Starcevic from New South Wales. Second place, J.N.J. Mastwick from Victoria. And in third place, Carmela Nick, Carnick Budgerigars. Currently running third in Cage H. In fourth, we have Cage M, Daniel Child from New South Wales. Now, you may remember Daniel, I think, has won several of these before. He's a bit of a master at the golden faces. In Cage A, we have South Australia. That's Graham Elchin, running fifth. Just waiting as we pan along. Cage D is John Mully from South Australia, sixth.
Good to see the South Australians up on the top shelf.
Yeah.
I wonder what the four judges are
And
conferring
Cage E,
about.
South Australian. Holmes family. So we're fifth, sixth and seventh.
Looks like the judges are looking at one of yours, Troy.
It's actually standing on the perch too, which is fantastic.
That's the first time.
Stephen's not looking at it though, is he?
Okay. So we're going to have a very short turnaround. I'm led to believe that we're going to stop the feed once this judging's over. We're going to restart again at 1 o'clock.
I believe the governor is coming at 1 o'clock to formally open. So Her Excellency will be here to formally open, and I think as soon as she's finished at 1:10. So I had to leave the room previously to go and get the lutinos and dilutes ready in some spare cages.
Right.
So they've cobbled together some cages because obviously all of the other cages are still on display at the moment. But they've put the dilutes and the lutinos ready to go. And then I assume as soon as this is finished judging here, we'll be running off as bird carers to get those next number of classes ready for this afternoon.
So Her Excellency is here, the Governor of Tasmania. You've had Weekend Sunrise sitting here this morning. Channel 9 covered you yesterday. You've just gone out and done an interview with the Examiner. If anyone ever thought that budgerigars weren't interesting, weren't
of interest,
then you've got to go get your head read. It is unbelievable, the interest. But Her Excellency, well done.
Still a bit of movement going on in these golden faces.
Yeah, I'm just not sure. I would be interested to know what they were discussing just before. Yeah, okay. I just got word that 1:05 we're going to be back on air. So, yeah.
Stephen's going to be eating in the bathroom whilst...
Yeah, that's right. I do need to go to the bathroom. You're right, but I won't be taking my food. Okay, so these guys, look, they are trying desperately to get the second bird up on the perch. They have been unsuccessful.
Here we go.
So it ends up second. Would it have pushed first? I'm not sure that it would have, but the judges have done a great job. They've given the bird every opportunity to display itself, and it's just not playing the game. But when we saw it on the perch briefly a while ago, it's a good budgie.
Yeah. But Anthony Starcevic has been leading since his box has been there since the start.
Yeah, he was first and remained first all the way along. So congratulations to Anthony. I don't know that I've heard of his name being mentioned as a Logie winning before, so... Right, so even though we're going for lunch,
There's the next setup.
they're bringing the next classes up, and there's a reason for that, and that is that it's the Governor of Tasmania is coming to officially open today's national competition, and it'll be nice to have some birds on the bench for her when she does that.
Yeah.
7, Australian golden face, blue. Cage C is first. Cage I is second. Cage G is third. Cage H is fourth. Cage M is fifth. Cage A is sixth. Cage D is seventh. Cage E is 8th, Cage R is 9th, Cage T is 10th, Cage B is 11th, Cage O is 12th, Cage N is 13th, Cage U is 14th, Cage Q is 15th, Cage J is 16th, Cage S is 17th, Cage P is 18th, Cage L 19th, Cage K is 20th, Cage F is 21st. Pass you on to James to comment.
Hopefully you'll hear Nigel after lunch. His headache is subsiding. He knew he was getting to his session working with me, so that obviously gave him some relief, not the Panadol. First bird. A really, really strong golden-faced cobalt hen. Amazing bird, really loved it. Right from the get-go, it just stood out, popped. Really impressive bird, congratulations to the owner. Lovely shoulder, feather texture, really good depth of mask spotted, in really good nick. Showed really well the whole day, so congratulations to the owner. Second place bird, a really nice, strong, yellow-faced cobalt cockbird. Lovely depth of mask, good spots, some shoulder, feather texture. Again, really good example of how far and the progression we are making with the golden face. So again, congratulations to the owner. Third bird, a golden face cobalt hen. Lovely spots, really nice face and good shoulder. Really starting to move into the right direction with the modern day features, so really impressive. Fourth bird was a golden face violet cockbird. Again, really nice bird. Showed really well. He's certainly not doing it now, but good depth of mask, in really good nick, nice and clean, good condition. There's some really nice golden faces, especially on that top row. Even on the bottom row, there's some really nice birds as far as contrast goes. There's a golden face grey. Amazing contrast, especially for a grey, like really nice body colour, and the violet that finished 13th, again, really nice contrast. So a class that's a variety that's really moving in the right direction. Thank you.
Okay, well, that concludes the first part of today's classes. So we're going to take a 20-minute break. So be back at 1:05 when the Governor will officially open the 48th Australian National Budgerigar Championships, and we will do the second half of today's program. So quickly, run off, have some lunch, and see you. Grab that can, have a look at the football scores, and we'll see you back at 1:05. Bye now.
Total fire bans have been declared for 4 local government areas in Tasmania today. Fire warnings have been issued for the valley as conditions are expected to deteriorate. Strong winds and soaring temperatures are expected to heighten the fire risk.
Ewan, come inside, it's time to go.
Are you bushfire ready? Have you planned for your pets?
Ewan, come and take Valerie to your room like we practiced. Yep, and grab your backpack.
Contain your animals ASAP to ensure that they're close at hand when you leave. Prepare your emergency vet kit, ample water, medicines, toys, harness and lead. Keep vaccinations up to date. Ensure your animals are microchipped and have identification tags.
Hey Ewan, it's time to go. Let's go.
In this video, I'm excited to introduce you to our Australian-made Trill Mixin egg and biscuit. Trill Mixin egg and biscuit is suitable for a wide variety of birds, including canaries, finches and parrots, when fed as an occasional supplement to their normal overall daily feed. Trill Mixin egg and biscuit can be particularly useful during certain times in your bird's life cycle, such as when breeding, laying or molting, when they have an increased need for protein, calcium and healthy fats. At these times, you may increase the amount of their feed. Trill Mixin egg and biscuit formula is a combination of egg, super cereals, chia seeds, vitamins and minerals. The mix can simply and conveniently be added to your bird's daily diet as a powder or mixed with a little water into a paste. Best of all, the egg in Trill Mixin egg and biscuit are free range. My top 3 tips for feeding Trill Mixin egg and biscuit are: firstly, try feeding as a crumble by mixing with water and following the instructions on pack. Secondly, try feeding sprinkled amongst Trill Mixin veggies. Thirdly, always remove the feeding bowl once per day and give it a good clean.
official welcoming from the Governor of Tasmania.
Please be seated. Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's my great pleasure to be here to officially open this 48th Australian National Budgerigar Council National Show on behalf of our Budgerigar Council of Tasmania. I begin by paying my respects to the traditional and original owners of this land, the Palawa people. I acknowledge today's Tasmanian Aboriginal community and recognise their enduring culture and continued connection to land, sea and waters. May I extend a very special welcome to entrants from Interstate and around Australia to Tasmania. I hope you take the opportunity to enjoy more of our beautiful island state. Last year I attended and closed the 90th Budgerigar Society of Tasmania's annual winter show. I spoke then about the regal relationship between budgerigars and the Crown. This relationship started with budgies gifted to Queen Victoria in 1845 by John and Elizabeth Gould upon their return from Australia. Queen Victoria's son, King George V, was patron of the Budgerigar Society until his death in 1936. The late Queen Elizabeth's pair of budgies, gifted to her as a child, grew to a flock of over 100 birds kept in an open aviary at Windsor Castle. Last year at the show, I enjoyed looking at all the different species, so I can appreciate your dedication to owning and breeding them. Australia's fascination with the budgie goes back thousands of years. In fact, the budgerigar originated in Aboriginal dialect, meaning good bird or good food. Budgies feature in Aboriginal dreaming, art and culture. The Dreamtime story of the Walipiri people of the Northern Territory explains how budgies help them find waterholes and places of recent rainfall. Budgies are special to our Australian culture. They are Australian icons. They are commonplace in everyday experience, and we see them in art, in ads and movies, and they've entered in our vernacular. If I say budgie smugglers, you all know what I mean, and our own Kylie Minogue is known as the singing budgie. So budgies are our global ambassadors. The high-profile love of the budgerigar was beautifully illustrated in the relationship between Sir Winston Churchill and his cherished pet budgie, Toby. Lord Alastair Lexden wrote that this, and I quote, "Much-loved creature slept in a special cage in Churchill's bedroom during his peacetime premiership in the 1950s. The cage was open when ministers gathered for multitudinal confabulations before the great man got up. In his diary, Churchill's private secretary, Anthony Montague Brown, also gave an affectionate account of Toby flying around the room, pecking at cabinet papers, taking nips from the whisky and soda at the Prime Minister's bedside, and setting upon the domed head of the Chancellor of the Exchequer with the inevitable consequences. Minister Rab Butler came to these meetings with a special silk handkerchief, which he used to mop up after Toby, murmuring, I quote, "the things I do for England." From his master, Toby received only kisses and never rebukes. May I also raise another royal and interesting anecdote from the nanny of Princes William and Harry, Victoria Legg Burke, otherwise known as Tiggy. Ms Legg Burke was most surprised when at a garden party in Kensington, a budgie snapped the straw from her daiquiri glass, had a long sip and fell asleep. Ms Legg Burke then adopted the budgie, appropriately named daiquiri. This annual Budgerigar Show is an event that demonstrates the dedication and expertise of many people who have devoted much of their lives to the art, science and perfection of budgerigar breeding. This show also brings people together from all corners of our nation, united in their love of the budgerigar. I understand that the 7 zones around Australia, a staggering 147,480 budgies were eligible to be shown across the 28 classes being judged at this show. From that enormous pool, a total of 584 birds from all zones were selected to compete. Each budgerigar represents hours of meticulous care and attention to breeding and training. May I acknowledge the hard work, dedication and commitment of everyone involved. As well as the competition, this national show is a wonderful opportunity for the budgerigar community to connect and collaborate, for seasoned breeders and novices to make new friendships and exchange ideas, and for all to inspire each other. I understand that this morning you shared these beautiful budgerigars with the rest of Australia in a live interview with Weekend Sunrise. May I close and wish you all the best for a successful and enjoyable 48th National Show. I applaud all competitors and congratulate the winners of each class and the overall winning zone. May I also thank the volunteers and members of the Tasmanian Budgerigar Society for their hard work to make this annual show a success. I hope you all enjoy your closing dinner tomorrow night. And now that all remains for me is to declare this 48th Australian National Budgerigar Council National Show open. Thank you very much.
Today's 48th annual show, and we're going to resume judging very shortly. Let me just bring you up to date with the team leaderboard. At this stage, after judging 8 classes, we have Victoria ahead on 165 points. Behind them by 10 points is New South Wales. We have South Queensland on 148, South Australia on 126, North and Central Queensland on North and Central Queensland on 108. We have Western Australia on 90. Right, and bringing up the rear at the moment is Tasmania on 47. Now, while we've got this little lull before we start or resume our judging, I'd like to pay special thank you to our platinum sponsors. And we have Media Stable, we have Golden Cob, we have Events Tasmania, right? We have the Country Club, which is where this show's been conducted. We have Hentley Farm, and the great thing about Hentley Farm was their red wine.
God, they got a good red wine.
Boy, we all enjoyed that last night. We need to thank Tummy Right. That's a great product. And last but not least, we need to thank Trill. So they're our major sponsors. We have gold sponsors as well. Village Cinemas, Birdkeeper, which is a magazine, Better Farm. We all, as budgie breeders, we all know about Better Farm products. Mondelez International. I'm not sure who that is, but obviously they're supporting our show this weekend, so I thank them very much. And of course, a famous name in Australia, Cadbury's. So we'd like to thank you very much.
Very nice block of chocolate in the show bags.
Is there?
Oh.
I haven't looked. Okay, there goes the sugar diabetes levels. So we're just clearing the stage now to get recommence the judging, and we have the first 2 classes up will be dilutes and Latinos.
So Stephen, Victoria 165 up in front now.
Yeah.
New South Wales 155, South Queensland 148, still very strong. South Australia 126. Can they kick on?
Oh, look, I think it's pretty much the way it has been for a long period of time in that order. South Australia, they're doing much stronger than they ever have at this point in time. So they're the big improvers I see. Victoria and New South Wales traditionally fight out at the first and second place. Perhaps South Australia. I don't know what birds they've got. I think they probably go back disappointed that their black eye white was wrong classed. And I went out and had a look at the budgie. He's a super budgie.
Oh, I managed to get a quick word in with a couple of the judges. And outstanding budgie.
Very, very disappointed for them because he certainly, if he conformed to the standard, it would have been a lay-down misère as to whether he was going to win or not. He's a super budgie.
But I think that from my observation as to how this all plays out is that, you know, it is the interpretation on the day.
That's
also,
right.
And then, I mean, obviously the standards, but it's how people will bring that together. And all four agreed on that fact.
They did. And look, the reality is you could go the other way and say it conforms to the standard because he does have one white tail, which is a criteria for that standard, but he also has a grey one.
Yeah.
I'm not saying anything, but something stands out to me. Presentation is the key.
Now, if you're looking at the live stream right now, you'll be able to see that Her Excellency the Governor is in shot. She officially just opened up the event, which is, again, you know, it blows my mind to think about, you know, sort of to what level this competition, this championship has when you attract the Governor. I hear that the Premier of Tasmania was invited.
All right.
We didn't get a reply back, but you know, look, you know,
you got to try, don't you?
Her Excellency is here.
Yeah. And I guess the reality is that just shows how much and the strides that we're taking in promoting our wonderful hobby to everybody else. To have such interest from the Governor, from the TV station, from the newspapers, you know, the people who are pushing and driving things are doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, I think it is a great conversation, and particularly in a world when, you know, you only have to turn on the news and you see things like Gaza, you see the Ukraine, all that kind of thing. This is a good news story, and it's a story that needs to be told and told well.
Exactly. So I think we're just about ready to recommence. Unfortunately, we haven't been furnished with the sheets that tell us
who's next,
whose birds are what, and who the owners are. And I'm sure that's going to come shortly. But we're going to be doing the dilute class. We're going to be doing the Latino. Now, just as a point of interest, the bird that was disqualified in the black-eyed class, I would say, without a doubt, if it was entered as a dilute, would romp in the dilute class. It is that good a budgie.
So, Stephen, again, that just begs the question.
Yep.
Did they just put it in the wrong class?
Well, as I said, it's one of those hard ones because it qualifies for both.
Yeah.
But the mere fact that it qualifies for both, you know, you punt one, you either win or lose, and unfortunately they lost. Anyway.
There's a bit of movement at the station.
Your Excellency, would like to welcome you to the show, the ANBC National Show. We're just about to start the second session of the show. We're going to change the judges over. Jim Fletcher and James Vader will be doing the right-hand side, and Nigel Tonkin and Rod Turnbull will be doing the left-hand side. Okay, we'll commence the judging now.
Okay, we've just been handed the information that we need. So in Class 9, Class 9 is the dilutes. We have who's judging them? It looks like that doesn't. Yeah, no, they don't say at the moment. But anyway, Class 9 is the dilutes, and in Cage A we have ANC jury from New South Wales. In Cage B we have Robin Kirby from Victoria. Cage C is Robin Kirby from Victoria. We have in Cage D Ian L. Miller from South Queensland. In E is M. Cunningham from Tasmania. South Australia George England is in F. And Jay Ganane from North and Central Queensland is in Cage G. So he covers a few varieties because we've mentioned his name before. We have Brian Walters from South Queensland in H. C&E Rogers, New South Wales in I. And J is Jason and Wayne Wiedenhofer from South Australia. K is A&W Cusack from New South Wales. L is M Cunningham from Tasmania. M is M Howe, Western Australia. Another one from Western Australia is in KGN, and that belongs to J Kamada. J Ganane from North and Central Queensland in O. D Poole from Tasmania in P. George England from South Australia in Q. Brian Walter, South Queensland in R. S, there's no entry, so either I suspect maybe the bird has fallen ill, but he's certainly not up there. T is M Huff from Victoria, and U is A Jashenki from WA. So that's class 9. And class 10, which is the yellow ones, the Lutinos, they're up on the screen. We have in cage A, Ross Crack from Tasmania. B is Jason and Wayne Wiedenhofer from South Australia. C is the Charlesworth family from Tasmania. D is D Wales from North and Central Queensland. E is G Russell from South Queensland. F are the home families. G is the home family from South Australia. In H we have Mick Gearing from Western Australia. Jeffrey Leong from Victoria is in I. G&H Hibbert from South Queensland in J. Mick Gearing in K from Western Australia. In M we have Jeffrey Leong, so he's obviously got 2 birds in this class from Victoria. Gregorio from New South Wales is in N. Eric Whitten from New South Wales in O. P is D Wales from North and Central Queensland. Q is Brett Dean from Tasmania. R is G&H Hibbard from South Queensland. S is Phil Ashby from New South Wales. T is D Wales from North and Central Queensland. And from Western Australia, the last bird to be mentioned is U from Mick Gearing. So the judges are up there, they're standing back, they're looking, and it'll be interesting. Okay, so the birds that we see on the right, and the judges have changed around a little bit. So we now have James Bader judging with Jimmy Fletcher, and then we have Nigel Tonkin and Rod Turnbull judging together. So just a change.
And why would they do the change?
Oh, I think just so that you don't consistently have the same person or persons making the same decision. It's just to give some variation. And look, it can be quite a thrill judging with different people, particularly if you have an international judge, which we have had in the past and certainly did have last year.
Yep.
So all that makes a difference. But just looking, there are some really good quality dilutes there. Okay, so already they've moved birds, have they?
Yeah, they're moving them around.
Yeah.
A bit of a frantic. So to the left, that's the dilutes, or is it the right?
Yeah, no,
screen?
the right screen is the dilutes.
Oh, right, okay. So
okay, and the Victorian bird, B, is in first place at the moment. And that belongs to Robin Kirby. In the second place we have the bird from New South Wales, ANC Jury, in cage A. Right.
D sits in third, and L Miller from South Queensland. So,
okay, on the right-hand screen in front of us now, we've got the Latinos, and let's see what they've got. So far, they've got J and N, first and second.
G and H Hibbard, South Queensland for J.
Yeah, and N, Gregorio from New South Wales. But it's early days yet. Birds will move around and.
But it's that first move. That first move is got to say something, doesn't it?
That's right.
I was speaking to one of the judges during the break, and the judges are talking to the birds.
Are they?
Is this something you do, Stephen?
Oh, no, not really.
No, you're not talking to them?
No, I'm not trying to teach them to talk.
But it's you're getting up and close.
Yeah. You can have a look. Look, there's some quality up there, isn't there? Look at the bird in H. Stands up. It's very proud of saying, "Look at me."
Yeah, I think I need a few lessons from H.
Yeah.
It is a very strong bird.
We'll see what happens. The judges will find it. If it's a good budgie, they'll find it. Okay, so as you can see so far, there's not a lot of movement. They're just taking their time. They've obviously, it looks like they've put a bird out, and there's one right down at you, right down the bottom, or maybe they haven't even looked at that yet. Oh no, yeah, it's not out. They've looked at it now, they've moved it up onto the top bench.
This is the one that you like, or is it?
I actually quite like the bird that's in first place at the moment.
Right.
B. It's a very strong hen. Okay, so it doesn't surprise me that that bird that was on the top has come down to the bottom. It looked to be just very thin and narrow in its shape.
So let's just test that, right? Because that bird's a little bit, because there's a bit more shadow on that cage than that cage.
Now our judges to the right.
Yep.
Two very experienced judges.
Well, we've got one who was one of the inaugural judges of the ANBC in Jimmy Fletcher, so he's been there since 1990.
Jeepers.
So, and you've got James Bader, who's actually the Australian head of judges. So he's the judges coordinator, so he looks after and controls what happens judging-wise in Australia with all the judges. He liaisons with everyone. So very experienced. To get to this level, you have to be experienced. You can't just get here in a hurry. You have to go through the process of judging, learning your skills, honing your skills, till you reach a point where you are confident enough and proficient enough to pass your test and then be at this level. And then, of course, the next level after that is to be able to judge internationally.
So that decision that to mix up the judges, would they have called that themselves, or would that have been a, hey guys?
Oh no, I think that's predetermined before we even start. Some years you do, you swap and change. Other years it remains the same.
That might have been given the move along. You're taking too long, you lot.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. I don't think anyone is forced time-wise.
And that's a good point, because you ultimately want to get a result, but we can't be pressured or pushed to the point where you're going to make a hasty decision.
No, well, you can see that doesn't happen at this level.
No.
Okay. So there's lots of conversation going on. Remember, these are judging together for the first time, so they are likely to take a little bit longer. I can see in the foreground there, we've still got the governor here.
Yep.
And Roy Blair is sitting on her left, just explaining what the procedure is for how to judge, how to get the birds to this show and at this standard.
An outstanding speech by Her Excellency.
She
obviously did a lot of homework and research.
She has more knowledge on budgerigars than I have. Yeah.
Just her regaling of budgies and the importance and role they've played in Australian history. Kylie Minogue, the singing budgie.
Yeah, the singing budgie.
The budgie smuggler. I was a little worried we might see a few budgie smugglers out here in Lonnie this weekend, Stephen, considering that it is not as cold. For everyone in Australia that thinks Tasmania is freezing cold, you could be running around in shorts today, shorts and T-shirt. Well, if you're from Newcastle, the UK, maybe, but it's not as cold as I thought it would be. I brought out all my thermals.
Okay. I do know that I used to do a lot of work down here in Tasmania, and it's the only place in Australia where in the middle of February I had to go and buy a jumper.
You know what? I love the climate of Tasmania. It's, As originally born in Victoria, I much prefer the cold than I prefer the heat.
Yeah.
But no, it does get ridiculously cold here at some point. But it's been an absolutely amazing weekend for the championships.
So we still have the bird in B, and I had the pleasure of being able to see this bird last weekend at the state selection.
Right.
And I made the comment to the breeder that I thought it was very unlucky not to win the class. And here we are, it's at the national, at the highest level, and it has been sitting in first place since the beginning of judging.
Well, by two of the most experienced judges out there.
That's right. So
there you go.
All goes well at this stage. You can see there's some quality here.
But I think further to your point earlier in the broadcast is that, depending on the show, depending on how the bird is going, is it set, is it solid, is it...
See, most of these birds have come from somewhere else in Australia. They come from a different climate. They're eating different seed, drinking different water. They're in cages with birds that they've never seen before. Lots of things can happen and go wrong.
But they seem very settled here today.
Yeah, these are well-trained, aren't
These
they?
are well-trained.
Yeah. An interesting thing, the birds are being held behind that curtain.
Yep.
Right. So when they come out from there, they come into bright light. So it's quite dark by comparison behind there. They come into bright light. So it's not unusual to see them go pretty flighty. But for whatever reason, they're not doing that here this afternoon. It's either that or they've all had lessons from Ian Hunter on how to train a budgie.
I want to get Ian Hunter onto the broadcast, but I've been warned out. He's very much like his budgies. Doesn't say much.
No, he doesn't.
Doesn't
say much. Doesn't give much away. Right.
Oh, Ian, if you are listening or viewing, get yourself up to the commentary room. Love to find out how you do it.
Yeah. Okay. That might go to his grave with him.
Yeah. Well, you know what?
Okay. We haven't had too much viewing of the Lutinos at this stage, so maybe if the camera crew at some point can move across onto cam 1 and let us have a look. We've been viewing the same few birds on the dilutes for a little while now.
You say it and it happens.
Yeah, that's amazing. There we go.
Look at that.
Now have a look. Okay, so at this point in time...
Here we go. We're coming into a nice close look.
Cage N. Okay, that's that bird from Greg Gregorio from New South Wales. And remember, I think that's the bird that we saw further down that was standing up so proud, and I said, that bird will be moved. Don't be surprised. Well, here he is. He's up in the first place. So my eye's not letting me down at this point in time. J is G&H Hibbard from South Queensland. T looks like a lovely bird too. D Wales from North and Central Queensland. I think I know, I can see that bird. And that's a bird, that's a beautiful strong hen from Jeffrey Leong from Victoria. She's a good solid hen. Mick Geary from Western Australia. Well, that's good. I haven't heard of the Western Australians being up in the top few, so that's great to see and hear.
They got off to a flying start.
Yeah. Here we go now. See how, I applaud the judges. They've put the stick in to see if they can get the bird up on the perch. They're not forcing it.
Yeah.
Right. They'll get it up eventually. H, very strong off the perch. I look at H and then I go, there is one glaring thing that I can see. Its colour is not that intense.
Right.
It's very pale, and I'm sure that it'll get penalised heavily for that error. Well, it's not an error, for the problem that it has. By comparison to those in front of it, the colour isn't as strong. And in these colour varieties, your colour needs to be right. You need to get that hot yellow, that intense yellow colour, buttercup yellow.
F, the Holmes family, another budgie that likes to sit on the bottom of the cage.
Now that's typically Holmes' bird.
Is that a trait?
I can see his partner hasn't trained that one. Troy doesn't train him.
Kelly.
Yeah, Kelly's the one.
Get in.
Yeah, she missed him. Okay, so we've had a change there. Yep, and okay, so we've had a change since we last looked at the dilutes. The bird in first place now is C&E Rogers from New South Wales, and that hen that I spoke about earlier on from that belongs to Robin Kirby from Victoria, it's moved down to second place. In third place we have ANC Jury from New South Wales, and then we have Ian L. Miller in D in fourth place. In fifth place we have T, which is Mike Huth from Victoria. And I've got a funny feeling that might be a yellow face grey dilute, if my memory serves me correctly. In sixth or fifth place is C. That's the other bird of Robin Kirby's house. He got two birds into the team. Strong showing. I suspect they're both sisters. But you can see they're good, solid budgies. And the lutes. These are always harder classes, you know. You've got one colour and you're comparing one against the other. So ultimately, I know as a judge, you always pick the budgerigar first, but the colour does matter with things like Latinos, albinos, black-eyed yellows. Those things do make a difference. Okay, so there's still lots of movement happening. You can see the judges confer. No one person can make a decision. And that's really important. They have to work together.
Any fights, any fracas in the judging?
No, not at this level.
No?
There is a judge's creed, code of ethics that always needs to be put in place. So and adhere to. So okay, so we're top and tailing already. So interesting.
This change of judges has allowed for a quicker.
Yeah, well, so far on this side anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, so of course I mentioned earlier on this morning the reason for this is so that the birds that are on the bottom perch, bottom row, come up to the top, and the judges can look at them at eye level so that they don't miss anything. We give everyone equal opportunity.
And there'll be different light up the top.
Oh, well, and that matters.
Yeah.
Matters for these coloured classes. So they're trying to get them just without stirring them up, trying to get them on the perch.
There we go, too.
Now, ideally, they need to move back and just allow the bird to settle. There's lots of little tricks you can have to get a bird to stay on the perch, but at this level, you're not allowed to use any of them. The birds have to stay on the stand and just work their way through. Although I did see someone.
What are we talking about here? Things that are illegal in the showing, or
they're,
is it?
They're not illegal, but they're not recommended at this level.
Is it a bit of blue tack? Is it?
Well, no, not quite. But so there's a big move. with the Lutinos. So we've got, I'm not sure, is that I that moved up? No, G.
G.
Oh, no, sorry, this is the bottom row up to the top now. So that's quite normal because they're seeing the birds at eye level for the first time. Okay, so still swapping a few around. And for those who don't know, this matters because these could be the difference between being placed second or third or fourth in terms of zone points.
Yep.
And so a few points here and there makes all the difference.
Especially when you're talking about, only 5, 10, 15 points.
That's
the
right.
difference between the states.
Exactly. So I'm pretty convinced that looks to me in the dialogue class that we do have a yellow face there. Okay.
What letter?
A looks like it's a yellow face. And I'm not at all surprised if T isn't a yellow face as well. So you can have yellow faces in this variety. Okay, so they're still working their way down. Now remember, with the ones on the right hand side, these are the bottom row that have been put up to the top.
Yeah.
Okay, I think the same's happened on the other side, isn't it? They've moved the bottom row up to the top and they're sorting out that.
They're doing it now.
So you can see there's some quality birds all the way through. I think the days are gone when you just see 1 or 2 or 3 outstanding birds and the rest of the class fall away.
Well, that's been one of the commentaries from the judges. If you've had a bird on the top shelf, you've done really well.
That's right.
So, Troy, how is the Holmes family going? Are we clocking up the points?
Oh, I think we're doing as would be expected. So I haven't had a chance to review it out in this class, but.
So, what has been your expectation coming into these championships? Is it?
Oh, like I said, my hope and goal is for South Australia to have 2 birds on the top bench in every class. We haven't quite achieved that yet, but we've certainly gone close. So as a state, we're tracking sort of where we want to be. So I'll be very interested to see particularly how the remainder of the classes go for the afternoon. Very excited to see particularly the cinnamons and the Spangle double factors. I think this year, without preempting what we've seen out the back, you've seen a lot of cinnamons win around Victoria, border districts. I think there was a cinnamon that had won, Ian Hunters had won around the place. There were several cinnamons out there that had, and then when you looked interstate, there were cinnamons that were winning. And of course, over in South Australia, we had a cinnamon that won Budgie Fest. So there's every chance that, as Steve said, the depth in these classes, that you'll actually run down onto the second row into really high quality birds. And obviously the same applies to the Spangle double factors. There's also some really good ones that are getting about.
You just mentioned Budgie Fest.
Yes.
Is it taking place again in 2024?
It is. It'll be bigger and better than the year prior.
800 people through the building. How are you going to beat that?
I think we'll have some logistical challenges, but it will definitely be interesting. So, like I said, we're planning for it to be bigger and better than before. So we're hoping for a dinner on a Friday night as part of it. That'll have an international judge coming out to talk to everyone. So I think that'll be pretty exciting. And then Saturday, just locking away some of the judges and making some plans. But yes, I think based on where it went last year, and I guess the fact that it was normalised and people had so much fun and talked about it, we got a lot of really good positive feedback. I'd suggest that it'll be bigger and better than it was last year.
And have we got any dates set aside? Because it's very much a destination event now. I think the way that it's coming together and.
Yeah, at this stage we're holding it on October 26th, Saturday, October 26th, just to squeeze in the week before the pageant. And the dinner will be on the Friday night, the 25th. We're actually hoping to get the judges over to South Australia and doing some things on the 24th and 25th. So for anyone coming from Interstate, curious to hang out with the judges and see some of the best parts of South Australia, places like Hentley Farm Wine, the Bend Motorsport Park, various things. Plan on coming in on the Thursday and heading out on the Saturday night or the Sunday.
I tell you what, that's something definitely to mark down in your calendar.
Okay, so we're now reversing the birds again. So we're actually putting the birds that are on the bottom row to the top, which is the best birds, dilutes. Yeah. So it won't be too long. I'll have another look to make sure that they've got them in the right order. And the Latinos, I think they've already reversed them, and they're just still trying to sort out what they're doing. And what they've just done there now is they've taken the first bird, the leading bird on the bottom row, and they're taking him up to the last bird on the top row, and they're making a comparison there to see whether the last bird, the leading bird on the bottom row is better than the last bird on the top row. And if it is, then they reverse positions. And then, of course, that bird, if it is reversed, then is compared to the next one to see if it needs to progress further up the line. And I suspect that they probably haven't changed that. Okay, so what are we doing here? Let's hatch. And the return, it's gone backwards a couple of spots.
That's Mick Gearing from WA.
And the only glaring thing that I could see, I mentioned earlier on there, is
you said the colour.
The colour, and it's also a little bit narrow. You know, it doesn't have the thickness. But, anyway, it's going to go back further. Right, so now they're comparing once again like the others just did. The first bird on the bottom row comparing to the last bird on the top row, and see if they make any change, and if they do, then that first bird on the bottom row has to compete against the one in front of it, just to make sure. But it looks to me like they've made their decisions. So
we've got some pens, the markers are out.
Chris and Ellie Rogers will be very excited.
Yeah. And then we have in second place, the bridesmaid, Robin Kirby from Victoria. That's a pretty good achievement. In third place we have ANC Jury. That's a name that we're all familiar with from New South Wales. And D. The Millers from South Queensland. I. C. And E. Rogers.
Is it I or L? I can't. I think I is the winner.
Is it? Oh, well, it might be L then. There's a T. I really can't see. We're just not close enough.
Yeah, I think we need to zoom in a little bit.
We need a new sponsor. OPSM, 2024 ANBC Championship show.
2 out of the 3 of us are wearing goggles.
Yeah.
Oh, the cameraman must have heard us.
Yeah.
Look at him.
That's a T.
So we're I for Chris and Ellie Rogers. B.
T is Mike Huff from Victoria. That's the yellow face one.
And then D was Errol and Lynn Miller on 4th. Go along to 5th here. We have cage T, which is Mike Huth from Victoria. We have cage C, which is Robin Kirby again. So he's got 2 up on the top bench. Cage U is Alan Jeske from WA. our Violet Man of the moment.
Yes.
Cage O is G. Giovanni from North and Central Queensland. And Cage J is Jason and Wayne Wiedenhofer in 9th place from South Australia. And Cage L, Melissa Cunningham from Tasmania in 10th. So I think Guido had actually won this one the last 2 years in a row with the dilutes. Can't quite see that bottom row yet. KG is 11th, which is Melissa Cunningham. Next one's got Jimmy Fletcher's back, but Cage K is in 13th position, which is the Cusacks.
The one before that was F, so that was George England from South Australia.
George England in 12th.
12th, K, we've done.
George England is the next one.
Q is George England again.
Right, so
he's 14th.
2 in a row. R is the next one.
Which is Brian Walters.
Right, and in 16th position is Cage G.
The results of Class 9 dilutes. Cage I is first. Cage B is second. Cage A is third. Cage D is fourth. Cage T is fifth. Cage C is sixth. Cage U is seventh. Cage O is eighth. Cage J is ninth. Cage L is 10th. Cage E 11th. Cage F is 12th. Cage K is 13th. Cage Q is 14th. Cage R is 15th. Cage G is 16th. Cage H is 17th. Cage M is 18th. Cage N is 19th. And the bird in cage P is DQ. Now Jim will talk on the bird.
Well, what a lovely class of birds we come up against here. The top 5 or 6 birds are magnificent examples of budgerigars. A couple of them have got a few conditional problems where it's been hard. Some of these big, heavy feather birds are really hard to get into condition. I know how hard it is. But it does stand out and it makes a difference on the day when we're judging them. The first one, a big grey-green fella, he just stood out right from the early stages and he never moved far from the front of the perch. The second one is a hen, very nice hen. Lovely feather direction and not as big as the other birds, but it's still a good quality hen bird. You want to breed with her. And then we had the big grey bloke there. Magnificent bird, he really is. But not quite as good in the head area in a mask. You know. We were looking for birds with nice width of mask, and if you haven't got a shoulder on your birds, you can't have a mask that's nice and wide. So you've got to try and build up your shoulders so it stretches out the mask. But and even down to D, very nice bird, bit out of condition, but didn't want it to go down the line any further. Unfortunately, we had to disqualify one bird. I hate having to disqualify birds. It's got 3 primary flights missing on one wing on the first 3, or 5, 6, 7 is what I anyway. Thank you.
That's all right.
Okay, so the show manager's just writing down the place getters in order, and the bird that obviously has won the class is Jay, and that's G&H Hibbard from South Queensland. And I think what you'll find is he's a big solid budgie and beautiful colour and presented immaculately. In the second place we had N from Greg Gregorio, and that's not a name I'm familiar with from New South Wales. But you see Dave's going to take over and go right through the place.
The results
from
of
one
Class
downwards.
10 Latinos. Cage J is first. Cage N is second. Cage I is third. Cage T is fourth. Cage U is fifth. Cage D is sixth. Cage F is seventh. Cage O is eighth. Cage R is ninth. Cage K is 10th. Cage 11. Cage H is 11th. Cage A is 12th. Cage G is 13th. Cage M is 14th. Cage L is 15th. Cage E is 16th. Cage P is 17th. Cage S is 18th. Cage B is 19th. Cage Q is 20th. And Cage C is 21st.
Thanks, Dave. Lutinos. You know, the first time we walked up to these birds, we were trying to look through and go, where can we find a nice super coloured Lutino? Trying to get a nice buttercup yellow. There wasn't a lot of them in the class, to be honest, and that was often a deciding factor when we were deciding placings and moving birds. So we're trying to find that really nice buttercup yellow Lutino that stood out. And we didn't necessarily have a whole class of them. So working through, the one that won, colour was a significant factor in it getting first rather than second. So it might not have been as big and strong as the bird that was second, but it had super colour and a really good face directional feather. And colour got her across the line. So, you know, it is really important to get that colour into your lutes. And you can see that by the winning bird that came through. Second bird, big strong cock bird. But colour was a lesser bird. Nice top end, really good length, good shoulder, filled the cage, but directional feather not quite as strong, and definitely the colour was a little bit behind the first bird. Third bird again, good coloured bird, strong shouldered bird, big solid budgie. Not quite the facial features of the ones in front, but again, colour played a big part. Really good coloured bird for third. The fourth bird, nice top end and colour, and colour in the bird, good depth of colour, nice buttercup yellow, but there was a feather ruff in the chest that spoiled the outline of this bird. We had a couple of feather issues. You just got to watch those as breeders. A few of them at the other end of the scale had a few flight issues, weren't sitting quite as neatly as we would have liked, so they were pushed down a little bit further in the queue. But same with the fifth bird, lovely top end, super bird, but it had feather disturbance right across the back of the shoulder, which disturbed sort of the outlook of the bird looking through. But again, good class of birds. Congratulations to the winner, and congratulations to all the exhibitors that got birds in. Solid class of lutes. Congratulations to everyone. Thanks.
And as you can see on the scoreboard there, the number of points for the dilute classes, and we seem to have New South Wales and Victoria collecting a lot of points at this point in time. And while we're at it, I want to say thank you to Tammy Edwards for sponsoring those rosettes. All the rosette sponsors, they make a difference. Right, now they've brought the next class up in front of us, and of course that's going to be the white version of the Latino. So that's the albino. So the bird characteristic must have a red eye, right, and it must be devoid of colour. In the Latino, so the major point scorer in there would be South Queensland, they've certainly got the most points. It's spread out quite easily. There's no one state dominated there. So the leaderboard will be interesting. I suspect that we're going to see New South Wales gaining on Victoria. Look, there we are.
There you go.
1 point the difference, whereas before lunch it was 10 points.
Big step up there from them. And I think, look at that. 1 point the difference at this point.
Yeah, and not that far behind is South Queensland. So a very good result for the hobby when you have so many states or zones close together.
Now, if South Queensland and North and Central Queensland decided to come together, guess who'd be winning?
Oh, well, you don't know that, do you? But it'd certainly be a strong force.
Well, you'd love the combined numbers. But is that just purely for the fact that it's the size of the
that's right.
clubs?
The distance is just so great. Right. And here we go. They're already making movement. Okay, so let's run through them, and I'll just talk. We have Wayne Brandt from South Australia is in cage A. In B, we have Lucas Hendry from South Queensland. C, Mark Wilton from New South Wales. D is the Marshall family from South Australia. And Graham McCallum from South Australia has cage E. We have Wayne Karcher from Victoria in F. The Charles Worth family from Tasmania in G. H is Alan P. Walmsley from North and Central Queensland. Mick Gearing from Western Australia is in I. And B. Bathurst from Western Australia is in J. R&L Key from North and Central Queensland is K. L is Mick Gearing again, so he's got two birds, a mix from Western Australia, two birds in this class. As does Alan P. Walmsley from North and Central Queensland in cage M. N is P. Jeffrey from South Queensland. O is Ian Murfitt from Tasmania. K and D Mitchell in P from New South Wales. And Matt Hollyock from New South Wales is Q. R is Ian Murfitt from Tasmania. S is J. Innes from Victoria. And T is Al Richardson from Victoria. U is B and D McClennan from South Queensland. All right. So what's happening at this stage? At this stage, they've started to move the birds around a little bit. And we have the bird from Victoria, F, first. We have the bird from New South Wales, Mark Wilton. C is second. We have Wayne Brandt from South Australia in third place at this stage. But of course it's early days yet.
Very early days. Fair bit of movement. Look at that. There you go. Ends just jumped straight up.
Yeah. And that's what you would expect to see.
Peter Jeffrey from South Queensland.
And the first sorting out the birds. And I believe the class on the other side is the Clearwings. Right, so sorting through the birds. So cages are moving left, right and centre at the moment with the albinos. So Jim and James aren't mucking around.
No, they're not at all, are they?
No.
Powering through.
Yeah. And the other two judges, they won't be too far away.
I think I know where they've gone.
Do you?
Right.
Okay. So, still we have F in first place, C in second, N in third, G in fourth, and it's there's the glasses giving out on me again. I thought it might have been E. Yeah, E and then T.
They're hearing you in the broadcast and getting in nice and close for you.
That makes a difference.
Yeah.
And it's good for the people at home looking on the live stream to get a closer look.
Now, the people at home don't hear what we hear in the background, but I hear Peter Thurn all the time. So is he's the program manager?
Well, I think
the director.
I think Peter's the director, so he's
The
telling
director.
the cameras where to go and what to zoom in on and what to not zoom in on. So we have Rod Turnbull, he's out looking at the birds. Oh, he's just gone off stage now.
Now, the albino is what are we specifically looking for? The
Okay,
albino
we're
here?
looking for a red-eye white bird.
Yep.
Right, devoid
The
of...
class that's been benched here on the left-hand side is the dark-eyed clears. I got it right this time.
Okay, dark-eyed clears. Okay, well, we can run through...
Well, for the dark-eyed clears, in cage A, you've got Al Woodcock from WA. In cage B, you've got P. Cross from Tasmania. In cage C, you've got A. Rowe from Victoria. In cage D, P. Thompson, North and Central Queensland. Cage E, Mick Gearing from Western Australia. F. Les Phillips, South Queensland. G. J. Wright from Victoria. Sounds like we're doing the Brownlow.
Yeah, almost.
Yeah, it
Only
does.
we're not saying
This is bigger than the
3,
Brownlow.
2, 1. Yeah.
3 votes. Yeah. H. D. Taylor. I. Mort Faddy from South Queensland. J. The Holmes family from South Australia. K.
Mort again.
Mort Faddy again from South Queensland. L. C. E. Rogers, New South Wales. M. P. Cross, Tasmania. N. Peter Ryan, New South Wales. O. and P. John Mully from South Australia. Q. You've got the Charlesworth family.
And they're from Tasmania, of course.
From Tassie, yeah. R. D. Fisher, North and Central Queensland. From Western Australia, Mick Gearing, it's S. D. Fisher is from North and Central Queensland in T. And to finish up, Tony Butt in KGU from New South Wales.
Okay, so everyone will be looking at their birds and hoping that everything will go their way. Now, the dark-eyed clears are a very interesting variety. They're actually a composite variety, and you can have both white and yellow.
Interesting. Just getting back to the albinos.
Yeah.
So as we're looking at them right now, you
Yeah.
mentioned they've got to have a particular eye.
Yeah, eye colour is very important.
Yep.
So it must be a plum colour.
Obviously white.
Oh yeah, a white bird for sure.
Yeah.
And it must be devoid from markings. Now, often you see, and I haven't seen one yet, you can see a blue sheen going through the birds. That's a feature that you've got to, or a penalty or a fault that you've got to try and avoid if possible.
G just got dropped
significantly.
Yeah, the Charlesworth family from Tasmania.
Yeah.
Went back about 4 or 5.
Okay, why has it done that? And I can you see from here? Can you see?
Can I take a punt at it?
Yeah, go on.
Bit of colouring.
That's right.
Oh, look at this.
Yeah.
You know what? Give me my judges panel now.
Yeah,
My
that's
judges
right.
stick. It was that, was it?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is, I would say.
Oh.
I mean, it's a bit hard. We're sitting back a long way from the birds themselves.
Sure.
But I would say the body diffusion has knocked it around a little bit in its place. And
Stephen, you're going to make a budgerigar expert out of me before the end of the day.
well, let's hope. Well, we've still got tomorrow to get through too, of course.
I'll be on the 10 o'clock flight out,
Are
unfortunately.
you? Oh, right. So I won't have the pleasure tomorrow.
I've got this well handled. I tell you, it has been an experience though. It's just to see and hear, get it from yourself, from Troy, just to hear the different, the way that what might be going on in the minds of the judges.
Yeah. Okay, so there hasn't been too much movement in the dark-eyed clears at this stage. Yeah, that's what we need to happen. Alright, so G is the bird from Victoria, from John Wright. Now, this is a special little bird. It has all the modern features of a budgerigar. It has the directional feather, it has the depth of mask. It is, I believe, for me, it's C, Alan Rose, yeah. It has all the features that you would require.
That's C in the albinos.
Yeah. No. Oh, yeah, sorry, it is C in the albinos. I've swapped them around.
That's right,
Okay,
Steve.
so that's okay.
I'll carry you for the next 30 seconds.
Yeah, thanks. That's good. Okay.
Said there wasn't any fights between the judges, but there's two blokes about to scrap in the commentary box.
No, I can tell you, it is a little confusing up here. Like, you know, if you're out on the stage, you can see where you are, right and left. I know it's that stream box, but it is C in the albinos up front at the moment, and that is
Mark Wilton from New South Wales.
Yeah.
Followed by Wayne Casey from Victoria.
Yeah.
And then cage N is Pete Jeffries from South Queensland.
Okay, and if we could just see what the leading bird was in the dark-eyed clears. G looks to be the bird. Okay, it's in the dark-eyed clears. G is the one, John Wright from Victoria. And that was a bird that I was talking about. It has, the dark-eyed clear has all the modern features. It doesn't have the feather length of the top normal varieties, but it has some directional feathers. It's probably the best dark-eyed clear that I've seen so far. And I think you'll find that the judges, when they make their comments, will say exactly the same thing. It has some directional feather, which is not something you've seen in dark-eyed clears to date. Then we have M. That's P cross from Tasmania. B, we have P cross from Tasmania. So, okay, second and third by the looks of it for Tasmania in this class. So you can see how easy you can gain points without too much effort. Then we've got N, which is the yellow variety. Peter Ryan from New South Wales. R.
see a bit of movement going on in there.
Yeah, well, it looks like they've dropped it down significantly. And to go from the top row to the bottom row is a big drop. The breeder of that bird will be wondering what's happened. And we can only guess, we can only look at it, and I can look at it and say, looks to me like the colour is very, very pale.
Was it H?
Yeah.
H. So that's
Dave Taylor.
Dave Taylor from Victoria.
Yeah.
Oh, there's some more movement. That's B. P cross from Tasmania.
All right.
Just
Well,
dropped back a few.
Well, he had two birds sitting side by side.
Now, Kelly said that one that Nigel's just holding on to there is a J. And he's sitting on the perch. And if you could just let Stephen know if he could check the sheet to see whose bird that is. Sitting on the perch.
Yeah.
I can't quite see.
Holmes family.
Oh!
So that's one that Kelly's obviously trained, not you. Right. So on the stream now, we're doing the albinos, that you should be able to see. And we're moving along. And you notice the birds starting to play up a little bit?
Yeah, but in comparison to the other classes, they're actually
a bit more active. Yeah. Well, like I said, when you move from the back of the screen to the front, from that black curtain, the light change is dramatic, and sometimes the birds just go a little bit energetic on you. Other times they sit really still.
Yeah, Stephen, got to ask, with the albinos, is it simpler to judge because we're not dealing with as much, or is it the same?
The same depth of analysis must go on. You've got to look at the whole bird. You've got to look at the conformation. You've got to make sure that it's within the variety, so we don't have. And a common feature, not common, but a feature that you see is faint brown markings. Okay, and that's because someone's put in cinnamon through them just to clean up this body diffusion, to dilute it. And sometimes that gets a double cross in the breed, and all of a sudden you have birds that have faint brown spots, faint brown tails. Right. A common feature in this variety is to get a blue sheen through it, where people have used the blues to improve the quality of them. So you get the blue sheen, you counteract that by putting a grey cinnamon in there to try and eradicate it, and a couple of generations down the track you breed in cinnamon albinos, which can look like another variety altogether.
Yeah, you just saw...
Here we go, there's a bit of movement again.
The live stream is on the albinos.
Yeah.
That's a shiny head, isn't it?
Oh, Rod Turnbull, wait till he hears this feedback.
I think Mrs. Turnbull's on the down at the
Yep.
downstairs broadcast.
So we're sitting at G, C and J.
For the black eye,
For the
dark eye clears.
So J right.
As I said, when you see this bird, if it wins, it has the most modern features on a dark eye clear that I've ever seen. It was a standout winner, and it was a bird that I predicted would easily win the class because of its modern features. And that's without knowing what everyone else has got. Interesting. See the albino laying over the perch? Okay, you don't see that very often, so I suspect that it has a bit of an issue somewhere.
It's going back up.
Oh,
the top and tailing.
The top and tailing.
Oh, it's top and tailing.
Over in the albinos.
Oh, sorry.
That's... I don't think our live stream can see that they're top and tailing the albinos at this stage. Oh, now they can.
But they can listen to us.
Okay. Well, the director obviously is listening to us as well, because as soon as we mention it, bang, it happens. But
Thornboy.
now see how that bird that's laying over the perch has gone back. Don't be surprised if it goes back a bit more yet. And there's something clearly not right with that bird for it to lay over like that.
Ooh.
Okay, so there we go. See, it's going back further.
Right.
You should be a fortune teller, Stephen.
Oh, well. That's what I would do if I was a judge.
You are a judge, Stephen.
No, not here. Not today.
It's not his first budgie show, Troy.
Not his first rodeo.
Oh, it's going back even.
Well, we'll wait and see.
Louder.
Okay, sorry. We've just got a message through that we're talking too softly, so we'll start to speak a bit more clearly. Right, so they're still moving the birds around, and these are the birds that were actually on the bottom row that have been elevated at the top so that judges can look at them at eye level. And that's why you're seeing a lot of movement going on, because these birds haven't really been assessed until now. You look at them, you roughly place them in order, and then when you elevate them to the top level, you can go, okay, we need to reevaluate. Some birds look better, some birds look worse, and so you swap them around.
And I suppose the light for the albinos is even more important.
Yeah, well, I mean, you certainly want to be able to see what's in front of you, because having markings in it, having the blue sheen on the body is a major fault for this variety. Now, we're still streaming on the albinos, and they're still moving birds around. Okay.
Now, Troy, I notice you don't have any albinos.
Not in here this year. I think we finished 4th last year, but didn't manage to sneak one in for the albinos this year.
Tough one to breed. Is it a...
So albinos are a sex-linked variety. So if I take a cockbird that is a visual albino, everything that I'm going to breed in the way of a female from him will be an albino. So it's just a case of prioritising your breeding cages for them. So unfortunately, I didn't really do that this year and managed to breed, I think, 3 or 4 at best. So didn't have anything that was as competitive as the other birds that came from South Australia, from Wayne Bant, the Marshall family, and Graham McCallum.
Okay, so you can see the judges are still talking, and the bird they're talking about is the one I mentioned earlier on. See how it's laying forward? I would say I would say it has a permanent disability of some description. Right, because when they stir it up, it sits up, and then as they leave it alone, it relaxes and it goes forward more. Right. So see what's happening? Which is exactly what I thought would. And the reason I say that is because that's what I would do if I was a judge. Keep moving it to the right, which means it's going further and further down. See how it's laying over the perch again?
That's Mick Gearings from Western Australia.
Yeah. Look, we're not close enough to see. It may only be a temporary issue. He could have injured himself, in the flight cage. Any number of things could happen. But you have to assess them on what you see on the day.
Now, we can't see this on the live stream, but I think, is it standing room only in the showroom out there?
Well, there's a lot of people out there. There's certainly a lot of interest, and they're getting a lot of people coming through from the public.
Right.
But apparently the tonic bar downstairs is pretty exciting because they're playing the live stream with our audio loud, and Con Haruvium is down there corralling the crowd.
Hang on, Con at a bar?
Con at a bar. It's kind of like
outrageous.
a watering hole. It's a live golf equivalent down there.
You're comparing the 2024 ANBC Championship Show to Live Golf.
Well, I know Con won't be without a drink.
Right.
And it'll definitely be whiskey.
Ah, good.
Scotch.
I'll be down there shortly, Con.
Con, if you're listening to this, Nick is just in the room between the bathroom and the ballroom, and if you could just slip a couple of Scotch and Cokes in here.
Don't be silly. Do not be silly. We've still got a very professional job here to do.
He's saying that, but he's giving me the thumbs up. You can't see the thumbs up. We don't have a camera in here. Actually, no, it's not thumbs up. He's indicating 2. Bring him 2.
He'll actually do that. But it's amazing how many people have come through. It's
like you say, there's so much interest now across all forms and all walks of life. Young people, older people, retirees. And the great thing is the appeal of them is that they are so calming. No stress levels. When you're with your birds, that's all you focus on. You forget about everything else, all the problems that we face outside in the world. You just concentrate on making sure you feed them correctly, making sure their general health is right. So now they're reverting back to the original birds on the top of the bench and the bottom ones, and they've just taken the bird on the bottom row that was first place, and they're comparing it with the last bird from the top row. And if there's any change, they then compare that bird to the one next to it.
So we're seeing there Mark Wilton is sitting in position 1 in the albinos. Cage F is Wayne Keisha from Victoria sitting in 2nd. Cage N is Pete Jeffrey from South Queensland, sitting in third. In fourth, you've got Johnny Ennis from Victoria. In cage P, we've got K&D Mitchell from New South Wales. In cage E, we have Graham McCallum from South Australia.
Okay, and you can clearly see there is a difference between the top row and the bottom row.
In cage Q, we've got Matty Hollyoak from New South Wales.
And it's just the light. The light is...
that makes a
Cage T,
difference.
we've got Lloyd Richardson there, rounding out the top bench.
Okay. Looks to me like they're checking rings at this stage. They're going through each cage just to make sure that it has the right coloured ring.
That still fascinates me. It fascinates me that we're checking rings at this point.
Oh, well...
I think it's just...
Oh, no. It has happened.
Has it happened? Oh, my.
It has happened that a bird's got through with the wrong ring for sure.
She's a very competitive game, Nick.
Oh. You know what? The realisation of that actually just kicked in yesterday afternoon as I was going through the back room with security, etc. It was just phenomenal. And the fact that obviously we're having to bring media in, weren't allowed to take any photos, take any vision of any of the birds that are on show today, just those that are on sale on Sunday. So, amazing.
Okay, so you can see on the live stream we're looking at the albinos, and there's just some conversation now between the birds in third and fourth place for whatever reason, and I can't really determine, but okay, so maybe they're counting feathers. Anyway, they haven't made a change yet. So, and it looks to me like they're not going to. So congratulations to Cage C.
Here it comes. Text her out.
All right, so Mark Wilson from New South Wales. Congratulations, Mark.
Well done.
And F. Wayne Karcher from Victoria. Bridesmaid. Next year, no one will remember that, unfortunately.
Oh.
But what a great effort to get second. And in third place, we have N, which is Peter Jeffries from South Queensland. So the top three are from different states, so that's good.
Yeah.
Spreads the points around.
I think that does push South Queensland, though, into a strong third position.
Yeah. We have fourth place, S. John Ennis from Victoria. So Victoria get two in the top four. We have P, which is K&D Mitchell from New South Wales.
We're not even halfway through the classes yet, are we? So it's...
We're up to class 11, and I believe we'll go through to 18 today.
18 today, but 28 total.
Correct, 10 tomorrow.
And it's for tomorrow's.
Okay. So you can't see on the live stream, but the other team... yeah, oh, here we go. They're marking their birds too, so the judges are pretty much on level with each other.
Someone got a memo over lunch.
Yeah, I think so.
Someone got the memo.
Okay, so the winner is...
Results of class 11, albino class. Cage C is first. Cage F is second. Cage N is third. Cage S is fourth. Cage P is fifth. Cage E is sixth. Cage Q is 7th. Cage T is 8th. Cage G is 9th. Cage B is 10th. Cage D is 11th. Cage M is 12th. Cage J is 13th. Cage R is 14th. Cage K is 15th. Cage I is 16th. Cage A is 17th. Cage L is 18th. Cage H, 19th. Cage O is 20th. Cage U is 21st. James will talk on the birds.
Thanks, Dave. Alrighty, so albino class, some really nice birds in there, especially on that top row. Condition has definitely played a part again today, which is a little bit unfortunate, but in saying that, some really strong birds, especially in that first 6 birds. So C, really clean, in great condition, showed really well, lovely depth of mask, height above the eye, some really nice shoulder and feather texture. Second bird, could be a little bit lazy, so it did cost it a bit today, but as you can see, when it does show, it looks apart, stands nice and straight, 30 degrees to the vertical, but lovely depth of mask. Again, height above the eye, width of cap, some really nice feather texture and shoulder strength. N, condition again, costed a little bit, but a really nice, strong cockbird. Tail a bit chewed up, but in saying that, again, lovely feather texture, great depth of mask, width of face, really nice top end. S, again, showed really well, really nice face, all the way around, directional feather, cap, really smart bird. P, the 5th bird, condition really did hit this bird. You could just see the amount of pin feathers in the cap, in its mask as well, but yeah, amazing feather texture, shoulder strength, a really nice strong budgie, and it does, when it does show, it really looks apart. It did lose interest a bit later in the day, but a really nice bird, and it does give itself every chance when it is showing. But like I said, really nice top end. But yeah, first 5 or 6 birds, some really nice strong birds in there. So, and congratulations to the winner.
The results of Class 12, dark-eyed clear. Cage G is first. Cage C is second. Cage J is third. Cage N is fourth. Cage M is fifth. Cage R is sixth. Cage D is 7th. Cage O is 8th. Cage H is 9th. Cage L is 10th. Cage K is 11th. Cage, hang on, I just wrote the wrong thing down. Try Cage A is 12th. I wrote 12 for 12. Anyway, and again, and P is 13th. B is 14th. S is 15th. F is 16th. U is 17th. T is 18th. E is 19th. And I is 20th.
Thanks, Dave. Most people will know this is one of my favourite varieties, and we had a really strong class of dark-eyed clear. Now, we can see these birds and the exhibitors are now starting to really put some good time and effort into getting these birds up to a bit of size, few modern features in the face. We're getting a bit of feather direction, we're getting a good bit of size and strength in the birds. So congratulations to those exhibitors that are breeding this difficult to breed variety. We're starting to see some modern features coming in the birds. So First bird, super dark-eyed clear. We picked him out, put him straight to the front. He didn't move. Solid show bird, lovely length. He's got good shoulder, nice bit of feather direction and facial features for dark-eyed clear. Didn't put a foot wrong. Congratulations to the exhibitor of the winning one. Great bird. Second and third bird, the first three sort of were standouts in the class. Came down, the first one picked itself, and the difference between second and third really came down to colour. The second bird's got a little bit more vibrant colour to the bird, similar features, good length, good shoulder, bit of feather direction, starting to have a modern feature in the birds. So second and third, colour sort of sorted out the difference between those. And then fourth and fifth, again, very similar birds. A bit of length, a bit of shoulder, starting to get a bit of size about them. Bit of feather direction coming over the eyes, bit of cap. Again, colour just came down to deciding fourth and fifth. So the fourth one, a little bit better colour than the fifth one. But first five, pretty solid dark-eyed clears. Plenty of other good birds, even in the lower rungs. Just be careful, we're trying to put a bit of size into them, but we're starting to get a bit of wing problems also, certainly on the bottom row. Bit of secondaries, a bit of lazy wings on some of the birds. And you'll see that as you see on display. But congratulations to those breeders with birds in here. Good to see nearly a full class. Often this has been a bit low in numbers in recent years, but we're only missing one bird. So well done to those zones that are now putting dark-eyed clears and getting people to breed them. Really good. Really good. So congratulations to the winners and anyone who's breeding this variety. Well done.
Okay, so the next two classes we have are, once again, wing variety birds, what we call wing variety birds, and we have clearwings, right, and greywings. So we can see the birds on the right-hand side will be the clearwings, and when they remove the birds on the left, the dark-eyed clears, we should see the greywings come out. Right. And of course, we have a little bit of a lag in judging and commentary because they both finish at exactly the same time, which hasn't happened today until right now. So, here we go. Now the points for the albino. Right, 14 points New South Wales, 13 Victoria. Victoria ended up with 24 points in total. New South Wales with 24 points. So nothing's changed. So after the albino class, there should only be 1 point between Victoria and New South Wales. And what a great honour to have those people as sponsors at the 2024 ANB Championship Show here in Launceston.
Are we going to get down to the Launceston distillery at some point?
All right,
Absolutely.
And here we are with the dark-eyed clears. So, hello, we've got Victoria are going to skip away a little bit. So they've got a maximum of 27 points, which is the most you can score in a class. And the next New South Wales have 17 points. So there's a 10-point buffer there. And that's how easy it happens. And here we go, have a look. So we're 11 points clear. Okay, we're 1 point before, 10 points after the last class, or the last two classes.
So, Steve, when you say we are, you're referring to Victoria?
Oh, yeah, I'm a Mexican.
Well, as a commentator, you've got to be fair. It's Victoria's gone ahead.
That's
New
right.
South Wales 242.
Yeah, South Queensland 207, so they're around about. And South Australia not that far behind them.
And I think South Australia kept in it from that last one there from one of the Holmes birds.
What will be interesting is if Melbourne Classical actually
Yeah. No, that doesn't want to do it. Low battery.
No, you're going to press it off first.
Oh, close it.
Now, for our dear commentary team back on the control desk, we definitely need one of you guys to pop back here, one of the technical guys, because our iPad is telling us we're at 10% power left. We definitely may need your charge or something drastic could happen. What I was saying before the mute button was hit there, Kelvin Kokoski from South Australia, I think, finished first and third in the Clearwings last year. So I'm quietly hoping for a big result from SA here in the Clearwing class. Kelvin has all 3 Clearwings in representing SA. And in the greywing class, we have 2 birds from Wayne Wiedenhofer and 1 from the Holmes family. So hopefully South Australia can well and truly keep up behind South Queensland there.
It's a big move, though, from South Australia still to stay up there and playing around.
Okay, so while we're live streaming the Clearwings, let's read through them. So in KJ from Victoria, we have Vic Murray. B, we're just talking about him, Calvin Kokoski from South Australia. In C, we have G&M Lynch from New South Wales. From South Queensland, Steve Kilduff with Cage D. In E, we have B. Schuster from North and Central Queensland. F, once again, Calvin Kokoski from South Australia, and he also has Cage G. Right, in H, we have J. Kamada from Western Australia. I is B. Schuster from North and Central Queensland. J. Leong, right, in J from Victoria, breeding Clearwings. That's a turn up. We have N. Donaldson in Cage K from South Queensland, as we do have Cedric da Costa, an ex-Victorian, an ex-New South Welshman, showing for South Queensland in L. M, we have Shepherd and Flanagan from Victoria, and they're synonymous for being national winners. We have in N, G&M Lynch from New South Wales. We have J. Kamada Reno from Western Australia and Derek Poole from Tasmania in P. Right, in Q we have the Wilson family from New South Wales. R is D. Poole again from Tasmania. Mick Gearing from Western Australia has Cage S. B. Schuster T from North and Central Queensland. And last but certainly not least, D. Poole from Tasmania in U. So D. Poole has all 3, as does Calvin Kokoski.
You'd have to say, Stephen, all of the usual suspects in there for the Clearwing class, with the exception of Jeffrey.
Yeah, this is the first time I'm led to believe that he's bred them. As his club need to breed all varieties in order to be competitive at the Shield, and they proved that by winning the Shield.
I did hear they might have been
considerably. I think it was 150 plus points difference.
Moving over to the Greywings to take a look at them. In KJ, we have the bird from Ellen and Chris Drury. In Cage B, Barry and Marie Wise, who are now from Victoria, not from New South Wales anymore. In Cage C, we have the Holmes family from South Australia.
You can tell that's one that you've trained because it's sitting on the floor.
Well,
Kelly's had nothing to do with it. Is that all
they do, sit on the floor?
His does. The ones Troy trains, definitely.
Please disregard that last comment. Cage D, we have Errol and Lynn Miller from
South Queensland.
Yeah. In KG, we have the Shaw family from South Queensland. Cage F is Jason and Wayne Wiedenhofer from South Australia. In Cage G, we have Daniel Child from New South Wales. H is blank. In I, we have Dale Ward from Tasmania. D. Fisher from North and Central Queensland in J. Trevor Johnson from Tasmania, another local, in Cage K. Jennifer Carmada from WA in Cage L. D. Fisher in Cage M from North and Central Queensland. Mark Brennan, last year's winner, in Cage O. In Cage P, we have D. Fisher from North and Central Queensland. In Cage Q, Penny Gillespie from Victoria. In Cage R, Daniel Child from New South Wales. In Cage S, Dale Ward, again the local from Tassie. In Cage T, Errol and Lynn Miller from South Queensland. And in Cage U, the bird that was moved straight to first place, Jason and Wayne Wiedenhofer from South Australia.
Now, is that unusual, just straight up?
Not if you're Stephen Moe. Stephen actually would have judged the class and be on his third drink by now.
Oh, steady.
But that was a notable jump straight away.
Well, the bird is a very strong bird. We saw that bird there last week, and We spent a considerable amount of time preparing the bird because we have a bit of a superstition in South Australia. Every time the Holmes family's won one, the Wiedenhofer family's won one. So it's very important that the Wiedenhofer one gets one early.
Well, I'm sitting here looking at them, and I would say not only is he a magnificent variety bird, not only is she a magnificent variety bird, but she's a strong budgerigar and deserves to be put directly in first place, I would say. Now we're back at the Clearwings, and what have we got? Currently we have Cage M sitting in first place, and Cage M belongs to Shepherd and Flanagan. No surprise there. Right, the second bird is F, which is Cowan-Kokoski from South Australia. We have B in third place, which is Cowan-Kokoski from South Australia. So maybe Shepherd and Flanagan are going to just spoil the Cowan-Kokoski run. And then we go to D, which is Steve Kildreth from South Queensland. And I see James is sitting there with his hands on his hips, chewing rapidly on gum. It's probably Nicorette, I'd say.
And if he was here, he'd say correct weight.
Yeah.
His favourite line.
Yeah. But you can see there are some lovely birds there. Have a look at the bird in cage G.
The Kokoski bird?
Yeah, the contrast in colour is just lovely. It's a grey-green and it's very...
It's a dark green.
Dark green, is it?
Very dark green.
Right, okay. Well, almost to the point of being olive. Right. Well, that just shows that colour intensity is magnificent, which is what you need. You don't want to see grey, smudgy wings. That clarity of wing is very important with this variety.
So, Stephen, it'd be worth you giving Nick a rundown on the Clearwings versus what they've seen over in Europe.
Okay. All right. Okay. In Europe, they don't have this variety.
Why not?
Well, they do. They call them Clearwings, but in actual fact, they look like these birds.
Right.
See cage C?
In the greywings.
In the greywings. The live stream can't see it, but cage C in greywings is very much what the UK call a clearwing. Whereas we look at ours, and you see how our wings on the green bird is really like yellow.
Yep.
On the blue bird, it's almost a whitish look about it.
Interesting.
Well, you know, we see ourselves as purists. We are trying to breed the bird that has the palest wing possible. Whereas in the UK, they don't look at that.
And to all our UK viewers...
not a slant on you, that's just your system.
Your system? But ours is better than yours.
No, I didn't say that. You said that.
No, that's what you were really implying.
No, not at all.
Actually, you can't say that. Only I can say that because otherwise you get in trouble as a judge.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, interestingly, Nick, one of the varieties that is becoming really attractive to people entering the budgerigar hobby is what we call the rainbow. And the rainbow is a clearwing, opaline, yellowface in the blue series. So if you can imagine a clearwing that looks like that, but it has a blue body but yellow wings,
yeah,
and a yellow face, it looks absolutely outstanding, and people are falling in love with these birds.
You know what we need is a movie to get budgies back into sort of complete vogue with people, like what they did for the little goldfish, the clownfish.
Oh right,
Nemo,
okay.
Finding Nemo.
Finding Nemo.
So we need to find a budgie. We need a finding budgie. But it does change the way people look at them.
Yeah. So we've swapped over to the greywings now, and I think you're going to find that bird that was moved to first place will still be in first place.
It is, yes.
Is it you? Yeah.
It is KGU, yeah. It's still sitting in first place.
I don't think anything will come near her. Once again, looking at the bird in second place, right? Once a beautiful variety bird, okay? And that's the feature of the variety. Beautiful grey-looking wings and tail feathers.
Are Jason and Wayne here?
No, they're not. They didn't make the trip down, unfortunately.
Are they watching the live show?
Right.
One would hope.
Are they very nervous, Jason and Wayne? How are you feeling right now?
Oh, well, they're not... they're used to being in a winning position. They are very successful breeders, consistently successful.
But that also adds the extra pressure. That's
Oh,
on,
is that what it is?
I think it
Okay.
does. When you're at the top, there's only one place to go.
And,
Well, actually, there is one place to go, the Hall of Fame.
That's right.
How many away?
They've won the clear bodies.
Yeah.
They've definitely won 2 in the dilutes. They're at least three or
Three-
four deep.
yeah, 3 or
And
4
if you
deep.
count back in the day before all of the states were competing, I think the Wiedenoffers won 3 or 4 in the yellowface
Right.
back in the 80s, the early 80s, late 70s. I think the BCSA website will tell me.
Okay. So going through, you can see the blues have that. The wing looks definitely grey, doesn't it? As opposed to the grey greens, where the contrast is very evident. Okay.
2 wins in the clear bodies and 2 in the dilutes, so they're at 4 wins.
Right. And I wouldn't be at all surprised if we see that bird they've just moved R move up in front of P. It just has a little bit more feather, a little bit more direction. No, that's not going to happen. I'm wrong. Okay. Right, so here we go. Interesting. There's a few birds on the bottom row that no one's looked at yet, but you can see E is a light green greywing, so the contrast of colour is not as great as you might see in the greys or the blues, or even the grey greens for that matter.
So right now we're sitting with Jason and Wayne Wiedenoffer in first in the greywings. Second place is Alan and Chris Drury from New South Wales. Third place is Barry and Marie Wise from Victoria. Cage D, Errol and Lynn Miller in fourth.
Okay,
We've just got a message come through from Wayne Wiedenoffer that says, "I am now." Watching the live streaming, so welcome Wayne.
Someone's rung him.
Someone's rung him and said,
Yeah.
"Mate, you're about to win her."
Your fifth national.
Remember I mentioned earlier on that that bird that moved would probably move again, and it has. Okay, it's just gone another place. Will it go any further? Probably not, because I don't know that it has the strength of body structure. Right. Okay, so
We're going to move back over to the Clearwings, where there's been a couple of changes over here. Cage M, which is the bird sitting in front, is from Shepherd
still there.
Flanagan.
Yeah, that's still there, and Kokoski's still there.
In second.
So not sure where the changes come from. We weren't focusing on them.
Cage L, the bird they're having a good look at, is from Cedric DeCosta in South Queensland.
Yeah. Right, so of course they're in the bottom row at this stage, and I don't think they're far away from changing them around.
So the bird that is Cage U is Derek Poole. He's moved up from Tasmania into third place.
Right, that was the big move, was it?
Yep.
Yep.
Cage G is Kelwyn Kokoski. Cage C is G&M Lynch from New South Wales.
Okay. Interesting, the bird in C, right, doesn't appear to have the body structure or feather structure of those in front of it, but what it has is the palest wing of all of them. So
Outstanding variety.
Yeah, it's been rewarded for that, and
and incredibly well behaved.
Oh, well, yeah, we're not worried too much about that, but that's the reason why it's in fifth place. We only worry about the behaviour when it's a Holmes family bird. Right, so
A
here's
little bit of discipline at the Holmes family.
Yeah,
needs to be.
There's
put
a
in
big
place.
move there, and once again, have a look at the bird they've moved. The first thing I notice is the clarity of the wing. So they're rewarding the breeders for variety, and some judges do that. Some judges prefer variety over type.
Oh, they're going to go again.
Oh, I think they're going to go. Okay, it would be lovely to be able to hear what they have to say. No, they've left them. So one wants movement, and the other one's saying, no, it's about where it should be. Okay, I'm sure the partnership in Victoria are eagerly listening, and their heart's probably pounding. So hello to Bruce Shepherd and Cole Flanagan. I did say at the weekend I thought it was an outstanding bird for its variety, and obviously the judges are thinking along similar lines. But as you can see down the line, there are some really good budgies. I love the bird in G.
The Kokoski bird.
Yeah, super. And if we could have the clarity of wing of C on, the bird in U and those in front, you would have cracked the double, I'd say, as far as clearwing breeding is concerned. But I think, if my memory serves me, Cole Flanagan won the clearwings last year. Shepherd and Flanagan partnership.
Oh, I thought it was Kokoski last year.
No. I may be wrong. No.
Clearwing, Kokoski and Rice. Shepherd Flanagan won it the year prior.
Right, so they've won 2 of the last 3. Right, so I got that wrong. So
2 of the last 4, I'd say. Peter Dodd, I think, picked it up the year before that.
Yeah.
But then they picked it up in 2018 in Penrith. Yeah. This traditionally, looking at those results, has been a class fought out between South Australia and Victoria.
Yeah,
and I'm guessing between those 2 exhibitors.
Yeah, exactly, I'd say. Look, I love the style of bird in G. It's just doing all the right things. It hasn't moved. Nice clear wing, some nice feather structure. But if you look at you, look how clear the wing is on that. Amazing. And these are a hard variety to improve. The moment you start putting normals through them, the wing colour changes.
So Cage J there, sitting up on the top row, that is the Jeffrey Leong bird.
Yeah.
His first few are into clearwings.
Yeah, to be on the top bench is a good effort.
Cage P is Derek Poole.
Well, we know Derek's been breeding them for quite a while.
Cage H is Jennifer Carmada from WA.
Yeah, well, Jennifer, I don't know and haven't met her, but she's done a great job. And look at, once again, the clarity of wing.
And B. Schuster is in Cage I. Bruce is from North and Central Queensland.
Yeah.
Cage D, you've got Steve Kilduff from South Queensland.
Right. And still a good, strong budgie, really, for the variety. So the top birds are really quite good, all of them.
And very good representation of the clearwing variety.
Yeah.
Those top birds. Contrast, particularly on some of those birds, is amazing. It's birds like this that help people fall in love with budgies.
Exactly.
Nick's fallen in love with Spangle double factors today, named Sunrise.
Has he?
Yes, he decided he was going to tweet that picture earlier. No pun intended.
Yeah, right up until it
shat all over.
Till it left its droppings on my hand just 5 minutes before we were going to air.
All right, so you had one perched on your hand.
Yeah, I had it perched. It was gorgeous, gorgeous things. But I tell you what,
A bit watery and runny?
No, actually...
No, it was perfectly formed.
Was it? It was a solid.
All right.
But...
I did look at it and think, oh, that bird's in very good health.
It's interesting because that's actually how you tell.
Well, no doubt. You do that with humans as well.
I went into the bathroom at lunchtime. I'd say somebody here is reasonably unhealthy.
Oh, cheapest I can tell you. I know who.
Let's change. We must be just about ready to go back to the other group doing the greywings on Cam 1 or... Yep.
Here we
Here
go.
we
We'll
go.
switch back. So we've topped and tailed the greywing. So
Right.
cage U.
Okay, so
is still in
any
front.
surprises at this stage? I haven't seen too much movement.
So up the top there, we've got D Fisher from North Queensland sitting in 11th.
But can you see the contrast between, say, S and A, or you know how the wing is just not as vibrant grey? And that'll be the reason why it's placed in that position as opposed to being higher. Still a good budgie though, don't get me wrong.
So Dale Ward in cage S. In cage I, Dale Ward again. In cage K, Trevor Johnson.
Yep.
Cage E, we have the Shaw family.
If our judge moved out of the way, you'd be able to see the difference between cage K and the one directly in front of the judge. And it's another sky blue greywing. And it's just the contrast in body colour and wing colour. You can't see that at the moment. Yeah, all right. See the difference between the two?
Yeah.
Yeah, both sky grey wings, but one far more predominant in the colour pigment on the wings.
Yeah.
The body colour. Truer to the variety than the paler one. Right, so they're still working their way through. They've obviously topped and tailed, I think, looking at them.
In the greywings, they absolutely have, yep.
Yeah. See there now, L. L's a conjecture bird. L could almost be put in as a dilute. See how pale the body colour is, how pale the wings are? It's one of those borderline birds. And I always approach them. If I have to ask a question, is that a dilute or is that a grey wing? Then it's a dilute. But I've judged it as a grey wing today, but it has obviously been heavily penalised because of where it's positioned. Here. Ooh. No, they're topping and tailed. They're reversing that now. So it's in the bottom couple, and that's why it will be there. It's been heavily penalised for variety.
So cage U, obviously, is
have a look.
still sitting in front and hasn't moved.
It stands out. It doesn't even have to get on the perch. It's that strong.
Jeepers.
So I think Jason and Wayne will be feeling very, very happy with themselves at this point in time.
Is it a South Australian thing, Troy, not wanting to get up on the perch?
Mate, did you get on the perch last night?
Yeah, I did. I got
Where
on
are
the
you
perch.
from?
Hey, I'm
WA, what are you going to declare, Stumps, and say from...
No, I'm from South Australia.
Where were you born? What state were you born in?
I was born in Victoria, to be
there
fair.
you go.
So there you go.
It's all over the
Grassroots,
place.
Victoria.
He's behind all sorts.
But I spent a lot of time in Western Australia. And to all the West Australian viewers out there, yep, you got off to a flying start. We're just struggling now. I'm only 18 months in at South Australia, so I haven't been quietly, I haven't been stamped on the forehead yet. Actually, I don't think that ever happens. So you actually got to be born and bred in South Australia to be South Australian.
I can't claim that right.
Can't you? Where do you hail from, Troy?
I'm from East Gippsland in Victoria.
Ah, there you go. I knew there was something I liked about you. Gippsland.
Yeah, I'm a Victorian through and through. Mexicans we're known as.
Yep. South of the border.
Yeah.
Yeah, Peter Fern would be feeling a lot happier too about where Victoria's standing at the moment.
Oh, yes, I think so.
Slightly
But
getting ahead.
I think we're very realistic in Victoria. We knew we weren't as strong in some of those earlier classes as we have been in the past. But we also knew that we had some depth coming down. And remember that today's only the first day.
Yep.
There's more to come tomorrow.
This will put South Australia back up.
There's more to come this afternoon.
Our aim as SA, as I said, was to finish up in third place this year, and that's a big challenge.
Yeah.
We'll definitely be punching above our weight if we could to go up. I think South Queensland has 16 clubs and SA's 3. So to be even in the conversation is a great outcome for SA, and there's a lot of great breeders over there trying really hard. Of course, there is in South Queensland too, taking nothing away from them. They actually finished second 2 years ago.
Well, until they get a commentator here in the room, they're just going to have to sit back and cop that.
Gary Hibbert will be in here shortly.
Okay, well, what you can see on the live stream is that they're marking the cages in the greywing. So congratulations to the Wiedenhoffers from South Australia.
Well done.
And then to cage D, which is Ian L. Miller in South Queensland for coming second. Congratulations, guys. In third place, we have A from ANC Jury from New South Wales.
B comes in for fourth. B&M Wise from Victoria.
Right, C.
And fifth is F. So Jason and Wayne were over the coming first and fifth.
First and fifth, that's very good for South Australia.
So
we only get points for the first two.
Right.
We're just making up the numbers.
Right, and once again, what the people on the live stream can't see is that the people, or the guys judging Clearwings, have finished almost, once again, on time.
So what have we got on the Clearwings?
Now, Wayne has shared some commentary. Unfortunately, I can't read it out, but he is a little more excited than Ray Slade was earlier.
Right.
5 national wins for the Wiedenhofer family.
So congratulations, the Shepard and Flanagan Partnership in Victoria, for winning the Clearwings, and he's a super budgie. Right, such a big bird with such clear wings. In second place we have
Kokoski and Rice in second and third. Sorry, Kelvin Kokoski, not Kokoski and Rice.
Yeah.
Derek Poole in fourth.
Here we come.
G&M Lynch in fifth. Cage J in sixth, which is Jeffrey Leon. Well done, Jeffrey. Seventh, we have Cage P, which is Derek Poole again.
Yeah, and we spoke about that bird, the clarity of wing. So
Results of Class 14, the greywing class. Cage U is first. Cage D is second. Cage A is third. Cage B is fourth. Cage F is fifth. Cage R is sixth. Cage G is seventh. Cage P is eighth. Cage C is ninth. Cage O is 10th. Cage M is 11th. Cage S is 12th. Cage I is 13th. Cage K is 14th. Cage E is 15th. Cage T is 16th. Cage L is 17th. Cage Q is 18th. Cage J is 19th. There was no entry here for 20th and 21st.
Okay, so you can see they've announced the winners in the class, and we've now got the judges just writing their comments so that they tell you exactly what the reasons for the birds being placed where they are. And then, of course, the other class, the Clearwing class, that has also been finalised, and that will be announced after the comments from the judges of the Greywing class. So I think we're going to find Rod Turnbull's talking. And when it comes to the other side, it's probably time to hear from Jimmy Fletcher. So interesting in the scoreboard now. There might have just been a little bit more of a spread. We might very well see South Australia moving a bit further, closer to the next team in front of it. So the gap will close, and that's what it's all about at the end of the day, not only for the winning people, but for the zones.
Definitely a fantastic round for South Australia. So I think pulling in second and third in the Clearwing, and 1, 5th and 9th in the greywing. So
yeah, that's what I mean. I think you'll find they've moved considerably closer to South Queensland, I would say. Okay, so all the people on the live stream will see the results of the greywings come up on the screen. Okay, maybe it's not. All right, look, Rod should certainly be just about ready to talk about the birds. Come on, guys, let's keep it flowing. They need a microphone in their ear so I can pump them. Here we go. We've got the greywing scores up. All right. So South Australia, 24 points. Whew. That's a big pickup.
Okay, we've finished the greywing class, and no, this is a fantastic class of greywing variety birds. If you want to have a look at these birds and say, what are we trying to breed in greywing variety? Have a look at this class. I think there's really only one bird in this class that hasn't got really good mid-grey wings. The markings, the spots, sensational variety class, and really strong budgies as well. So, any greywing breeders out there, what am I aiming for? Variety? Have a look across the class. And it's a mixture of colours as well. We've got blues, greys, grey-greens, all super variety greywings. Really, really good and impressive class of greywings. First three picked themselves. Pretty solid. A lot of hens. So I think we had 5 of the first 6 birds were hens. Quite unusual, but the hens stood out today. The first one, sensational greywing grey hen. Lovely depth of body colour, lovely markings on the wing, really good spots, nice feather direction, good facial impact on this bird. Credit to the breeder of this one. Really, really nice greywing. The second one, big strong greywing grey-green hen. Not the best show bird. Had a bit of trouble getting it to perch. When it first got up on the perch and stood, big, strong, off the perch, nice, strong-shouldered, wide bird, good top end on her. And yeah, really impressive as well. And the third one, again, a hen. Not quite as strong as the second one in the face, a little bit narrower, but still good width, good facial direction, nice feather over the steer, across the eyes, nice dark markings. 3 really strong hens at the top end. The fourth one, first cockbird. Interestingly enough, he probably wasn't as strong as some of the hens in front in back skull, which you would normally get in cockbirds. Now, the hens are the ones that normally cut away a little bit in the back, but the 3 hens were super in front of him. He just didn't have the strength in the face and width across the shoulder and neck as the hens in front of him. The fifth one, greywing sky hen, showed well all day until now. Didn't move off the perch, but she's a little marked in the top of the head and not quite as strong through the shoulder and feather in the face across the steer and eyes as those ones in front. But first 3, really good greywings, and the whole class a solid variety set. So well done to everyone who's got birds in, especially the winners. But those first 3, well done to those first 3 exhibitors. Great greywings, well done.
The results of Class 13 Clearwings. Cage M is first. Cage B is second. Cage G is third. Cage U is fourth. Cage C is fifth. Cage J is sixth. Cage P is 7th. Cage H is 8th. Cage I is 9th. Cage D is 10th. Cage Q is 11th. Cage L is 12th. Cage A is 13th. Cage N is 14th. Cage K is 15th. Cage E is 16th. Cage T is 17th. Cage O is 18th. Cage S is 19th. And cages R and F are DQ'd.
Well, Clearwings, my condolences to all those people that breed Clearwings. It's such a hard road we row. As a fellow breeder, I know the pain you're going through. But we look up here today, we've got some ripper Clearwings. And the first bird is an absolute beauty. He's a real Clearwing, big, solid bird, lovely mast. There's been a lot of work going to this bird. Good shoulder and really good wing colour. Now, like, as judges, we are trying to preserve the Clearwings as Clearwings, so we reward good effort where we see it. And whoever bred that bird, you've done a magnificent job. Yeah, the second bird's a nice big bloke too. Not as good in condition, but still got the modern mast. The first 3 birds have got a lovely mast. That has the bird in 5th place. So there's some serious work going into these, so well done to all you. The third bird is a big bloke, big dark green. Clarity's wing could have been a bit better. If he had had lovely wings like the first bloke, it would have been a good challenge because you can't beat that yellow wing on the dark body. They were a pressure to judge. Unfortunately, we had to put 2 birds out because they had missing tail feathers. One bird had, I think, 3 in one wing, and that was visible. The rest were missing. And the other one had both wings, I think, had a few tails out. But well done. Overall, the class is a pretty good class of birds. And we can see the benefit you're doing by making these bigger birds bigger with the modern features, but still maintaining the wing colour. So, congratulations to all those who put one in. Bye.
Just a reminder, those who are going to the presentation dinner tomorrow night, the table settings are outside there, so you can put reserve your seat and your table. Okay? Just a reminder, just outside the door.
Okay, so we can see they've already brought out the double factor spangles, and in this class you'll see both the yellow and the white version.
Now I think, Steve, we're going to queue in the leaderboard here just to have a look where the states are.
Here we go. Now there's been a bit of a jump. Have a look. South Queensland are made up 30 points or 20-something points. South Australia, to catch South Queensland, so they're tied in 3rd spot. We have New South Wales 2nd. And we have Victoria ahead at the moment. Remember, I only say at the moment because there's still a lot of classes to be judged. North and Central Queensland are back by about 50 points. And about 50 points behind them is Western Australia and Tasmania, closing the gap on Western Australia.
Inside of these Spangle double factors that we're about to see, there's a couple of outstanding Spangle double factors, both from Victoria and South Queensland.
Right.
So this will be a very interesting class, and I think we have the cinnamon at the same time.
Well, that's on the other side, yeah. And
the cinnamon, in my anticipation, is going to be one of the strongest classes at this year's Nationals.
Right. Okay, well, let's just run through the double factor spangles as we see them at the moment. So in cage A we have Graham Alchin from South Australia. In cage B we have Peter Howe from Tasmania.
1, 2, 3. Okay,
C.
Rod and Nigel are going to judge the double factor Spangles now.
Okay.
Class 16, Spangle double factors.
Yeah. Cage C.
And
we
the
have
next class being benched, that's being placed on the bench now, is Class 15, Cinnamon Wing.
Okay, in C, in the Spangle double factors, we have the Holmes family from South Australia. You'll probably note that bird's probably running around.
Let's have a look.
Ah, Callie. Callie's trained that bird, I can tell. In D, we have Tony Luxton and Tom Revie from South Queensland. Derek Poole is in E from Tasmania. Mark Wilton, F from New South Wales. G and H Hibbard from South Queensland is G. H is M&S Evans from North and Central Queensland. Directly after that is I, Ian Snyder from North and Central Queensland. In J, we have S&T Gretsch from Victoria. K, we have Shepard and Flanagan, who just won the previous Clearwing class. So they have a double Spangle double factor. In L, we have N. Wheatley from Western Australia. M, we have the Holmes family. That looks a solid budgie too. From South Australia. In N, we have James Matthews from New South Wales. In O, we have M. Pace from North and Central Queensland. In P, G and H Hibbard from South Queensland. Victoria's S&T Gretsch have Q. We have R and S, both of them from N. Wheatley from Western Australia. T, we have Dave Bishop from South Australia. And last but not least, we have a good friend of mine, U, John Boss from New South Wales. So they're the Spangle double factors. And as I said, there are some outstanding birds there, and I did like one on the bottom row.
Yeah,
and
I think
there
P,
it goes.
There he is. That's the guy I saw out the back.
Yeah.
Gary may have had him in a special cage
Did he?
on his own. A little towel over him, just making sure he was well cared for.
Well, I tell you what, as we were reading through, I saw him and I thought, okay, that would be my first choice. Just judging them as we see them now without working the birds at all. And what I mean by working, where you actually turn the bird around, you make it sit up off the perch, you make it just relax and release its feathers. Some birds need help to do that, other birds just do it naturally. Ideally, you want them to do it naturally, but some of them you do need to give a bit of assistance to. But it certainly looks a budgie. Now, if we can get to the other side, on the other side we have the cinnamon wings, and maybe we can get Troy to talk through the owners of those birds so that you know, if you're an exhibitor, what letter your bird is in.
If we can move the camera over to camera 3 in the stream. There we go.
Right.
Cage A is John Ennis from Victoria. Cage B is Trevor Turner from South Queensland. Cage C is the Holmes family from South Australia. Cage D is Peter Howard from Tasmania. Cage E is Brett and Danny Card from South Queensland. Cage F is Michael Pace from North and Central Queensland. Cage G is Ian Schneider from North and Central Queensland. Cage H is Alan and Chris Drury from New South Wales. Cage I is the local in Peter Cross from Tasmania. Cage J is Dennis Lomond, who won our light green class from South Australia. Cage K is Mick Gearing from WA. Cage L is G&D Pymont from New South Wales. Cage M, Peter Cross from Tasmania, another local. Cage N, John and Sylvia Busia from New South Wales. Cage O, last year's winner, Hedra Kamel. Cage P, Alan Jeske. Sorry, Hedra Kamel. I'm actually looking at the cinnamon class here. I think I'm reading out the double factor Spangle class. That was actually Ian Hunter that won the cinnamons last year. Hedra Kamel in Cage O. In Cage P, Alan Jeske from WA. And last year's winner in Cage Q, Ian Hunter We have Ellen Jeske again in cage R. We have Michael Pace from North and Central Queensland in cage S. We have NHG Budgies in cage T. And rounding out the Cinnamons in cage U, we have the Holmes family.
Okay, and you can see, I actually think this cinnamon class may be one of the stronger classes we've seen so far. There are some super birds all the way along. So it's certainly no shame to be on the bottom row in this class, I don't think. Ideally, you want to be in the top row, but if you're in the bottom row, the class is that strong.
Heading back to the Spangle double factors now, we can see that cage G, which is the Gary and Helen Hibbard bird, is in first place. Cage P, which is the Gary and Helen Hibbard bird, is in second place. So South Queensland running 1-2 at the moment with 2 outstanding budgies. We then have cage M, which is the Holmes family, in third. We then have Michael Pace from North and Central Queensland in fourth. Cage N, James Matthews in fifth from New South Wales. Moving along to sixth, we have cage U, Johnny Boss from New South Wales. Cage 7, we have, in cage F, running 7th, we have Mark Wilton from New South Wales. And 8th in cage K, we have Shepard Flanagan from Victoria.
Okay, so Victoria are running down the line in this.
In Q, we've got Stevie Gretsch, also from Victoria. And in cage I, Ian Schneider from North and Central Queensland. Rounding out the top bench in J, we have Stevie Gretsch.
Okay, so they're working their way through now, re-evaluating all the birds, but I can tell you what, those 2 leaders, they're super budgies. One white and one yellow, and I don't know, there's not a huge lot of difference, is there?
No, I actually would have picked the yellow. Based on what I saw in the holding cage, he was the one that he was given the special attention to, but the white was outstanding as well.
Yeah. Don't be surprised if they're brothers or nestmates. The yellow one's just playing up a bit at the moment, but you can forget about him for a while. Let him just get over all that silly nonsense and settle down.
Down on the bottom row there in the double factor Spangles, we have cage B, which is Peter Howard from Tasmania. Cage L, Normie Wheatley from WA. Cage A, Graham Elchin from South Australia. And we have cage H, M&S Evans from North and Central Queensland.
Okay, you can see these birds, the double factor Spangles, they're ratting around in the cage a little bit, aren't they? They're affected by the light, by the looks of it. Not all of them. Some of them, once they're up on the perch, if they go to the back of the cage, and you've got the shadows of the light which calm them down. If they're in the front, right, they've got the bright light on them and they're just more unsettled. Okay. They're certainly not moving the birds very much in the double factor Spangles, are they? We must just about be due to go back to the Cinnamons right about now, and there's been a little bit of sorting out in the Cinnamon class. And what we've got
Johnny Ennis, Victoria, sitting in first place. Trevor Turner from South Queensland in second place. Third place we have Cage L, which is G&D Piemont from New South Wales. In fourth place, Cage C, the Holmes family from SA.
What's he doing, Troy?
He's looking at the camera from below the perch.
Right.
But he's not moving, running up and down.
Right.
He may not be perched, but he's not doing the bolt. We can't see the bird that's sitting in fifth, but in cage N we have John and Sylvia Busia. And in cage E we have Brett and Danny Card. In cage F we have Michael Pace. Cage G, Ian Schneider. H, it doesn't look like they've actually moved a lot of these birds yet. So we're F, G, H.
No, they haven't. In fact, it doesn't look like they've moved anything, really. So that must just about be ready to happen. They've moved a couple, that's about all. Okay, they're looking at O, which is the bird from Victoria, from Hedgehoog Kamal. Or camel. And I hope they're not counting flights. Yeah, okay. They're going to confer with the other judges there and ask them to come across. So there's obviously some controversy with the bird, and all 4 judges will offer an opinion, independent opinion, mind you. There's not a consensus.
So who are they looking at?
Well, they're looking at the cage O, which is the Victorian bird, the one right in the middle, you can see.
H. Kamal.
Yeah.
Andrew Kamel, yes.
And yeah, I think it's missing some flights.
We really do need judges, Mike, here, don't we?
Oh, that'd be handy.
Be fantastic.
Yeah. But, you know, I can see, I think it's missing too many flights.
I think they're actually just conferencing what they're having for dinner tonight.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah. What are you guys going to have? I think I'm going to have a steak. But
see on that outside, on this side, it's certainly got a tail, that's not the issue.
Yeah.
He's a good-looking rooster.
Oh, he's a good thing. Yeah. He's not as good as the bird in first place, but it's a good thing. He came second in the class, and the bird that won the class, which is currently running in first place, was deemed the best bird at our selection. So it's a strong bird, and it just happens to be not only a cinnamon, but it's also a split lacewing. So all goes well for his breeding program moving forward.
Long time conferring.
Yeah, well, you've got to make the right decision ultimately. Because if you allow him in, then he can win, of course. But I think that's the issue. That'll be one to hear what they were talking about. I can definitely see 2 tail feathers. But the more he rats around, the rougher he gets in the wing too, so that's not a good thing. Just stand back and let him relax. No, he looks right that side. This side doesn't look right. I reckon he's missing the outside flights on this side.
Right.
So we'll see. They might be there, but they might just be very short. We can't see. We're not close enough.
If we can't get judges, Mike, we're going to have to get professional lip readers.
That's right. That's what we need. We need someone who can lip read, and I'm certainly way below that standard. It's taking a long time, isn't it? do that, I don't believe.
Do what?
To take the bird off the stand and...
Well, you're allowed to top and tail them, though.
Oh, yeah, but that's not what they're doing. Doesn't matter. They're getting the right decision, and that's what's important.
So you're an owner. You're H. Cabell from Victoria. You're a little nervous. You're feeling, what's going on? Is my bird hanging around, or is this a potential disqualification?
This is a potential disqualification.
I think so, yeah. And look, do you know, I actually think he should get the benefit of the doubt. They're taking so long to make a decision, it's not clear.
I think the decision is coming in. It looks like
No, I think he should. I honestly think he should get through and be given the benefit of the doubt because they've taken so long to decide. See, they're counting, or is it the feet? Oh, look, I'm none the wiser, to be honest. I thought it might have been flights, but then right at the end I saw Nigel with his hand opening and closing, saying it might very well be something to do with the legs. So, sorry viewers on this live stream, we can't help you there, we don't know. And I don't know where the other judges have walked off to. I think they've gone to get a scotch.
I think they have.
Yeah.
I might go join them.
Yeah. Anyway, maybe we can go back and see the double factors and see what's happening there. Obviously, it hasn't been much because they've been over with the others. But, those first two were good birds. G&M. So going along, you can see there's some big solid budgies. It is the flights. Yeah. Okay, so we were right. And they've obviously given the bird the benefit of the doubt. Right, so they're there, but they may be very short. Okay.
That was a very long conference, though.
Yeah. But I would say the right decision is made because it took so long to make a decision. You have to give the bird the benefit of the doubt.
Oh, it looks like they're coming back again.
We can switch a stream over to the cinnamon class.
If we can go back, please, to Cam 2, that'd be great. We just get.
And they've lost comms with the...
Peter, is it possible to go back to Cam 2 so we can get the cinnamons up where the judges are conferring?
There we go.
Great, thank you.
Thought for a moment there Peter had already gone out to get stuck into his Hentley wines.
No, the bird's still there, so he's obviously... And look, he's a good budgie. There's nothing wrong with him. Yeah. They're still talking, aren't they?
Yeah, they're not.
Someone's not happy?
No.
Right. Okay. They're still looking at that one bird. Oh no, they've moved on now, so that's good. Let's get on with it. They haven't moved a lot of birds around there, have they? Beautiful hen in F.
No, they haven't. They're very much in still for stable water.
Yeah, no, not a lot's happened for the last 10 minutes. It's going to be a long day today, I think, by the time we get through Because we've still got another, how many classes? Another 3? Or
We have obviously these 2 and then 2 more after
2
that.
more, yes. I've got another.
So we've got the Opalines and the Opaline AOSVs.
Right. Oh, and I'll tell you what, we're going to see some strong Opalines. That I do know.
I saw some very good Opalines out the back from Victoria, from Peter Thurn.
Yeah, and there's another one, the 3rd Victorian Opaline's a strong budgie too.
So, gentlemen, how much does this to put on an event like this cost? What are we looking at, sort of broad figures?
I think at a guess, from my understanding, it'd be around about $80,000.
Yeah, I would suspect it's probably getting closer to 100,000 now with the live stream and yeah.
Certainly not cheap.
No.
No pun intended.
These don't cheap. Canaries cheap.
Cheap. Yeah. It's a.
Well, there's a big move.
Yeah. That's the hen, is it?
No.
Has he still got the cage in his hand?
He's put the cage down, but
where's he put it?
It's a cinnamon grey cock. Sitting in 13th in cage U.
Right. It's gone back again.
No. He's gone from 21st up to about 8th, I think.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. It could very well have been as a direct result. They're trying to get him on the perch. So you move him around to break the bird's cycle. Nick was talking about birds having, budgerigars having the brains. That was to try and stop the brain from functioning and get up on the perch. Unfortunately, once again, that gets down to training, doesn't it?
Oh, just some low blows there. Now, the cinnamon's over here.
No, the Spangle double factors.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
it. Well, we're looking.
We're
at
looking
on
at the
stream.
cinnamons on the live stream.
Right, okay. So then it is then the double DF Spangle. Yeah.
Spangle double factor.
That's the one. Did notice a big move. John Boss from New South Wales moved up. I
A
think,
number of places.
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah. Okay. That was Jay, was it? Is that the one that moved a lot of spots? Jay? No, that's
You.
You, right.
Looking at it now.
It's gone to 3rd, so it jumped a long way. And you can see, once again, it's a strong budgie.
So sitting in first place in the Spangle double factors, we have Gary and Helen Hibbard from South Queensland. Second place, the Holmes family from South Australia. Third place, Johnny Boss from New South Wales. Fourth place, Breaking Press. We have Cage P, which is Gary and Helen Hibbard from South Queensland. Q, Stevie Gretsch is in 5th.
Okay, I'm going to make a prediction here. I think the bird in 4th place will move.
Well, he actually moved from 2nd down.
Yeah, but I think he might go back the other way. You have a look at him now, he's settled. Before he was ratting around in the cage. He looks a super strong animal. In fact, they all do there. That's a really good class of bird.
These are both very good classes of budgerigars.
Yeah.
So topping and tailing the Spangle double factors.
Yeah. So we're stopping to have another look at him just then before they moved it. Don't be surprised. I actually think he probably deserves to be a bit higher.
We might move
head
back
back to the cinnamons. All right. Well, once again, they're doing the same thing at the moment. They're topping and tailing.
Yeah.
This is the boring part of judging, but it's a necessity that has to be done. No, they're not. Okay, sorry.
So the cinnamons, we have Johnny Ennis sitting in first place in Cage A. Cage L is G&D Pinemont from New South Wales. In Cage Q, we have Ian Hunter from Victoria. In Cage O, in fourth, we have the bird from Hedrick Camel that the judges had a good look at. In fifth, we have Cage C, which is the Holmes family. And in sixth, we have Cage U, which is the Holmes family, and we've got him on the perch, finally.
Well, it did have to. Law of averages suggests it does have to happen.
I suspect he probably should go higher myself.
Ooh, there is a bit of movement.
Yeah, I think he should go to third.
Ooh. There's a Holmes for Holmes.
Yeah, but I have to compare him. I saw this as a baby, and I saw it when it came through its first molt. And I think it's a very strong budgie. If you had to improve it somehow, the only thing you might do is say, oh, the spots could be just that little bit bigger. But it's a beast of a bird. Looks like he's missing a few feathers out of his cap.
He may have had a little stoush.
Yeah, that may have
Fighting
spoiled
over
it.
a dark green hen.
Oh, really? Okay. But don't be surprised. I think he could possibly move ahead of the bird in fourth spot. They're looking at it now, so just wait and see.
Now, for instance, if there was a judge's mic up there, how much would that affect a judge in their commentary, knowing that their commentary would be potentially heard?
No, look, I don't think you're going to hear anyone using expletives that shouldn't be heard.
Well, it's not just even expletives, but they're conferring together, obviously, to get the result. But
yeah.
How much could that be taken?
I don't think that would vary the outcome at all. If that's what you're referring to.
Oh, it's a bit of Chatham House rules, sort of, you know.
No, I think that's the next level that we need to get to with judging.
Yeah.
So Stephen, as an ANBC judge who may well be invited to judge at another Nationals again soon, would you be willing to mic up?
I'd have no problem.
You've heard it exclusively?
Not all judges would be comfortable doing that, but I certainly wouldn't have any trouble. As you can see, I don't have trouble talking. Maybe what I'm saying is not valid, but I can talk.
Stephen, you're an absolute guru. Don't undersell yourself.
There you go. Look, there's been some movement. All right. So the bird that has suffered there is, I think it's a Victorian bird, is it? It's moved down.
Is that Ian Hunter's?
Yeah, I think so.
You know what? It's very un-Ian Hunter-like.
No, yeah, well, it is, but
as in,
that's a great observation, right?
Well, I'm learning a little bit, Troy.
I think what you'll find there, you can see, if you look at the silhouette shape of the bird, even though it's on the floor, right, its feathers aren't sitting tight to the body, and they may, in actual fact, be just a fraction long.
I'm talking more the fact that it's running around like a headless chook on the bottom of its
I think
cage.
if you ran your fingers across the front, which you're actually not allowed to do, the bird would jump up and sit there.
And had a can of beer in front of it.
Yeah. Oh, well, if it could smell the beer. No. I don't think he drinks beer anymore, to be honest. But I think, all right, there's another movement.
Well, this could be a big one.
Well, it looks like a bird is going to move a number of places. And this is unusual this late in the stage to be doing that. So obviously birds have settled down now. Remember I said if the bird is in the front of the cage, the light is far brighter and so it starts to move up and down. The moment they settle and go to the back of the cage, there's more of a subdued light and the bird tends to show and look better. Okay, so if we... Oh, yeah, don't you love the birds that like to play with the wire fronts? I don't know if we can go back to the double factor spangles in our live stream and see what's happening there. Are they? Oh, well, that's it. Yeah, it seems like they're top and tail in the double factor spangles. That's a boring part of it, so we'll just wait. Once I've done that, we can then have a look at those birds that have been on the bottom row. Come up to the top row. And
Oh,
see
no,
if
they've
it
done
makes
that,
a
Stephen.
difference. Oh, have they?
Yep, they're finals.
All right, we're back.
These are finals.
Okay. We're back to the good ones on top.
So,
And I don't think you're going to change those first couple, to be honest. The only one I've got a little bit of interest in is the fourth one. Maybe it might come up a little bit more. I think it was in second at one spot and then it started to play up. And you can see he's not quite in feather perfect condition around the eyes.
that's a Hibbert bird.
Oh, it's a good budgie though. It's big and it's powerful. Have a look. It fills the cage and it's just playing up again. And that's what happens when you move them around. If he can get up there and settle. Oh, he's not going to. I can see he's playing up. Look, have a look at him now. That's a budgie and a half. Yeah. Once he calms down, he really is a standout bird. Okay, we've just had someone come in. And we have the owner of the bird that is currently in first place. That's the bird in cage G. Good afternoon, Gary Hibbert. How are you?
Yeah, good, Stephen. Thank you very much.
How's the heart pounding at the moment?
Oh, it's pretty good.
Is it?
I was more concerned about the one that's sitting in fourth because he moved from second to fourth and back to third and back to fourth. So I was like,
oh well.
I thought he might have got.
I actually think myself, he's a real good budgie.
He's just got a wing short, flight short, and it's a very strong class. So a little thing like that can just make the difference.
Those things make the difference. And he's not feather perfect like the others. You can see he's just a little bit loose around the eyes.
Yeah, probably is. Yeah.
But what a super. Are they brothers?
Half brothers, same cockbird.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
Look at them. They fill the cage, don't they?
Yeah, he's a big bird. That boy. Yeah. He's
So your preference of the two, is it first and fourth? Toss a coin.
I love the feather on the fourth bloke because it's really long and loose, but the other bloke's just got super length.
Oh, yeah.
Super length.
Without question.
They're if I want to skite a little bit, they're cousins to the hen that won last year, so it's a very good family.
Well bred.
Yeah, keep breeding. Don't lose it.
Second one.
Because it's so easy to lose, isn't it?
It is. Yes,
you don't only need to have one or two deaths or a season where they don't reproduce.
Now the second one in M happens to be the Holmes family.
Yeah. Well, look, it's hard to believe that bird has not moved. It has been just like the hunter bird. It hasn't moved off the perch.
Now, how many wins now for you, Gary?
Well, if they put the 1 on that one, I'll have won 1, and my wife will have won 1.
Right.
But as a partnership, it makes 2.
Okay.
She's sitting at home. She's doing it a bit tough at the moment. She's having a bit of chemo for breast cancer, so she was ecstatic when the Ludies won. She was bouncing around the house, I think.
But that's today. How
Yes.
many overall have you won?
4 now.
4.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, well, we're more than halfway to the Hall of Fame.
That's a long way yet, but yes.
No. Well, you're that much closer than someone else.
Is she watching the stream now?
Yes.
Ah, fantastic.
Okay, well, our thoughts are with you anyway. Okay, so maybe we can go back to the cinnamon class. No, we're not ready to go back there yet. Okay, so they've top and tailed.
So, Gary, have you got any more birds running around for the rest of the classes?
No, I had just 2 in the Ludi class and 2 in the double factors. And I had a hen, but just a bit of not well enough in condition to travel, so we've pulled her out. But no, that's enough. 4's enough.
Well, that's
enough
a good,
keeps me hot.
that's a wise decision, because those good hens, they're hard to get to reproduce, and if you knock them around because they're not quite in condition.
And I'm in the carers team too, so I get to. They're all my birds.
Yeah, that's right.
As the zone team, they're all my birds because I care for them like that. Yes.
It's a great way of looking at it, isn't it?
And South Queensland's performing really well.
Yeah, we like our comfortable, non-threatening third until this year. Well, South Australia's Mr. Holmes has given us a bit of a. Yeah, it's good to have a bit of interstate rivalry.
Well, he's biting at your heels for sure.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to have that interstate rivalry, and it adds a bit more to it. That's for sure.
And what's your verdict on the state of the clubs in South Queensland? Is it thriving? Can it be working? Can it get better?
Oh, I'm sure it can get better. There's no doubt about that. And it's our it's our job as the the leaders of the prominent breeders to make it better and to try and get more people. But we face a lot of problems. Backyards aren't like they were when I was a kid, and noise pollution and that by councils and etc. But yeah, I think there's a lot of things we can do to bring people back to it. Yeah, and it doesn't matter whether they're these beautiful big brutes or heritage or rainbow birds. They're all budgerigars, and they all give us the same pleasure.
They do. Well, let me congratulate you.
Thank you, Stephen. I'm very happy about that.
Yeah.
My phone will be pinging like anything.
First and fourth, and pass on my congratulations to your other half.
I think he got further down. I think they shifted in there.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Right.
But anyway, we'll take it, won't we?
You'll take that, Logie.
Yes.
Nice work. And Holmesy coming in on the second, bridesmaid again.
No one will remember second, will they?
Oh.
They don't.
I tell you what, who does remember second, and that's the scoreboard.
Yeah, or the owner of the bird. Yeah, so...
Well done.
Okay. So now they're also marking... No, they're changing the birds around. So... In third place, we have you, which is John Boss. That was a bird that jumped up about 11 spots, I think, and rightly so. In fourth place, we have Q, which is S&T Gretz from Victoria. And then you can see, even from here, although it's hiding in the corner, it is a beautiful coloured bird. There was a move afoot a while ago to allow body suffusion on this variety, but at this point in time, that's not the case. So we're looking for that clean, unmarked bird. In fifth spot, we have J, which is, once again, S&T Gretsch. So they've done really well, that partnership. And just a shout out to Tim, who's probably not here today. He's not
The
travelling
results of
very
Class
well.
16, Spangle double factor. Cage G is first. Cage M is second. Cage U is third. Cage Q is fourth. Cage J is fifth. Cage P is sixth. Cage O is seventh. Cage N is eighth. Cage F is ninth. Cage K is 10th. Cage I is 11th. Cage H is 12th. Cage L is 13th. Cage C is 14th. Cage D is 15th. Cage A is 16th. Cage E is 17th. Cage B is 18th. Cage S is 19th. Cage T is 20th. Cage R is 21st.
Yeah, what's up?
Rod will talk on this class.
Just while Rod's taking his notes, I have to say, what a super class of Spangle double factors. All right. A really, really strong class. Certainly, I believe, stronger than last year. Not taking away from the winners of last year, but the depth this year is far greater. All right. There's still... Yeah. Right. So we're not far away from getting comments. What's actually happening on the other side is that they're just still checking one or two budgies that are actually sitting on the perch now. Here we've got the Spangle double factor scores. Right. Up. Right, so South Queensland and South Australia, you know, they're still neck and neck. Right, New South Wales, Victoria scored heavily in that class, so that might push them just a little further ahead because the New South Wales dropped a couple of points back. So I don't know that any places have changed, but I think what you might find is the gap between South Australia and South Queensland is lessening. Right. If we can go back to Cam 1, I think Rod can't be that far away from talking to us and letting us know what the comments were about the birds. Yeah. Let's see. Okay. Come on, Rod. You must be ready to talk. You always can talk. I don't know what he's doing. Okay. All right, and there must be... Here he comes. I'll hand over to Rod.
Okay, we've done the Spangle double factors. A really, really strong class. Now, you may have finished on the bottom row, and back here somewhere, you still had a very, very good budgie. The whole top row was really, really good. And it did come down to a lot of minor things which we wouldn't really get as nitpicky as we did, but a bit of colour, a few flights missing here and there, one with an eye issue, and in such a strong class, that's just going to make the difference. So the first two birds were the complete birds, and certainly the first one stood out. We put the cockbird straight to the front. He's a really big, long, strong-shouldered bird, lovely facial features, feather direction, good lift, and a strong show budgie. Stands off the perch and picked himself. The second one wasn't far behind, but He's a little bit dirty in the tail. He's not quite as solid as the showbird and steady on the perch. Not far behind. The first two were really good. The third one again was challenging for the first two placings. Big strong cockbird, nice mask, colour. Not quite the directional feature of the first two. But still a really good budgie on its own, and could have won that class many a year. It just had a couple of really good hot competitors today. The fourth and the fifth one, both had, again, really good feather direction, nice depth of mask, nice width of face. One, a little bit down on colour, one, a couple of flights missing. So that cost you in the long run. Now, you've got a bird in tip-top condition and has all the features, is going to beat one in not so good condition with a couple of flights missing. But that top row, really solid. Bird in, what was it, 8th? Yeah, 8th. It's got a bit of an eye problem. It can see out of the eye. We're happy with it. If it didn't have the eye problem, you would have seen it up here somewhere. Okay? So now whoever's got that bird, you've got a budgie that could have really competed at the top end. I think I know who it is now. But really, we love the bird. Really love the face on the bird. Lovely feather direction. Just the eye cost at this time. And look, it's cost it probably 5 or 6 places. So in such a strong class, unfortunately today we sort of had a little bit of nitpicky judging because they were so close and such a really strong class of Spangle double factors. Congratulations to all exhibitors. Really good class, and special congratulations to the winner. You got a really nice budgie. Well done.
There's just one more to go, mate. The results of Class 15, Cinnamon Wing. Cage A is first. Cage L is second. Cage O is third. Cage U is fourth. Cage Q is fifth. Cage H is sixth. Cage J is seventh. Cage E is eighth. Cage F is ninth. Cage C is 10th. Cage N is 11th. Cage B is 12th. Cage R is 13th. Cage M is 14th. Cage S is 15th. Cage P is 16th. Cage D is 17th. Cage T is 18th. Cage K is 19th. Cage I is 20th. And Cage G is DQ'd.
Thanks, Dave. So, yeah, Jimmy and I had the pleasure of judging this amazing class of cinnamons. Derek walked past us before we started judging him. He said, you got some absolute beasts in there, and he was not joking. So, Jimmy and I did have a bit of a heated discussion at the end of it. He wanted to give the rundown on the birds. So he was very, very impressed with what we had here. We both were. If you owned a bird that finished, I don't know, 18th, you owned one that finished 16th, you owned one that finished 12th, you probably thought you had a really good chance when you were at home, and you've actually got really good budgies there. So if you're on that bottom row, you still got some really good cinnamons, because it's depth all the way through, including the bird that we disqualified for no tail. So it's an exceptional class of cinnamons. So congratulations to all of the owners of birds in this class, because it is an exceptional class of cinnamons. The winning bird, and again, congratulations to the owner of that, is a cinnamon dark green. Powerful bird, shows exceptionally well, gets up there, great depth of mask, spots, feather texture, height above the eye, directional feather cap, real good package. Cinnamon grey, when you get him up, can play up a little bit, but when he does settle, does really turn it on. Again, great depth of mask, width of cap, back skull, feather texture, really good package. First two birds, very, very good. Third bird's where we ended up with some controversy. Missing a couple of flights on one side, so it's missing probably flight 7, 6, it's probably got 5 and it's missing 4. So it needs to be DQ'd, it's the first 3 flights. So it's actually got 1 right in the middle. It's missing 1 flight on the other side. So bird stays in, okay, but really, really hard. How much do we penalise it? That's a pretty heavy penalty. You're talking about a bird that is exceptional as well. Very, very powerful bird. I don't think anyone's going to dispute that when it goes back onto the bench. Okay, and you get to see it. Very powerful bird. Congratulations to the owner. Cap feather, directional feather, with a shoulder, mask. It's got everything. Okay, so whoever owns that, you're unlucky today, but you've got a great budgie. Cinnamon grey. Well, I think it was pretty evident what it did to itself. And it has no masks left. It has no spots left. But what an amazing back skull, directional feather, cap, with a shoulder, feather texture. Excellent budgie. But you've still got to penalise it, obviously. And there it is. So, lots not going to go on and on and on. And I won't, because I'm probably starting to bore a few people. But a really, really strong class of cinnamons. And thank you for the opportunity to judge them.
Okay, and I was talking to the other commentators while James was doing his commentary, and I said I believe South Australia is pulling back on South Queensland, and sure enough, look, equal third. What I did also say was I think Victoria skipped ahead just a little bit, and they have.
They have indeed. Gary Hibbard did mention, he said he is concerned about South Australia and its performance and how it is it's gaining pace, and 268 each. But does it have its depth? We'll ask Troy when he's finished his apple. Have you got the depth, Troy? Can you keep going?
To be completely honest, in the Opaline OSV class that's next, I can say this confidently as they're my 3 birds. I don't think we've got a lot of depth in there. I think we might fall a little bit short today.
Oh, well.
But you've got to be in it to win it.
Yeah.
We've still got a couple
Just
of good
got to pick
birds
up
to come
points.
tomorrow.
The Cinnamon Opaline AOSV class is always a hard one because the birds you really, really like, the strong, powerful ones, always have some extra feathers in the cap, which, and of course with the rules, they're the ones that you leave at home.
So you're referring for Nick's benefit there.
Yeah, for anyone that's
the black spots. In
that's
the cap,
right.
or in our case, the
So
gold spots.
often it's a class that's really hard to get a gauge on how well you will perform. So when you say, well, they may not be strong enough, well, you may not think that, but until you see what everyone else has got, they could very well be strong. But as you can see from the team leaderboard, Victoria is in a much stronger position. And while we've got that up there, I just want to once again say thanks to the Platinum sponsors, all of them. Media Stable, Golden Cob, Country Club, Events Tasmania, Hentley Farm, Tummy Right, and last but not least, Trill. So thank you, everyone. And we may at some point have missed the sponsors of the rosettes. And if we have missed you, I want to say thank you very much, because your generosity in paying for the rosettes makes sure that the show goes forward and can be a great spectacle. And certainly, as owner of rosettes in the past, it's something that you treasure. So thank you very much. Right, so they're putting, I think they're bringing up the opalines on the right-hand side, but we've got on the other side of the stage, left-hand side, we've got the cinnamon, any other non-standard varieties.
So in Cage A, we have Jay Major from North and Central Queensland. In Cage B, Trevor Johnson from Tasmania. In Cage C, Russell and Cheryl Ogden from North and Central Queensland. In Cage D, the Holmes family from South Australia.
Where's she sitting?
He's just getting ready to launch.
In its usual position, I'd say.
In KG, we have Mick Gearing from WA. In KGF, W. Schultz from North and Central Queensland. In Cage G, we have R. McIntosh from Victoria. In Cage H, we have a hen from the Holmes family in South Australia. Cage I, we have Jeffrey Leong from Victoria. In Cage J, we have Johnny Barden from New South Wales. Going down to the bottom row. In Cage K, we have Les Woodcock from WA. In Cage L, Errol and Lynn Miller from South Queensland. In Cage M, we have Stevie Gretsch from Victoria. Stephen Tonner Gretsch. In Cage N, the Charlesworth family. In Cage O, another one from Les Woodcock in WA. In Cage P, Gary and Kalina Myers from South Queensland, who sent us through a wonderful video of their son dancing earlier today. In Cage Q, we have NHG Budgerigars from South Queensland. In Cage R, we have last year's winner of this class, Craig Barnett from New South Wales. In Cage S, we have the Holmes family from South Australia.
Are you sure? He's on a perch.
She is on a perch. She's also for sale. In Cage T, we have a bird from Roy Blair in Tasmania. And finally, in Cage U, another one from Craig Barnett, last year's winner.
Okay,
now,
so
the bird they'll be looking at here is the bird in Cage H, no doubt, which has a degree of flecking, whether it falls down within the guidelines or not.
Okay. And here is always the bone of contention now. Flecking is something that is high on everyone's agenda. What is enough and what is too much? And it's, although we have a guidelines, sometimes it's very hard when the bird falls right on the guideline. And that's what all four judges will be looking at, if that is very much the case. What I do notice is that they're all cinnamons, aren't they?
From what I can see, they are.
Yeah. And the other thing I have noticed that a lot of them are very clean. Do I see the power budgie there? I'm not sure that I do. And it's once again because I think the flecking keeps those ones at home.
I think you'll find the bird in eye looked pretty reasonable.
Oh, yeah. I saw eye. I thought eye might be the winner. I don't think that's a flecking issue there.
Is that what the judges here are doing now? Is assessing the flex?
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's the case. They're not indicating the top of the head. They're rather, I think they're looking at wings. So I suspect maybe it's a flight issue once again. If it was a flecking, their hands would be up near the top of the cage. So I don't know who's...
That's mine.
Is it?
I wasn't going to mention it.
Is it missing one or two flights?
I didn't think it was.
All right.
But it's definitely borderline as to the level of ticking.
Right.
It's probably a human analogy about as dirty as Conharuvium after 4 scotches.
Okay.
Somewhere on a level of appropriate, inappropriate.
It's going to get disqualified then, isn't it?
I've seen Con. He can handle his drink. I'm not sure.
Not at 2 o'clock in the morning, he can't.
Con's a wonderful man and a great advocate for the budgerigar.
Yeah.
He bought me a beer last night. Anyone who buys me a beer, legend. So that is your bird that they're looking at. They seem to have moved on. Or have they?
Okay. I just wonder, is it possible, can we go over to the other side, Cam 3, and just have a look at the Opalines? We haven't seen them at all at this stage. Thank you. Okay. And
as we zoom in on the Opalines,
Yeah, I think they've moved them around already.
They are starting to move.
They're not mucking around.
We just need to wait for our producers to zoom in a little bit here.
Yeah. The right-hand side. Yeah.
Peter Thurn's running a very tight ship there in the broadcast.
The director.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I can tell you, there are some really... Oh, no, they haven't moved anything yet. There are some really strong opalines. You know, some years you have classes aren't so strong. Well, I can guarantee you that this year the opalines are a really strong class.
So in cage A, we have Jeffrey Leong from Victoria. In cage B, we have G and L Ryan from South Queensland. In cage C, we have the Buckingham family from Tasmania. In cage D, we have Dennis Lomond from South Australia, the winner of the normal green class earlier today. In cage E, we have Peter Howard, the local from Tasmania. In cage F, Mick Gearing from WA. In cage G, Peter Thurn. Looks like we brought cage U up here significantly. Somehow popped into the mix. Cage U is Mark Williams from New South Wales. In cage G, we have Peter Thurn from Victoria. In cage H, we have the Holmes family from South Australia. In cage I, we have Trent Hill from New South Wales. In cage J, we have Russell and Cheryl Ogden from North and Central Queensland. Scooting down to the bottom line.
Okay,
The judges are getting busy here.
Yeah, they're making moves. So you might not be able to get them all in. So
M is E was the bird from Peter Howard from Tasmania. M is the bird from Jay Patterson in WA. I think that's the first time we've heard that name today. N is NHG budgerigars from South Queensland. In cage O, we have the Charlesworth family from Tasmania. In cage P, the Bowl family from South Queensland. In cage Q, J Major from North and Central Queensland. In R, Kenny Seagrop from New South Wales. In cage S, Mick Gearing from WA. In cage T, we've got the Holmes family from South Australia. As mentioned previously, U is the bird from Mark Williams. So we just had a message from Kalina Myers to let us know that a little fun fact, Kalina is the granddaughter of Don Geary. So Don was one of the founders of the ANBC for the Australian Capital Territory.
Right, it's interesting. There are lots of relatives of people who were involved in budgies. So it's sort of generational budgie breeders.
We did have the producer from Sunrise speak down the line to us and say she's originally from Western Australia. Her father was big in budgies, Simic family.
Simic or Sumich?
Simic. I'm pretty certain it's an I. It's not a U. Yeah. Not Peter Simic like.
Footballer.
Former footballer for West Coast Eagles.
Yeah, big forward, wasn't he?
Oh yeah, he was good. He was powerful.
Aren't you a North Melbourne fan, Dick?
I'm a football fan. Troy, I can open up both eyes.
It's okay.
It's not just one eye.
I'm going to start talking about our budgies running around on the floor. I'm going to start talking about North Melbourne.
By the way, they're getting thumped by Port Adelaide right now as we speak.
When are they moving back to the VFL?
Well, there was a decision. There was a decision.
107 to 48. Oh, they're closing in.
Oh, that's not a thumping. That's not a thumping in our terms. But it was quite funny. A lot of people have thought I've come to Tasmania to go and watch North Melbourne play. No way. There was not an intention of that at all. I'm coming for budgerigars.
So we're looking here now at the Opaline AOSVs. In first place, we have cage F, which is W. Schultz from North and Central Queensland.
It's a big, powerful thing, isn't it?
Oof.
Cage G, we have R. McIntosh from Victoria, second place.
Oh, a bit of a change there, though.
Oh, no, we don't.
Drop to fourth.
Oh, well. So what came up into second?
I'm getting viral messages from all my North Melbourne friends
Oh, yeah?
listening to this live stream,
Yeah.
asking me to go easy.
I'm a Carlton supporter.
So am I.
Yeah.
We just won.
Yeah, we had a good day today.
Have you heard you play?
Not
Gold
North
Coast.
Melbourne.
Oh, Gold Coast.
Oh, well.
Gold Coast are good this year.
Yeah, they beat Geelong last weekend, didn't they? In fact, they gave them a thumping.
Nothing better than a Carlton supporter with a little bit of hope. Hey,
We live in hope.
you just wonderful to see.
Okay,
They'll
so-
crush that sooner or later.
The bird in second place is the bird owned
KHC.
by RNS Ogden from North Central Coast, Queensland, or North Central Queensland.
That was a big move up to second.
KGU is the Craig Barnett bird. In fourth, we have R. McIntosh from Victoria. Oh, he's moving again.
Maybe go back to second. All right.
It's sometimes a little ploy. The bird's brain says, I want to run up and down the cage. You pick the cage up, you move it, you break the cycle. It's a pretty good budgie, the one in you. It just won't perch at the minute. Don't be surprised if it ends up in front of you. That's the bird. Rod, don't do that.
Here we go.
I think I would alter them around. Both good, strong budgies, aren't they? There we go.
They do want to move them.
I did think that would happen. I think the power of the second bird over the third bird. You can see that.
Let's just hope K's not in fourth.
You just see the third bird. It just narrows through the top, whereas the second bird is wider and thicker. If that second
That went
bird
straight through to the keeper, didn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, where was that?
I said, let's hope K's not in fourth.
No.
No,
I heard you. I didn't want to upset you at all. K's probably down the boondocks because it won't get on the perch. Right. So yeah, as I said, don't be surprised if that second place bird doesn't move further, because when it settles, it's very, very strong. So, are we due to go back to the Opalines on Cam 3? Look, you ask and look what happens. Okay, so what's happening there?
We've got Cage G, by the look of it, in front, and the Opalines, which is a bird from Peter Thurn. In second place in the Opalines, we have Cage A, which is a bird from Jeffrey Leong. So Victoria running 1 and 2.
Yep.
In third place, I believe it is Cage L.
Now,
Peter Thurn.
I think I spoke to you earlier on and I said Victoria is very strong in the Opaline class.
Yeah.
So 1, 2 and 3 at the moment.
Yeah. And don't be surprised, they chop and change the order.
In Cage B, following those three, we've got GNL Ryan from South Queensland.
Right, another big, strong budgie. Doesn't have the power off the perch that the three in front of him has. So how he's just squatting, just laying over it, just spoils the outline a little bit. But very strong through the shoulders. The other thing that's noticeably different is the depth and width of the mask by comparison.
I believe these are our last two classes for the day.
For today. There we go. Now, interesting. The order that they're in now is the order that they finished last weekend, right now.
So GLA.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3.
So Peter Thurn, and Jeffrey Leon.
Yeah. And the thing that people will really admire is how clean they are. There's not even ticking in them. Yeah, where a few years ago we'd see black spots. Today we accept a bit of ticking. These have got absolutely none. You need to bring him in.
We need to bring Peter Thurn in.
Yeah.
Have a chat about that.
Okay. I can direct from here and ask, is it possible that we can go back to the other class? So on cam 1, and look what happens, straight to cam 1. And what's happening here? There hasn't been a lot of change. You can see we've still got that bird in the Opaline AOSV class in U, the one of
Mark Williams.
No, Craig Barnett from New South Wales.
Oh, Craig, sorry.
It's still running up and down. Time will come, and time will come when he will settle. All right. Can we once again go back to where we were? Back to cam 3. And here we have, okay, there's another change. So U is moving up and B is going down. And I can say from here, the only thing that I can see is the bird's in now in 4th position, has much more strength off the perch. See how the bird in B, it just lays over a little bit? Okay, and when it lays over, that spoils the outline of the bird a little bit, and it looks like his tail drops away. But look at that, 1, 2, 3. Those first two, they're exceptional, Opaline. Exceptional. Right, I don't know what the judge is conferring with now in the other class, but obviously once again we've got all 4 judges conferring, which when there's controversial decision to be made, that's what all 4 need to be party to.
Well, the only controversial decision is a disqualification, is it? Or
Well, that's right, but if you're thinking that way,
yeah. This cannot be good.
no. Okay. One can only guess what they're looking at. So I suspect that it's probably missing something.
Sending it all the way out to the other side.
That's unusual.
Well, Peter Thurn joins the broadcast. Hello, Peter. How are you feeling?
Oh, Nick, this is the part of it I absolutely hate, to be quite frank.
You're sitting 1 and 2.
Yeah, I know. It doesn't take away the anxiety. There's no... that only goes when the texter hits the cage, mate. That's,
yeah.
I'm not quite sure what they're doing. I'm guessing they're wanting to compare...
Yeah, I've taken one bird from one side over to the other.
Yeah, and we know that it's, obviously that it's going to have a cinnamon or a greywing aspect to it, so it's not going to stay in that class, but they were just comparing it, I think, to just getting a bit of a benchmark from the Opaline class. Don't often see that.
I was going to
No,
say,
I've never seen it before, to be
No.
honest. Likewise, at this level, you don't actually see them picking cages up and turning them in.
No, generally not. I mean, there's obviously something about that particular cage.
And I don't know if our director can move in on that bird in the 5th cage on the left-hand side. But it'll be interesting. Now, on the other, on cam 1, if we can have a look at the 5th cage. Yeah, that'd be great if we could, because that's the bird that is causing a bit of controversy. It's playing with itself on the cage at the moment. No, I'm none the wiser. I don't know if anyone can tell.
So, Peter, how many would this make if it comes off?
This would be number 12, Nick.
Number 12.
As I said last night, you count every one of them, and the number's not necessarily a real high number, so you don't forget it that easily.
12's pretty high.
Oh, well, it's not as high as some, is it?
There's not that many in front, though.
We talked about a few of those guys last night. At the,
yeah, oh, well, they're legends
on the perch,
at this stage, aren't they?
Yeah.
Alan Rowe, Shepard and Fleming, Calvin, Henry George.
You know, like those guys are, yeah, in my mind, they're next level. It's not that I don't want to get there, though.
Okay, I'm just looking at the bird that everyone was, or the judges were all looking at. The colouring in his wing.
I'm wondering whether they're looking at how opaline the wing is.
That's right.
And questioning whether it is actually
an opaline or a normal with opalescence.
And that's why they've taken it over to the opaline side to try and get a better reference point.
Yeah. That's the only thing I can see at this point in time.
I've come across birds like that when I've been judging, that you sort of look at them twice and you go, are you really an opaline?
Well, it's a bit like, wasn't that long ago I was judging and I saw a bird that had been passing as a cinnamon, but in actual fact was a normal. You know, because of the depth of colour in the bird. So sometimes they're there to try and hurt you and confuse you. Even at the highest level, you can find things thrown up in your face that make you stop and think and look.
Well, you find some funny things sometimes. You find birds with 3 primary tail feathers.
Yeah, that's right.
You know, things that you just don't expect to see.
Yeah. Can we go back to the other couple now? So on cam 3, and see what's happened. So the top and tailed, yeah. And now we're getting access to the birds that we haven't really seen so far, and you can see that's a pretty strong bird there. It's a grey. Right, well, that doesn't surprise me, and don't be surprised if it goes up even one further. So the good part about this is the birds on the bottom, they're left alone. They're not getting stirred up.
Yeah, they're solid.
They just solidify their attitude in the cage.
They're behaving very well, Peter, your two.
They do, I'm not going to moz them, but they do tend to show well. You know, I think that's just one of those. It's just one of those things, you know. I've had birds that have been as ratty and silly as anything in show cages. Then you get a couple that a couple that do everything right, like these guys appear to be doing at the moment. But I've seen birds turn on a sixpence too and go stupid in the show cage and lose it for you. So you just never know, Nick, until it's all like you say, until the texture hits the cage.
Okay, we can go back to the other class now because they're just converting the birds over.
Yeah.
And what's happened there? Well, I don't see that a lot's changed at this stage. They're still going through. They haven't altered much. I think. The bird U, which was in third, is now in fourth place, I think. That's the only change that's occurred. And I don't think we've seen him on the perch for very long so far. That's a bird from Craig Barnett. And there we have the bird in D, which is the one that everyone was conferring with. It's a bird that actually went to the other bench. And in all my time as a judge, I don't think I've seen that before. So, as Peter mentioned, he probably thought they were going to utilise the other class as a benchmark to make sure that it is actually a bird suited for this class, which is the Opaline, any other non-standard variety. Now they're topping and tailing, so if we could go back to the other couple.
So Peter, you take it out. You take out first. You take out second. Is it the Beast from Hentley Farm, or is it another variety of red?
Well, let's do a bit of product placement, Nick, eh?
Well, I
don't know. I mean,
you've got to look after your sponsors, Peter.
Look, the quintessential last night was awfully good.
The quintessential.
The Quinny's always good. It's a Shiraz cab, It's the Australian blend, isn't it? It's what made the Barossa really famous in the start. Mate, I'll drink anything that comes out of Hentley Farm. It's one of the best wineries in the country, without a doubt.
Without doubt.
Okay, so they're still moving birds around now on the top bench, which surprises me because generally they've placed them in order and they've been pretty happy. So they're just tweaking the 7th and 8th and 9th place.
Now we've had a West Australian 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Have we had a single breeder 1 and 2
Well,
so far?
Yeah. Well, that was the violets were definitely one. They were 1, 2, and 3, weren't they?
Yeah, that's true.
Which is an amazing achievement. As he's going 1, 2 in a class.
They were Al Jensky's violets, I think.
Yeah,
that's right.
He's been at the pointy end of the violets for a long time.
Yeah.
He's got some of the nicest violets and dark factor birds getting around. So well done, Dal.
Yeah, you have a look at that bird in first place. It has not moved. Does it look like the bird on the cover of the Standard? It's a dead ringer for it. Have a look. Doesn't move. It's got the directional feather. It's got the spots.
Basically your page 3 bird.
Page 1.
Page 1?
Yeah, it's as good as. It's a budgie.
He cuts a nice outline, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. The wings sit in the right spot. The tail is on the right angle. He stands right off the perch. Doesn't lay over it, doesn't slouch.
Still got work to do, Steve, from a variety perspective,
Well, but you see, the reality is you're always looking for the next thing, the next level, trying to make him better. The moment you stop doing that, it's time probably to say, I've had enough.
Yeah. Are they related at all, Peter?
They are. I'm not, they're cousins of a sort. The problem is they've probably got crosses of a couple of birds in them, in multiple generations of the same birds.
Well, that's how you breed them. It's called line breeding, isn't
That's
it?
it. They were.
And if you look at any species of animal, nearly always the best ones are the ones that are genetically manufactured deliberately.
There was I run 1 and 3 in the Opalines in Penrith, and the first place bird didn't breed, but the third place bird bred, and these birds have got a number of crosses of that bird in their pedigree. So
texture out.
The texture is
I
out,
think it
yes.
is. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Well
Well
done.
done.
2. Second class win
Thanks,
for
gents.
the day. So that's
Thanks,
Peter
mate.
Thurn from Victoria. But
Oh,
what
I
a
can breathe.
nice class of bird.
And congrats to Jeffrey Leong too. Like, you know, that bird of Jeff's is playing up a fair bit.
Yeah.
I've seen it when it's settled, and I've actually mistaken it when I've been out in the carer's room. I've mistaken it for one of mine.
Yep.
It can turn it on. It is a lovely, lovely budgie, but he's just had his, he's just not behaved very well today. So, unfortunately for Jeff.
That's how the penny falls sometimes. It was the exact same result last weekend.
Yeah.
So.
Yep,
But
Charlie Mifsud should be feeling pretty good about now, shouldn't he?
Well, I think he's probably saying, see, I knew what I was doing. But also, interestingly, looking along the line, there's some good budgies.
It's a strong class.
Right. B was a bird that I really liked, a big, powerful thing. The only comment you can make about that is it just lays over the perch a little bit, as opposed to, say, the winning bird that stands right off the perch and says, look at me. Right, so it'll be interesting to hear the judges' comments. Likewise, I think they're marking the birds over on the other class, are they? No, not quite. Yeah, no, they are.
It's a texture out.
So I'm not sure who the winning bird is in that class. I can't see. Right, well, that's a bird that went straight to first place. No, it looks like it's G. Oh, right, there you go. Well, that changed because I thought it was F, the one from Schultz. But no, it's another Logie for Victoria.
So did Robbie McIntosh win that class?
Yes, he did.
Get out of here.
No?
He will be jumping out of his skin.
Well, that's how he should be.
Geelong, and the Geelong is a Geelong member, and the Geelong boys had a really strong team at our Shield last weekend. They had about 170 birds at their club selection, which is a lot of birds at a club selection.
Yep.
So well done, Robbie Mack. That's a great.
And is it
that's
Al
a
in
great
second
result.
place? Ian Al
Results of Class 17, Opaline, are normal. Cage G is first. Cage L is second. Cage A is third. Cage U is fourth. Cage D is fifth. Cage B is sixth. Cage O is seventh. Cage T is eighth. Cage H is ninth. Cage I is 10th. Cage J is 11th. Cage R is 12th. Cage S is 13th. Cage M is 14th. Cage Q is 15th. Cage N is 16th. Cage P is 17th. Cage E is 18th. Cage C is 19th. Cage F is DQ'd. I'll pass you over to Jim.
Normal Opalines. Pretty strong class. It threw us a bit. I wish they had judged the cinnamons last than these before them, because we had such a good class of cinnamons up there. It made it tough when you get to these. Yeah. But anyway, look, there are some nice budgies here. First 5 are grey greens. Good, strong, solid birds. There are a few down the track that would have gone a lot better, but their condition is pretty, not what it should be. Just had not been enough work going into the birds before their pre-selection, I would say, because there are some really good feathered birds there, but it's all over the place. We did have to disqualify one bird, unfortunately, for flecking. As you know, we follow the new flecking guidelines, and he was a bit too heavy, so wrong class. Which we don't want to do, but overall for an Opaline class, there wasn't that many fleck birds there. They were good, so have a look at them. There are some nice strong birds. They're good style and shape. I hope you've enjoyed the day. We'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, so I think what's happened is we're just about to hear from Dave, who's going to go through the Opaline and the other standard variety, and then we will hear comments from either Nigel or Rod. So coming up, the Opaline scores, well, you can see that plays into the hands of Victoria, getting the maximum number of points of 27. Right.
Results of Class 18, Opaline AOSV. Cage F is first. Cage J is second. Cage C is third. Cage U is fourth. Cage G is fifth. Cage D is sixth. Cage M is seventh. Cage E is eighth. Cage I is ninth. Cage H is 10th. Cage K is 11th. Cage L is 12th. Cage N is 13th. Cage T is 14th. Cage B is 15th. Cage Q is 16th. Cage P is 17th. Cage S is 18th. Cage A is 19th. And cage O and R are DQ'd.
Thanks, Dave. We got to this class, and normally you would expect to have some absolutely corking Opaline cinnamon hens, particularly, and cockbirds. Probably down a little bit on quality compared to recent years in this class. And then when we look through the birds, flecking was pretty good. Relatively clean heads, some good clean heads. There was one at the back end I'll talk about later, and then two that are on the top bench at the back end that we did heavily penalise. They were on the borderline, but on the good side of the border. So relatively clean-headed birds, but not the super budgies that we often get in this class. So working from the top, we had Opaline cinnamon green cockbird. Probably did his best work at the end. There was a bit tossing around whether he finished first, whether he doesn't. He probably did his best work at the end. Got him across the line. Big solid bird. No good width of mast, good spot, nice height. Fills the cage reasonably well, and comparatively clean compared to the next bird. The second bird, big solid Opaline cinnamon hen, grey hen. Good masking spots again. Not quite as strong in the shoulder as the cockbird in the first place. Relatively close, but in the end, the cockbird got across the line. The third one, solid Opaline cinnamon grey-green hen. Unlike now, she was pretty well behaved and probably got her third place during the judging. She's decided to play up now because the fourth bird, you, probably cost herself a few places because really hard to get on the bench. And when she did, a couple of times she showed a bit of release, but not enough for us to put her higher. So really good budgie, and whoever owns the U bird, probably a little bit more training, probably not with a hen, but probably a little bit more training. We might have finished a couple of places higher for the fourth bird. Fifth bird, solid Opaline cinnamon grey-green hen, but probably not competing with the ones in front of it as far as top end, size of head, feather direction, etc. With the last two birds with a DQ, the O bird was DQ'd because of flecking, and then the R bird was DQ'd because it didn't have primary tail feathers. They were both secondary covets. So congratulations to the winning bird here and the owner, and well done to the rest of the people with birds in the class. Thanks for the day. See ya.
Okay,
That
so
concludes
here we
the
go.
second session of the show and today's activities. And it'll be judging will commence again at 9 o'clock tomorrow.
Okay, so before we shut down the live feed, let me just have a look at the team leaderboard. And what we see is Victoria ahead on 386, New South Wales on 362, South Australia on 302, South Queensland on 285, North and Central Queensland on 243, Western Australia on 170, and Tasmania on 140. So this has certainly been a great day for budgerigars in Australia. We've had such a cross-section of wins and successes, and I don't just mean the budgies, the media coverage, having someone like a governor come to open such a prestigious budgie event was amazing. We've had some great budgerigars, some good judging, and we've also had, unlike last year, we've had some guest commentators come in before they actually win a class and to be present. So it's been a great day, and I'm sure tomorrow we will see just as good a day. So from our live feed, goodbye everyone. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning. Bye now.